proves to be extremely problematic because how do we know that those stories actually conform to reality? This was the tremendous contribution of von Ranke, that's Risa's teacher, who said, look, we have to really get focused on was ist eigentlich gewesen war. What exactly happened? Like, tell us what happened. Don't tell us all the stories of what you would have liked to have happened and making stuff up on the way along. You have to tell us what actually happened, and we'll decide how to evaluate the meaning of those events. You have to rely on primary sources. You have to rely on artifacts whenever possible. Archaeology becomes extremely important, things like that. And von Ranke really grounded the discipline of history in this kind of delicate space between art and science, whereas before it was pretty much firmly in the world of the arts. So Reis took these ideas and he essentially brought them to Japan. For the Japanese really didn't have this kind of grounding. Like Europe didn't have that grounding either until von Ranke. So in Japan, they really began to delve deeply into their archives to take up primary documentation. And Reis also pioneered the fact that a lot of Japanese history is buried in European archives because the Europeans, when they encountered Japan, they left a tremendous amount of correspondence and documentation regarding how that country developed. This was all happening, by the way, in the context of the Japanese Meiji Restoration, a period of great reform and self-reflection where they began to rely much more on Western expertise, realizing there are a lot of things that are happening in the West that would be beneficial for Japan. And Reis was one of those happy accidents. As a Jew, he could not get a job at the University of Berlin, and so he took his post in Tokyo, and he ended up becoming a tremendous success and really loved Japan. He spent a tremendous amount of time there, 15 years. In 1902, he returned to Germany, where he did get a job at his alma mater, the University of Berlin. And shortly after that, the Russo-Japanese War broke out, and all of a sudden, everybody in Europe wanted to know more about Japan. Who is Russia fighting with? So Reis became the European expert on Japan. Ironically, when he went to Japan, he became the Japanese expert on Europe, and then when he went back to Germany, he became the German expert on Japan. Fascinating individual, really someone I want to meditate on in terms of the impact he made on Japanese culture. I hope this whets your appetite to join us on this remarkable expedition to Japan and South Korea. And if not, I'm really happy to share these videos with you as I conduct my research. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to the Matsukoshi River cruise to Japan, which is, it's a bit of a leap for me because most of my studies in Jewish history are really focused on, ancient Israel or Europe or to a certain degree North Africa, Central Asia. But getting to the Far East is really going to be quite an experience, both in terms of the actual journey, which promises to be amazing, but also in terms of the history. So let's talk just for a minute about the city of Nagasaki, which we hope to visit on this trip. Jewish presence in Nagasaki basically dates from the middle of the 19th century, primarily because Nagasaki is a port city, and it was at this time when Japan just began to be opened up to Western powers. There's a whole bunch of interesting politics about why that was so. Otherwise, Japan was fairly insular, both in the literal sense, because it's a series of islands, and also in the cultural sense. But Eastern European Jews really saw the opportunity and began to settle there in the middle of the 19th century. And most of their business was done with Russian sailors who were also in the port city. And the Jews, of course, had the linguistic skills, they had, the commercial connections and things like that to make it work. By 1894, they opened a synagogue. They also created a cemetery, which is still in existence. And we know there were about 100 Jews living there at the turn of the century. Today, it has at least 29 graves, and they are labeled in Hebrew, Japanese, Russian, and English, dated between 1880 and 1920. It might seem strange to us to see that Japanese will be included there, and Russian and English, but that reflects the diversity of the immigrant population that was the Jewish community at that time. It also reminds me of my father was Toronto. And yeah, there are lots of English and a lot of Russian, a lot of Hebrew graves. Some of the older sections are Yiddish, and I wouldn't be surprised if you wander around and find some French ones there too. So it's interesting. At any rate, the community, I was not able to find any photographs of the gravestones. I have to see those in person. I did find this photograph that labels the actual year, 5653, in the Jewish calendar, which is, of course, Anno Mundi. It's the dating from creation as per the calculation of the Seder Olam Rabbi, very important first century chronology of the world. And the Jews are there in a section with many other people. It's this region called the Sakamoto Cemetery for foreigners. What happened with this community, however, is it went into a pretty steep decline in 1904 when Russia declared war against Japan. And this Russo-Japanese war, which had lots of impact in Jewish history, as I mentioned, his father came to Canada because he didn't want to fight the Japanese in that particular war. He came from Lithuania, not from Japan. But still, that interrupted the flow of Russian sailors into port. The economy there declined dramatically, and so the Jewish community basically gave their Torah scrolls and moved largely to Kobe, which became the new center of the Japanese community. I look forward to learning a lot more about Japan and South Korea, which we hope to visit with Goshen River Cruises. I hope you'll be able to cruise with us, and if not, I look forward to sharing my preparatory research with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow travelers and explorers of Jewish history. I am really excited about the upcoming expedition of Kosher River Cruises to Japan and Korea. And in this context, I want to talk to you about something that I find absolutely amazing, and that is the Korean love affair with the Talmud. Now, you may not think that Korea is the first place that you would go to when you want to study Talmud, but amazingly, it is not impossible that there are more people studying Talmud today in Korea than there are in the rest of the world. I know that's a bizarre statistic, but if you think about it, there are 49 million people living in Korea. And according to the Korean ambassador to Israel, who gave an interview in 2011, his name is Young Sam Ma, he said that not only is he a student of Gemara, but in fact, all mothers in Korea read the Talmud to their children at night. Now that's like a mind-blowing thing. Even if it's only talking about 10% of Korean mothers reading these to their children, that's looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 million people studying the Talmud. There are only about 16 million Jews in the world today, so this is an amazing statistic. So let's try to unpack this and understand how is it possible that so many people are studying Talmud in Korea. So apparently there is not a long and comprehensive history of Jews in Korea. In fact, I looked at Encyclopedia Judaica and they didn't even have an article on Korea, which is mind-blowing. But it's primarily a late 20th century phenomenon because Jewish GIs, Jewish members of the U.S. Army, were stationed there in the early 1950s in the Korean War. That's when Jews really, in larger numbers, began to appreciate the values of that particular part of East Asia. It included, for example, Chaim Potok, who wrote some important novels that deal with Talmudic topics, later translated to Korean and very popular there. But in particular, a rabbi named Rabbi Tokeir, who served in Korea in 1962 and then later was sent to Japan as a Chabad Shaliach. He had a phenomenal impact on the study of Talmud in Korea in particular. Rabbi Tokeir authored a book first in Japanese, which kind of distilled Jewish wisdom, as you can see from this particular reproduction of one of the pages. The book was called 5,000 Years of Jewish Wisdom, Secrets of the Talmud Scriptures, was printed in 1971. And you can see that they used this Japanese text to kind of replicate the feel of the Talmud. But apparently it really took off, not only in Japan, but especially in Korea. It was published in 1974 in a Korean translation, and by 1984, more than 2 million copies were sold in 7 editions. And it is just amazingly studied today. There are more than 800 different books with 300 publishers with the word Talmud in it in the Korean National Digital Library. 169 of them list Rabbi Tamir as the author, and the Talmudic text frequently hit the bestseller list in Korea. Now, how is this so? So there's a few articles on this in the Columbia Press, an article by Rothschild in New York in 2015, but I really relied heavily on this fascinating article in the Association for Jewish Studies review published in 2018 by Sarit Katan-Yurbitz and Kim Clare, which is absolutely fascinating. It talks about how the Talmud really penetrated Korean culture. There is this belief, this is really probably the biggest answer, there's this belief that Koreans looked at Jews worldwide, looked at their successes, particularly in the world of science and education, and Nobel Prize winning record, which is really pretty impressive. And also the fact that Korea is actually, as a modern state, the same age as Israel. It was also formed in 1948, and there are certain parallels between the growth of Korea and its wars, particularly with the northern half. Of course, Korea is a divided nation. That Koreans really look to the West for deep wells of wisdom, and the Jews were a perfect example. There's this belief that the Rusa-style learning of the Talmud is especially important, and it's especially valuable for teaching kids. Let's just have a quick look at some of the editions of the Talmud in Korean, which have been published, and they are absolutely fascinating. Here is one that I just found on YouTube, the Jewish Talmud Scriptures. And just reading the description here is kind of fascinating, but this one looks more or less like a fair representation of, a translation of a popular edition of Talmudic teachings. By the way, let us understand that the Talmud that they are teaching is not really a Bava Metzia the way we have today. It's a highly anthologized and curated edition, closer to Ein Yaakov, I think, than a regular Shas, with like nuggets of wisdom and Agadah, things like that that are given over to people. But the children's editions are especially numerous and fascinating. Here's another one I found on Amazon for children Talmud. And here's one that I love this particular. Look at the graphics here. There's a little rabbi in the corner here. And it's a Talmudic approach to teaching the Korean language. Yes, you heard me right. The Talmudic approach to teaching the Korean language, to a certain degree, it feels like a lot of these Talmud books are like self-help books that are designed to say, use the Talmud to become a better person, to become a better businessman, and especially to become a better student. Here's some children's Talmud, baby's first Talmud. Wow. Here it is, prenatal Talmud. I mean, my gosh. Prenatal stories fostering the wisdom and emotions of your baby. I mean, we know Yiddish mamas are incredible, and Jewish mothers are definitely devoted to the idea of having their children grow and develop. But how many of them are if you go to your Jewish bookstore, how many books are there that are designed for pregnant Jewish women to read Talmud to their children in utero? I mean, this is so bizarre. Wow. Well, I hope you found that as fascinating as I do. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. I can't wait to actually get to Korea and hopefully find one of the bookstores where they sell these books on the Talmud. I know I'll have no way of reading it, but just to see how the Talmud has animated this culture is something that I'm really looking forward to. I hope we'll have a chance to cruise together, and if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you my research and my experiences here on the book. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most fascinating areas of Jewish history are Jews of what I call exotic communities. I don't think they feel exotic when you're inside them, but the centers of Jewish civilization right now, for example, Israel, America, parts of Europe, the Jews of Asia, so different, so many ways. So, in connection with my research for the cruise to Korea and Japan with Costa Rica cruises, I'm starting to do some research on the Jews of South Asia, East Asia, and so on. And here's a that I gave a few years ago that I've got to do for myself now as I prepare for this. I do enjoy it. I have to tell you, I am really excited about this particular video because I'm so fascinated with the presence of the Jews in China. They had a community there for well over 1,000 years, and it's a really unusual kind of combination of Jewish culture and Chinese culture in quite fascinating ways. Today, I'd like to focus specifically on the origins of the Jews of China, but perhaps we'll take a little bit of time at the end of this short video to talk about the nature of that unusual Chinese-Jewish synthesis. So, first of all, when did we first hear about the Jews of China? So, the first encounter of the Jews of China with the Western world was in the person of Matteo Ricci. That was the first important meeting. And Matteo Ricci was a Jesuit priest who had come to China with the goal of the indigenous populations to Christianity. They had a lot of challenges with that. We'll look at some of those in particular. But there's a fascinating encounter that had happened in 1605 when a Jew from the city of Kaifeng, with a very important Jewish population and a long Jewish history, came specifically to meet with Ricci in Beijing. And it was like, it's hard to, if this wasn't actually well documented, I think it was a comedy skit. Apparently, Aitian, this Jewish guy from Kaifeng, thought that Matteo Ricci must be Jewish because he had heard about this person in Beijing who came from far away and knew a lot about this particular religion. And he said, okay, must be a Jewish guy. Matteo Ricci, at the same time, thought that Aitian must be evidence of early Christianity in China, which is absolutely fascinating. And the two of them had this, really funny encounter where Matteo Ricci is discussing this with Aitian, and Aitian happens to see this painting of the Madonna with Jesus and Saint John the Baptist. It happened to be Saint John the Baptist's day or his anniversary, something like that. And so Aitian, knowing nothing about Christianity, they're completely shut off from the entire phenomenon of Christianity. He assumed that this must be Rebecca and her sons Jacob and Esau. This is what a nice painting. And then they see another painting that represents the four evangelists: Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Of course, the first four Gospels, the first four books of the Christian Bible. And Aitian thinks, oh, look at that. This must be the 4 of the 12 sons of Jacob. Where are the other 8 sons? And it's just this hilarious thing. Eventually, they figured out that, in fact, Aitian was not a Christian. He was Jewish. And this was kind of fascinating to its own right. Now, from Aitian's perspective, he wasn't entirely clear on what Christian meant. And in fact, the communications with Ricci and with later Jesuits who actually came to Kaifeng, there was a suggestion perhaps someone like Matteo Ricci could take over as the chief rabbi because he obviously knew a lot of Tanakh. And one of the challenges that the Kaifeng community was experiencing, even in the 17th century, was a decline in literacy and a decline in Hebrew literacy specifically, and in familiarity with rabbinic tradition. They were looking for a new chief rabbi. Apparently, as the story goes, the chief rabbi of Kaifeng was very happy with allowing someone like Matteo Ricci to take over for him. The Christian stuff really didn't bother him too much. It's another kind of like ancient story. But the fact that the Jesuits were still eating pork, that was very problematic. So there's no way you can become our rabbi and you're still eating pork. By the way, when the Jesuits asked the Jews of Kaifeng, have you ever heard of Jesus? They thought about it for a while and they said, oh yeah, sure, we know about Jesus. But when they went to discuss it further, they were not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. The Kaifeng Jews were familiar with Jesus ben Sira, an ancient author who wrote the apocryphal work Ecclesiasticus, that's known in the traditional order as Sefer ben Sira, the wisdom of ben Sira in English, which is a work which was incidentally lost in Hebrew for many generations. It was only found in the 19th century. So they knew about a different Jesus, not the Jesus of Nazareth, which, anyways, these things are just hilarious, I think. But historians have to get one sometimes. At any rate, the Jesuits maintained a very strong interest in the Jews of Kaifeng, and to a large degree more than the Jews would in this unusual Jewish community. They were especially interested in learning about the sacred Torahs that the Jews of Kaifeng had. They wanted to see, in particular, if they were the same as the Torahs that were read in Western Europe. Because one of the thoughts that Ricci had was that there was more evidence for Christianity in the Hebrew Bible, but that it had been tampered with by the Jews to remove that evidence. And if you can find biblical books that predated that went all the way back to the posited arrival of the Jews, which, by the way, was argued to be as far back as about the first or second century Common Era. We'll talk about that in just a second. So if these texts had references to Jesus in it, that would be incredibly important. Of course, they didn't find such things, and when they actually got to Kaifeng and they discussed a little bit more about what they were interested in, the Jews of Kaifeng were really quite upset and refused to show them their text. And obviously, there was also a deep interest in converting Jews of Kaifeng to Christianity. In some ways, the Jesuits thought they had more of a chance with the Jews of China than with the non-monotheistic Chinese of China. And of course, that's a long story that goes way beyond the discussion we have today. But we do have an extended effort of various Christian missionaries come to China to specifically try to convert the Jews to Christianity. At any rate, what they did find was a lavish and very cherished synagogue in Kaifeng. Here is a drawing from the 18th century Jesuit, Father Rabbi, visited it. And he also not only drew the architectural layout of it, Jews were definitely very attached to this particular facility. Some of the historical records indicate that they rebuilt it many, many times, that it was originally constructed in the 12th century, perhaps on an earlier site. And he also recorded graphic images like this of Jews of Kaifeng reading the Torah on a special kind of chair they called the seat of Moses. They would put a Sephardic style art on top of it and open up the box and would read the text from inside in that manner. It's quite fascinating. They had a really quite active and vibrant community for many, many centuries. So our task for us today, however, is to try to understand where did these Jews of China come from. So here is a map that shows the various locations. Kaifeng is the most well-known and most well-documented. However, even the Kaifeng documentation refers to its relationships with other communities such as Yangzhou, where they, for example, received the gift of a sacred Torah. As you can see there, quite a few of them are all on the eastern region of China, but you have some to the west as well. And judging by the numbers, this map, by the way, comes from the Encyclopedia today, but you can see that some of them date all the way back to the 9th century, but that's like the first clear documentation of that community. They have roots that go back possibly much, much further. We have, for example, several travelers' accounts that refer to the Jews of China. Benjamin of Tudela never actually got there and referred to China specifically, but he did come very close, or at least he collected reports he came very close and could easily have been in contact with them. Marco Polo, the famous traveler, has passing references to Jews in China, and we have some fascinating Chinese tax regulations from the 14th century in which there are just scattered references to Jews. Unfortunately, don't tell us a lot about how large the Jews are or how active they were or what they were like, but there is clear reference to Jews being present there, along with Muslims, by the way, with whom we are frequently associated. And in the mind of Chinese administrators, is often very little distinction made between Jews and Muslims. They're often referred to as the same descendants. They also have some Muslim historians who refer to the presence of Jews, sometimes in the context of Chinese massacres as well. Now, most likely the Jews came to China along the Silk Road. As you can see, here's a map from show you some of the most important routes upon which silk traveled from the east to the west. It's also called the Spice Road because the spices were also very important commodity that was exported to the west from the east. The map's a little bit strange because it refers to other caravan routes, and those are many of them are through the oceans. To my knowledge, camels don't swim especially well, especially when they're laid down, but it does indicate that there was a lot of maritime trade as well. And what's important about this particular silk route is you can see that in this round strip over here, this is where the massive population of Mesopotamian Jewry lives. This is where the great Buddhist centers are located, and there's a very significant Jewish population right there along an important spot on the Silk Route. And Jews were involved in much of the trade that went from east to west. The Talmud speaks of a considerable amount of trade that would happen in this region, presumably bringing things from much further east. This received even more attention when Aurel Stein, a fascinating individual who, as you can guess by the last name, was actually born Jewish. He was an explorer and a specialist in a lot of these ancient languages, Eastern languages. His parents, ironically, baptized him and his brother, all of that was very common for German Jews at the time, although they and their daughters remained unbaptized Jewish. Anyway, Stein went far away from Germany to explore this region, was exploring in the region which is on the Silk Road, and he discovered an amazing thing. He found a huge cache of medieval documents, and scattered among these documents, which were mainly written in Asian languages, he found also an 8th century carefully folded piece of paper, which was actually a Hebrew slicha, a penitential prayer, possibly associated with the high holidays, but the traveler who carried it very lovingly folded it and kept it with him as he was traveling along the Spice Route. The document can be dated with reliability to the 8th or 9th century, indicating that here was clearly someone who was attached to Jewish prayer, was traveling along the Spice Route as early as this period, and that's most likely how most of the Jews in China was along this route. Many of them were settled in places like Kaifeng. According to Kaifeng tradition, this would have happened significantly earlier in the Han Dynasty, which ended around 200. It's impossible to know exactly when the Jews settled there, but they were certainly there for centuries before they were discovered by the West. Now let's take just a couple of minutes to learn about what was this unusual community life. So the documents that we have to tell us about the eternal life of Kaifeng Jews, those documents which were composed by Jews themselves, as opposed to accounts by travelers, which are passed on to themselves as well. We have several stelae, stone blocks, which were established in the synagogue to record important historic dates, many of them associated with the rebuilding of the temple, of their synagogue. And by the way, in modern Jewish parlance, if you go to a synagogue, you'll find the exact same things. There are plaques honoring the people who spent money and worked hard to rebuild the building or to refurbish it. So we have 4 different texts. We have the earliest dates from 1489, and on the reverse of that stone block, there's another text from 1512, and then another one in 1663, and a fourth one through 3 blocks, but a 4th text in 1679. The last one doesn't tell us a lot about the community; it's very difficult to read. But the earlier ones tell us a lot about how the community cherished the temple and rebuilt it, the people who were involved with it, and also how the community had to endure some terrible disasters like a massive flooding of the Yellow River that overwhelmed the town, and the synagogue was destroyed as we rebuilt the song, things like that. So we have this unusual text called the Memorial Book, which is dated to the 17th century. You can see a page of it over here. This memorial book lists a lot of prominent people in the town and gives some sense of their genealogy. This document is written in both Chinese characters and in Hebrew letters. If you look at the fourth list of names down, you see on the right Ben, and then Ben Yisrael Moshe. And Yisrael Moshe, the word Moshe, right in the center document, it has an interesting kind of phrase that says he's called a Jinchi, i.e., he's a PhD. He was a doctor of advancement. There's a lot of fascinating things about how the Jews of Kaifeng basically lived with 7 distinct surnames, and one particular family was with a particular surname by an emperor for their service to the empire as a whole, and that they achieved high levels of education. So a lot of fascinating things. But I think when you look at all this evidence together, in this brief video, I'd like to point out 3 distinct phenomena that I believe into the text. First of all, I was fascinated by the fidelity of the Kaifeng Jews to Jewish tradition. For example, the Jesuits note that they were called, they didn't use the term Jew, they sometimes use the term Israelite, but they were called Tiao Jin Jiao, please forgive my pronunciation, or the group that excises the sin, which is a clear reference to the observance of the laws of kashrut, because the sciatic nerve has to be removed from animals before they are consumed. There's a lot of discussion of how the Jews of Kaifeng, for example, would only eat meat that they have slaughtered themselves and not rely on other groups' slaughter and so on. Fascinating, many references to these kinds of things where they are practicing Judaism as it would be understood in the rest of the Jewish world. Secondly, however, this is especially interesting, it had some really unusual adaptations to Chinese culture. For example, one of the things that's described in the sources is how it was customary to establish a tablet that would have the emperor's name on it, and that would show the symbolic obeisance, right kowtow before bowing before things like that. Very problematic in Jewish tradition to bow before anyone, or certainly to bow before a block of stone that smacks of idolatry in Jewish tradition. Very problematic. So, how did the Jews of Kaifeng deal with this? It's very clever. You can see in Yiddish is called, right, Jewish head. They wrote the verse Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. On the top of the this particular brick, on top of the emperor element, and then with whatever bowing they were doing, it was like they were bowing to God because it had this verse on the top of it. I love this stuff. Also, very problematic for the Jesuits family was the problem of ancestor veneration. Matteo Ricci, he reported to the Pope in Rome that one of the issues is that the Chinese have a very, very strong ritual of honoring their ancestors, and there was a major debate in the church. The Pope actually went back and forth on this as to whether or not this could be tolerated. For many of the more doctrinaire Catholics, this also smacked of idolatry to worship dead ancestors. Whereas Ricci and others were arguing, no, it's just a culture, they're just respecting them, and so on. So for the Jews, it was no problem, because of course this is really baked into Jewish thought, not necessarily worshiping the ancestors, but appealing to God on the merit of the ancestors. Hebrews 2,000. That's a very, very traditional thing. We look at Jewish prayers, and there's constant references, so to speak, reminding God that Jews are the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Look at what they did, remember their actions, and so on, and sort of like kindness for their descendants. So the idea of ancestor veneration was not really problematic to Chinese Jews at all. But fascinating to see how Chinese culture, Confucian culture in particular, and their Jewish culture was able to find points of contact and synthesis. But at the same time, we have to recall that there is significant degrees of assimilation that would be unacceptable certainly in North Africa or in European Jewish communities. For example, there are many examples of degrees of assimilation. The Jews, especially as they were suffering more and more from a lack of leadership and a lack of contact with the outside world, specifically the rest of the Jewish diaspora, they were having problems finding people who read and write the Torah and interpret it and so on. So they tended to gravitate to neighbors that they had for many centuries, the Muslims. So it's a significant Muslim minority in China. In fact, there are photographs from the 19th and 20th century of Jews of Kaifeng and elsewhere worshiping in Muslim mosques because, after all, they were sort of theologically much closer to Islam than they were to Confucianism. Islam is, of course, intensely monotheistic, worshiping the same God. So the Jews would frequent Muslim mosques, their neighbors. In fact, they were almost indistinguishable dressed, but the Muslims would wear white caps and Jewish males would wear blue caps. So one of the names for Jews was blue caps because that distinguished them from the Muslims. For Confucian Chinese, it was often like, who are these people? Oh yeah, right, you've got two flavors. You've got the white flavor and the blue flavor. Also noted in the genealogical tables that they record there that of those 7 clans, some of them intermarried with Chinese, and it's actually recorded in the genealogical tables. It's unclear to us what sort of conversion process in any would happen. We do note that males, Jewish males, were far more likely to marry Chinese women, and then Jewish women were to marry Chinese males. And in those genealogical tables, there was a clear distinction between those women who were born Jewish, they were called Bat Israel, right, daughter of Israel, and those women who were born to non-Jews were called Bat Adam, daughter of Adam. They were married, however, and their origins were recorded, and so on. So there's definitely some degrees of assimilation, and it varies. Certain families were far less likely than others to do so, which I guess is broadly similar to American Jewry as well. The last thing that it's a sad point in many ways, but the Jewry, of course, fell into significant decline in early modern and into the 19th and 20th centuries. And one of the saddest things was that they've lost the ability to clearly copy their Torah scrolls, and ultimately they ended up selling their Torah scrolls to Christian missionaries, who then brought many of them back to Western Europe. And in fact, even one Torah scroll is in Toronto. This is an example of a kind of scroll which is held by the British Library. People who have analyzed their Torah scrolls and the scroll of Esther that comes from indicates that they were losing their ability to actually copy the Torah scroll effectively. It's clear from the inclusion of some of the letters that sound very similar, like Chet, Kaf, or Aleph, and Ayin, that they used the method where one person would read the Torah scroll and the scribe would actually transcribe it based on what he was hearing. Hence, there would be errors between those two letters. By the way, Michael Reach did not find any evidence that he was so hoping to find of Christian prefigurements in the Torah that were not in the next man. The Torahs are identical to Western Torahs, except for these obvious typographical errors. The letter Vav overused, that's the word, and these confusions in Aleph 9 and things like that. So with the loss of these Torah schools, the communities fell into a very steep decline, although there are still remnants of communities in the 21st century. I think by way of conclusion, it seems to me that we see in the Kaifeng Jewry just how important it is for the scattering of Jews to remain connected to one another. Even more importantly, show that they remain connected to the core texts of the Bible and commentaries. Without these two things, it's very difficult for it to last. Although the Chinese Jewish general demonstrated remarkable resilience over many centuries, and hopefully they won't have no resistance. The last thing I gotta say, for those of you who have been following my lectures, I want you to appreciate how hard it has been for me to get through this entire lecture without once mentioning the Jewish predilection for ancient reasons. But you know, I really restrain myself. Okay, thank you very much for watching. I hope you found that video useful. If you're interested in joining us in this amazing community, and yeah, please have a look at the website, rabbi.com. Okay, anytime, I look forward to sharing this video with you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go straight to the topic today. I want to spend time focusing on the turn of the 20th century, really a consequential period for Jewish history. One particular scholar has called the 20th century the Jewish century because this is a period of time that had massive impact on history as a whole, surrounding the role of Jews in this time. Note how viable that thesis is. Just have a look at any news source today and how much space Israel takes up. Nothing has ever been so in my lifetime. I was born in the second half of the 20th century, and Jews are really central to this century. But let's start first of all by going to the life of Israel. So we're going to move back to Western Europe, where we spent some time before we look at Eastern Europe. Development of Jewish political parties, and I showed you this cool clock and how it changed to 10-hour clock during the Revolutionary period. It just gives you some sense of how crazy it was during the Revolutionary period. So many fundamental changes were questioned and debated and changed dramatically as a result of that revolution. One of the things that we didn't have a chance to talk about too much, but I really want to touch on it very briefly, is the development in the 1840s of the first modern world Jewish organization. It is the Alliance Israélite Universelle, Universal Israelite Alliance. The term Israelite was often used as a substitute for Jewish or Mosaic, because we're trying. It's not really true in the English language, but in a lot of languages, believe it or not, the term Jew is derogatory. In English, Jew can be derogatory depending on how one says it, whether one's pointing or spitting at the same time, but basically it's a neutral word. But in a lot of languages, Jew is derogatory term. In Russian, for example, Mr. Vasilevsky can help us out with this. The term Yavrei or Hebrew is the polite term. Jid or Jew is an insult. And how that be many other ways. And also in French and in German, there was a question about it. What's the polite way to refer to Jews? So Israel is this organization started largely as a result of a blood libel trial that happened in Damascus in 1840. It was born largely in Bordeaux. That's why it's really, connected, especially with Europe. But they sent over there a lot of important people, including a very famous British Jew named Moses Montefiore. He went over there and actually was able to mediate the situation and free the Jews that had been kidnapped and tortured on the basis of this crazy idea that they had kidnapped a Christian child and murdered him for his blood. No body was ever found, all these crazy things. This is 1840, right? This is really pretty modern. So after that remarkable success, the alliance really took off, and they tried to do a few other things. They tried to execute the pogroms in Russia. They weren't so successful, but the whole idea of it was really very successful, and many other organizations followed suit afterwards. Shown on the screen here are two other figures who are very important in setting this up. Not necessarily religious individuals, it's not an Orthodox enterprise, but this was a pan-Jewish enterprise, meaning involving Jews regardless of their religious orientation, but looking more towards their national orientation. This is the contemporary website of the Alliance. Not nearly as powerful as it used to be 100 years ago, but still very significant, especially in places of French influence, like North Africa, that was colonized by the French for a long time. They set up a lot of schools in particular, and certain parts of the world, the Alliance is like the way in which people interact with Jews, just like today. Chabad is so, for many people around the world, Chabad is the way you see Judaism. So for many people, the Alliance in North Africa, in Greece, Baghdad, places like that. Mr. Grant, do do that pump test every time I say Chabad? I'll squeeze it in if I see that you're not.
Yes, I usually will. I'm representing.
Okay, very good. Now, but that has to be balanced against what else is going on in France. And it happens with really nasty anti-Semitism. Now, we've used this term anti-Semitism before, but up until the 1880s, it was anachronistic, meaning the term was not invented until the 1980s. So we talked to many lectures ago about Philip Marr, German thinker of this era. In France, an especially nasty hater of Jews was this man who made a living essentially raking in the yellow press, meaning in kind of like the cheap newspapers of the era, against Jews. And he had a phenomenal career claiming that the only thing wrong with France was that there were too many Jews in France, that they were, eroding the interior of French culture, and that we really have to change the immigration policies and get rid of the Jews who were already in there and so on. He published this magazine, La Libre Parole, which means sort of like the free vote, meaning have your say. And it had these almost propagandistic caricatures of Jews, like this highly typical image. It shows a sort of Jewish beggar, which for French Jews, for French people, would evoke a lot of these migrants coming from Poland into France. And as you can see, he's got like these sort of claw-like simian hands and feet. They're all holding on to money, and there's this evocation of the global Jewish conspiracy by having him grab onto the entire world. And it's kind of saying this message that France and the rest of the world are in peril. That's actually one of the titles of, I think it was his book, but one that he promoted last. Peril Juif, the Jewish peril, the Jewish fear, the fear of Jews. And this gained a tremendous amount of support in the 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s. And the key clause was, here's this one, I like this one too. See, it says, popular illustrated edition, Jewish France. La France means Jewish France. And the idea is that, oh my gosh, France is going to be taken over by all Jews. And you see, you've got this image of a crusader, which is kind of like the metaphor for a lot of these, neo-Christian anti-Semites, meaning you have to like mount a massive, very violent crusade against these interlopers. On his shield is the word Sakra, that this will be, this is going to happen to you guys. And then on his feet is like this old bearded dude lying on the Ten Commandments there, because he's been knocked down successfully by the Crusader, and his bag of money has fallen off and things like that. And you can see this is written by Edouard de Beaumont, nasty anti-Semite of the era, incredibly popular and influential anti-Semite. You should also note that at this time, in the 70s and 80s, the word anti-Semite was still neutral. You could say you're anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-Semite, just like a person could say, Democrat or I'm a Republican or whatever. It was like a term used within public and polite discourse. So they actually ran parties, political parties that were openly, explicitly anti-Semitic. They called themselves, there was an anti-Semitic party. Well, for us, we hate Jews. I mean, it's hard to imagine this, but it actually happened like this. Um, and the cause célèbre, the great, thing that everybody was talking about was this horrible incident that happened to this Captain Alfred Dreyfus, who was a captain in the French army. And now let us remember that France, up until this point, was the poster child for emancipation. Right? You'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about how France they published the rights of man and citizen, and then after a little bit of hesitation, they said yes, and even Jews are included in the rights of man and citizen. And Napoleon, questioned it. He called this great Sanhedrin, and then he confirmed it. Said yes, Jews are Frenchmen like everybody else. So this is 100 years after that, and everybody thought that France was like, so forward-looking, so liberal to Jews, so kind, and so advanced. And yet to have this Dreyfus affair happen was a crushing defeat. What exactly happened? So Dreyfus was a rather nondescript Jewish captain in the French army. No special distinguishing career moves or anything like that. But he was framed for an espionage pact that was occurring between some French military and the native Germans. Right? France and Germany had this long-running feud that occasionally erupts into wars. They had a war in 1870. They would fight again in World War I in 1914. So this is in that period. There's still a lot of tension going on with the French and Germany. This fact that a spy was active in the French military came out into the press, and they had to find someone to blame. And so a conspiracy developed. Let's blame the Jews. Let's blame Dreyfus. Dreyfus was not a religious Jew. He was not out as a Jew. He was rather assimilated in every way. But the notion that it was a Jewish member of the armed forces who was betraying France just had struck a nerve among so many Frenchmen that it was like overwhelming for people. This is one of the illustrations in the press at the time that shows Dreyfus there standing at attention, and he's had his military insignia stripped from him, his epaulets are taken off, and his commanding officer is, as a sign of disgust, breaking Dreyfus' sword over his knee. It's a incredible demonstration of complete disenfranchisement of this one French soldier, but it went into a whole culture. The guys like Ezra Clement really built on the Jews are our misfortune. The Jews are the downfall of France. We better take care of them right away. Dreyfus was shipped off to Devil's Island, where he lived in his cabin here, and in exile. But meanwhile, there were so many questions swirling about the way the trial was handled and the nature of the evidence. There were so many questions that even though he spent, I think about 15, 20 years in total, going in and out of business during this time, ultimately there was a huge outcome. This is, by the way, also just to give you a sense of the cultural involvement. This is like Watergate. I don't know if you guys remember Watergate, probably not. But Watergate was when President Nixon was accused of organizing a break-in to a hotel called Watergate, still there to get some information on his political enemies, his lump, and it ended up, he was going to be impeached. He ended up resigning. It was like a massive crisis in the United States in the 1970s, I think. So Dreyfus was like that. The whole country was wrapped up in this idea that this one French captain had sold out the entire French state at this time. This is a board game that was made to capitalize on the excitement over l'affaire Dreyfus, the Dreyfus affair. It changed dramatically and fundamentally when this man, a poet, non-Jewish poet, a writer, and Emile Zola, who actually had written, about a dozen really powerful novels. They're actually quite powerful and remarkable. But he's much more famous for what he did with Dreyfus because he was like sort of on the left wing of the spectrum and was disgusted with all of the irregularities that took place with Dreyfus's trial. And obviously, this guy was framed for this. He did not do anything like this. He had kept with some other people. He was still in the French military and protected by the military. He finally, with some influence from a Jewish thinker named Bernard Lazare, wrote this remarkable historic article. It covers the entire front page of this newspaper, which is the Dawn. And it says, J'accuse, I accuse, and it's a letter to the President of the Republic by Emile Zola. And it is just a total, overwhelming takedown of all of the corruption that was associated with this Dreyfus trial. And he openly said, and front page news, that this is a complete sham and travesty of justice, betrayal of all the French ideals, emancipation, and so on. And ultimately, he was successful. Dreyfus was brought back for yet another trial. It was like 3 trials in total. And while he was not pardoned until 1995, 100 years later, and even then, it was, there were people who were not happy with the pardon. But he was allowed to go for his sentence was concluded, and the thing was go behind. But for his efforts in this regard, he was roundly hated. Here is a depiction from the period of how Zola was surrounded by a mob of angry Frenchmen who were really upset with him for suggesting that there was corruption in the French military. And he was absolutely correct. In fact, some of the people who were charged by Zola and others of being these secret spies, hung themselves in jail and things like that. There's a lot of really nasty things afterwards. What is especially important for us and our purposes is that there was a young journalist who was there at many of the proceedings of Dreyfus. This man, Theodore Herzl, the father of modern political feminism. And at this point, Herzl was essentially an assimilated Austrian Jew. He had very little interest in Jewish things, but he was totally blown away and shocked by the fact that all of these Frenchmen could be shouting "Mort aux Juifs," death to the Jews, over this one captain with all of the irregularities in the trial. That he said, "Wow, if this happens in France, where they're supposed to be so enlightened, and a full century has passed since Jews were given equal rights, if 100 years after they were given equal rights, the people still feel this way about Jewish minority, it's obvious to me that living in exile is no longer an option for Jews. In other words, we cannot rely on the goodwill of our non-Jewish co-citizens. We have to have a land of our own, and for Herzl that meant Israel and Zionism, and this really was the moment that kickstarted him to become the father of this political movement that would ultimately find expression in modern day history. Okay, let me pause at this point, and let's see if we have any questions or arguments or discussions.
Professor, did you say that Dreyfus's his term was commuted in 1955 or 95?
No, in 1995, long after he was dead, he was pardoned by the French Parliament posthumously. His sentence was commuted, I think it was somewhere in 1905. Like they said, okay, all right, maybe we shouldn't go through all this and let him go. But they didn't formally apologize. They didn't declare him guilty. They just said, okay, that's enough. I'm sorry. It was a huge insult. Anyone else? I don't see to. What if I say it's a lie? Maybe they'll say something. So I think they lost that. So hard teaching that, so I haven't done this in a while. Okay, let's go on then. If there are no other questions during this, there he is. Okay. Okay, we're going back to the lecture. So let's go now back to Eastern Europe and focus a little bit on what's going on in Russia, because Russia still has the largest concentration of Jews in the world at this point. Also, remember on Wednesday, I'll show you a demographic map to show you just how many Jews were in Eastern Europe at this time. And Eastern Europe is primarily Russia, although there's still a lot of Jews in Austria-Hungary in particular. This is a map that we're going to look at again in probably on Wednesday, maybe next Monday. On the left, you see the way the world looked before World War I, and on the right, you see the way Europe looks after World War I was over. And it's a huge change in Central Europe. Before World War I, East Central Europe was divided into three big empires: the German, the Austro-Hungarian, it's a dual empire that joined in the 1960s, and the Russian empire. And then after World War I, Germany was, shorn of a lot of its territories. Austria-Hungary were reduced to a tiny little rump states where fully 2/3 of their former population were now living outside of the country. Right? You have these new countries like Czechoslovakia, Poland, which had been a country before, was reborn again after World War I. You have the Baltic states were created, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, it's a totally different map. And as you can imagine, there were a few winners there, like who were a proponent of Czechoslovak nationalism. You would consider yourself a winner, but there are a lot of people who consider themselves losers, and they were really unhappy about it, and they wanted to revise the peace treaty. They wanted to revise this map. So that's going to be really important for us when we get to World War II in particular. And I want to focus today on getting to that point, give you a sense of this is the cusp of the short 20th century. It goes from World War I to the collapse of communism. Totally different world in so many ways. Really important. So let's start with what happens in Russia. Russia at this time, in the early 20th century, was literally behind the rest of the world. I mean, their calendar was actually 13 days behind the rest of the world. And in the Middle Ages, I don't know if I can post this video, I guess I should, but listening to the topic of COVID is not so nice. In the Middle Ages, Western Europe abandoned the old Julian calendar for the Gregorian calendar, which is the one that we use in the West today. This is March 31st on the Gregorian calendar. But the Eastern world, the Orthodox world, the Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, and so on, did not make that switch. And so Russia was one of the last places to actually do it. Every century, they lost another day. So that's why they were literally 13 days behind the West. If you look at Russian sources, therefore, they will refer to the February Revolution, whereas if you look to the German, French, English, American sources, they'll talk about the March Revolution, because in our calendar in the West, it was March. But that's just one sort of symbolic fact of why Russia is still so far behind the rest of the world, both in terms of industrialization, in terms of its governmental structure, in terms of its treatment of Jews for sure. They were still living in a pre-modern era. So they go into World War I in 1914, and they're like hopelessly under-equipped for a battle with a modern state like Germany. They have really poor outfitting. They have unmotivated soldiers. They literally have so few bullets that they tell their soldiers, use your bayonets first, right? You got on one side, you got Germans, who are at this point, by the way, using actual tanks. Tanks were developed. They have, Air Force. They're not using it as effectively as the later armies would, but they do have an Air Force. And the Russians are coming in there with horses and wagons and telling their soldiers, get close enough to the Germans so you don't have to waste bullets, just use your bayonets. And they're like mowed down. Russia lost very heavily at the beginning of World War I. Later, they would catch up, largely as a result of their greatest soldier, I'm sure you've heard of him. He's called General Winter, because the Russians have a really brutal winter, and Western European forces often have difficulty adapting to fighting under those conditions. But they went to the war, and 3 years into the war, they were suffering terribly. They lost a lot of territory, their economy is in tatters, and in Leningrad, which was at the time called Petrograd, or Peter's City, and that was the renaming. Let's start that over again. There was a city in the north called St. Petersburg, which was named after St. Peter, but the word "burg," the name of the city, is Germanic. So during World War I, they decided we don't want to have our capital city named with a German name, so they changed it to Petrograd. Grad is Russian for city. And then after the war was over, the communists took over, they named it again Leningrad. Now, if you went to Russia and you wanted to visit the city, you would have to go to St. Petersburg again. It got its original name. But in St. Petersburg, there is a massive protest over food supplies, where on International Women's Day in March of 1917, there's a whole bunch of women protesting the lack of bread in bakeries. And one woman got unusually worked up. She picked up bread, threw it through the window of a bakery. That started a small food riot that eventually expanded over the entire city. And by the end of a few days, the entire government had fallen. The Russians had invaded the Tsar's mansion. They took him over. They arrested him. Later, he would be executed, ironically, by a Jewish assassin. But that was the end of the Russian Empire. It fell with remarkably little pressure, largely because, maybe like you've seen in your own times with Assad, Syria, there was very little holding it up. And once enough people simply decided they were going to rise up against it, it collapsed up itself. They appointed a new government called a provisional government. And the idea of the provisional government, which was led by this guy, Alexander Kerensky, not a Jewish guy, was to kind of organize, okay, what kind of government are we going to establish in Russia? And they weren't moving from any kind of bourgeois democracy. They had a very weak parliament called the Duma that was essentially an extension of the Tsar himself. It's like they didn't have any kind of a democratic tradition to speak of, and so they had to figure out what kind of government are we going to set. Also, don't forget, Russia was not a unified country by any means. There were 50 major nationalities living in the massive Russian Empire that covered, by the way, 1/6 of the world's surface of the earth. Tremendous amount of territory. You've got Orthodox Christians, Catholic Christians, you have Muslims, you have Buddhists, you have Jews, all over the place. And so when they're trying to figure out what we're going to do for all these people that are no longer subject to the Tsar, they took too long to make the decisions. And what ended up happening is the communists were able to mount a sufficient force, and they took over the government forcibly in October of 1917. But before we get to that, it's important to note that Kerensky, although he himself was not Jewish, he was definitely very cognizant of Jewish concerns. And the very first thing he did when he came to power was he abolished the Pale of Settlement, which is shown here in this map. This was something that Jews hated by this point, although in the 18th century, when it was first set up by Catherine, it was actually not such a bad thing. There's lots of room for Jews. They actually had elevated rights as codified by Catherine the Great. But by the time we get to the 20th century, it was like essentially a massive ghetto. And there were all kinds of arbitrary anti-Semitic regulations that Jews were not allowed to be so close to the border because they were suspected of smuggling and Jews were not allowed to engage in this kind of business over here because they compete with non-Jewish businesses and all kinds of things like that. So it was definitely something hated, and Kerensky got rid of it, as he refers to action. This is a map that shows you a little bit of the population concentration of Jews, and you can see that, the pale on massive numbers of Jews. Also worthy of note, by the way, that what we call Poland today was part of Russia at the time and part of the place of settlement. The October Revolution was led by this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. He was a social democrat, which is a technical term for the extreme left-wing parties, and would later make up the Bolshevik Party, later known as the Communist Party, but also a few other groups like the Menshevik Party, and technically groups like the Bund, who were also part of this communist ideology. And his approach was that we have to accelerate Marxism in Russia, as we discussed last week. Russia was not, a proper model for Marxist philosophy because it never went from essentially a pre-modern feudal economy to a bourgeois democracy to communism. It threatened to jump straight from the pre-modern feudal era to the communist era. And he said, essentially, we can do it. We can rush around and get this done. Very charismatic speaker. Managed to get together these local groups called Soviets, which means councils in English, of workers, especially urban workers in factories, but also farm workers and so on, to overthrow the bourgeois model set by the provisional government and bring in this new communist government. Shortly after successfully taking over the region in October, this is a picture that says, Comrade Lenin is going to clean up the land from, Mr. Vasilevsky, if you're Russian veteran, must be right. You know where nechiste is. Nechiste means clean. He's going to make this land clean. So that's probably what it means. Anyways, Lenin was going to clean up this whole world, but in 1922 he has this stroke, and for 2 years he's bedridden, and his main deputies include a guy named Bukharin, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, Trotsky, who we've seen before, and of course Joseph Stalin. And the three of them engage in a three-way struggle for power that by the time we get to the end of the 20s, Stalin is firmly in power, and Bukharin and Trotsky are assassinated.
No.
There is a strong anti-Semitic environment around communism, which at this time, partially because of the strong Jewish element in the early communist movement. Let me speak to that in a little bit greater detail. But the anti-communist Russia, so there are many, the most important is a group called the Whites. They're openly taking advantage of whatever anti-Semitic charges they can to further align this new communist movement. This here is a piece of white Russian propaganda that says, on the death of the International, that's referring to an international communist organization. This is supposed to be some kind of Aztec ceremony, where on the right you see the statue of Karl Marx with the Soviet star. It says International on it, and then there are these various Aztec people who are sacrificing a victim to the Marx. You can see Lenin there in the center with his red cloak. Red is Soviet color, and you can see right next to him on his left is none other than Trotsky himself. If you have any difficulty with it, all the names are on the top there, and several of them are Jewish. Here's the thing about Jews and communism. There's no question that communism had a special fascination for Jews at the turn of the 20th century. But we got to bear in mind that the vast majority of Jews were not communists. However, if you looked at communists and you wanted to see how many Jews were in there, Jews were definitely disproportionate, especially in the leadership ranks of communists. That's a scary kind of thing. At some point, you might have, 1/3 of the leadership of the communist organization of Jewish extraction. There's actually a kind of a dark joke about it in Yiddish. They had this organization called the Sierra-Sisky Centralny Comité, which means the All-Russian Central Committee, the Communist Party, and they would make a Yiddish acronym out of it. Sick would stand for he would send people commandeer, where 10 Jews are in charge, or 10 Jews can act. And, it was not hard to look at it. Like, look at this particular list here. Zinoviev and Trotsky, and I believe Kamenev, that's 3 out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 are Jewish. And that's scary. That's quite a number. Now, again, re-emphasizing the vast majority of Jews were not communists, and communism was very anti-religious, anti-Jewish, but there were still people who were attracted to it. Part of that is related definitely to things that are neutral, like urbanization. Jews were also highly urbanized, and highly urbanized people were far more likely to support communism. But there was definitely a surge of interest for this brand new political philosophy that promised to put a final end to national hatreds. And many Jews were attracted to this idea, thinking that maybe this is the movement that will finally put an end to anti-Semitism and racism. And people got enthusiastic about it, especially younger people who were not necessarily so well entrenched in Jewish tradition. By the way, to look at this a little bit more closely, this is also a little bit of Christian propaganda. This is a Jewish guy here, clearly sewn with the caricature and face, but he has the number 30 on his bag, which is an allusion to the 30 pieces of silver that Judas received for betraying Jesus. So the idea here is that Jews are also betrayers. However, the biggest push for Jews into the Communist Party were the pogroms that occurred in the context of the Civil War. Before we get to that, I just want to pause for a second, and then we'll talk about the rapprochement. So, questions, arguments, discussions? Totally clear as the sun at I can't believe it. This is like such a complicated period of history. You guys sure you're all good with this? Hello. That was Steve. Mr. Tuna.
I did. When you're saying that the Jews were such a large part of the communist government, you're not saying that they necessarily were evil people like Stalin or Lenin. They were just taken by this ideal that sounded wonderful and beautiful for the world, right?
Well, actually, I didn't say whether they were evil or not, but I think there was
It sounded like you were surprised that they were such a large part of the terrible government. Am I wrong?
Well, it is a surprising phenomenon because it's a government that had such a negative impact. And I say that's mildly. I mean, it is a murderous, genocidal movement. It wasn't necessarily like that at the beginning. You couldn't tell for sure, but by the time you get to the 1930s, oh my gosh, I mean, you can compare Stalin's communism in the 1930s in many ways to Hitler's Nazis. You know this. The totalitarianism, the forced arrest, the torture, the murders, it's absolutely incredible. So to think of Jews.
The Jews were participating then?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Guys like Lazar Kaganovich, he's a Kohen, and he was one of the main architects of the terror family in the 1930s. He's in charge of Ukraine at that time. It's a really, really nasty character. It is a sad reality that Jewish history also has villains in it.
Professor, I heard that in 37 and 36, was turned against the Soviets to like German grade.
Yes.
And so Jews who were Soviets, most of them had the ones left.
So that is very true. What I'd like to do, I'm gonna walk you through this in the next bubble after what I'm going to talk about, the 2 bubbles. but I'll give you the short answer right now. Basically, at the beginning of the war, you have what are called old Bolsheviks, meaning those are people who actually became communists before before the revolution. Right? They're old Bolsheviks, and Jews are disproportionately represented there, primarily in the leadership, but not in the rank and file. But those are like the true believers. Those are like the Trotskyists. You really are like, oh, they're from the beginning, very anti-Jewish, things like that. Then what's going to happen, and I'll come back to explain this in a little more detail, you have a rush of regular Jews who are uneducated about communism and so on, but they suddenly vote with their feet to join the Red Army, largely because the Red Army is the most reliable force defending Jews against pogroms in the Civil War era. And that's when you have the biggest number of Jews in the Communist Party. And then beginning with the 1920s, or 1924, at the end of that period, that's when you have a successive series of purges, where the Communist Party says, wait, we grew too fast, we have too many people in here who really don't believe what we believe, and they cull Jews down to a much more proportionate number, and in fact, they now become less proportionate during the worst period. So in other words, when communism was its worst, there were the fewest Jews, but it would be a mistake to say there were no Jews in communism. That's not at all true. And there were some really nasty Jews in it. So it was complicated. This is the kind of stuff that I just know when I put this on YouTube. I'll get lots of crazy people writing about it. But let's explore the history a little bit more, okay? So back to where we are. Here we are in the Red Cross. So this I'm sharing largely because it's my own research. This is my dissertation. That there was a really weird thing that happened in Ukraine at this time. The Russian Empire, you recall, it falls apart in February, and then in October the communists took over. But a lot of parts of the Russian Empire said, "Wait a second, we don't want to be communists. We want to do things our own way." Definitely, Ukraine was the largest major chunk of the former Russian Empire that says, no, we don't want to do this Russian thing. And they realized that if they were to form any kind of a defense against this communist government, they would have to take advantage of all resources. And they reached out. It was a really unusual moment. These are the Ukrainians who spoke about them at Litsky and stuff like that. But the Ukrainian intelligentsia, places like Kyiv, reached out to the Jewish intelligentsia and said, hey, we team up, and we need your literacy, we need your urbanization, we need a lot of things that you can do, support from Jewish communities around the world, maybe. Let's create our own country that's separate from the Russian Empire. And for years, they had this really bizarre experiment where they took Dubnow's theories that we talked about last week, and they said, okay, let's do it, and don't be away. They placed a minister of Jewish affairs in their government. They dedicated tax dollars, at least in theory, to Jewish causes. They made Yiddish an official language of Ukraine, which was totally bizarre. By the way, my book is, believe it or not, in Ukraine now, somewhat famous. They translated my book there. But it was a crazy experiment that essentially collapsed within 3 years. This is a document I found in the archives where they're trying so hard to live up to their promises of making Yiddish a formal language. This is an official government document, and as you can see by looking at it closely, it's written in 2 languages. On the left, with a typewriter, it's written in Ukrainian, and on the right, because they didn't have a Yiddish typewriter, they wrote it in Yiddish. And if you look a little more closely, you'll see that even in the Ukrainian, certain letters are handwritten, specifically an I with a hidden out the top. The reason for that is that they didn't even have a Ukrainian typewriter. They only had Russian typewriters, and in order to adapt the Russian to Ukrainian, they had to specifically add those letters in, which was hilarious. But that also shows how weak the government was. And in fact, towards the end of this 3-year period, the government was essentially operating out of a train car. They were running between three cities in western Ukraine trying to avoid Red Army troops. But that was the extent of the government. So although it was a very noble kind of idea that involved the Jews, this, really kind of multicultural government, ministry of affairs, et cetera, it was largely a figment of the imagination of the upper political classes, and it did not, seep into the broader population. This is especially true because right after there's actually, we should say, pogroms of 1919, sorry, because when the communists took over, the entire region just blew up in a horrific civil war, where you had multiple players all arguing over whose territory the Russian Empire, especially European Russia, was going to be. You had the communists, led very effectively by Trotsky and the Red Army. You had the white Russians, who wanted to support either the Tsar, who was kicked out in February, or the provisional government that was kicked out in October, but they didn't want the communists. You had Ukrainian, the National Army, it was called the Directory at the time. You had the Polish Army. You had Poland is also resuscitating itself at this time. You had the anarchist movement under a guy named Macron, very active in Ukraine in particular. And then you had dozens and dozens of temporary, ephemeral gangs of pogromists who then on Tuesday with the Ukrainians, and on Thursday with the communists, and the people who suffered the most were the Jews. Incredible pogroms, way beyond anything that they experienced in 1881 or earlier. If you recall, we discussed last week that there's this remarkable acceleration of violence that occurs in Eastern Europe after 1881. The scale is phenomenal. If in the 3 years of pogroms between 81 and 84, you have maybe 50 people killed, a really small number compared to later violence. In the great pogroms of Kishinev and Odessa, 1903, 1905, and so on, you'll have maybe 200, 300 Jews killed per pogrom. Still pretty awful in one single pogrom. But by the time you get to the post-World War I era, and especially the bloody year of 1919, conservative estimates put it about 60,000. While the liberal estimates go up to 250,000, which is probably way too big. But 100,000 is certainly within the realm of possibility. Talking about a really, really violent period where places to be attacked over and over and over again. Huge international outcry is doing nothing. By the end of it, in 1920, the communists finally controlled the territory. And here's the point I want to mention. I see your hand, Mr. Truman. I'll get to it in a second. Why Jews suddenly become pro-communist at this time is because of all of those multiple forces that are struggling for territory in Ukraine. The Red Army has by far the least incidents of violence against Jews. Trotsky at its head steps up right at the beginning of the war and says, whatever you do not harm the local population, not only Jews, also to a certain degree worse off were the Mennonites, which is a German Protestant sect living in eastern Ukraine that are avowed pacifists, meaning they refuse to fight back against the attackers. And so you have, people like led by Andrei Trigodians literally moving into the homes of these people and raping their wives and then having them cook breakfast the next morning, and the men simply doing nothing because it would be a betrayal of their religious principles to fight back. And those Mennonites who did fight back and broke their religious principles, they were later shunned by the rest of the Mennonites. They had an absolutely horrific kind of experience during this war. So Trotsky was able to shut down violence against, against civilian populations. Not completely. There was about 3 or 4% of the pogroms were assassinated with the Russians, but the vast majority of people knew that if the white Russians came into the town, or the Ukrainian directory came in, or one of these hoodlum gangs, you're going to have violence. So many Jews immediately say, well, we've got to join the Red Army. You have this rush of Jews to the Red Army, so much so that they have stories of like guys literally running out of base measures, pay us flying, not speaking a word of Russian, and running to try and find out how to operate a musket or whatever, rifle at the time. They actually have to establish Yiddish language training facilities for these Jews who wanted so badly to revenge. That's when you have the big surge in favor of the communists, because the communists look like they're actually going to live up to their promise to protect the Jews and minorities in their lands. Later, of course, they would be betrayed by the communists big time, but that wouldn't really start to happen until the end of the 1920s. Okay, Mr. Something we got your hand.
Yeah, thank you. Why this was what exactly were they targeting? They were fighting each other. I understand violence between each other, but why the Jews? Was that thing?
That's a good question. That's kind of a meta question. Your question was asked to me by Professor John Paul Hipka, very important scholar at the University of Edmonton, who read my dissertation and said, "Oh, well, Abraham, why the Jews?" Hang on 1 second, please. I'm just going to go on to mute for 1 second. Sorry, folks, I'm teaching this from home, and I have other people here. Oh, okay. My Rabbi just brought me the Paxlovid, so I'm going to be like super healthy. All right, where are we? Okay, Mr. Simple's question also help with this question. Why the Jews? So during this period of time, which actually receives a specific name for it, called the Ukrainian Revolution, or in French, the Jacquerie, which is based on an earlier model of medieval period. It seems like the basic motive to attack the Jews is right at the heart of human evil to begin with. People attack the Jews because they were vulnerable. People attacked the Jews because they wanted whatever they could steal. They wanted to rape women. They wanted to engage in the dark pleasures of wreaking havoc, of setting fire to things. It was just like it was the worst of society. This is why I recall the title of my book here. Let's just go back for a minute. Choose this title carefully. This one here. Why did I call it fair for the government? Recognize that phrase? Someone else? Yeah, you guys should know this.
We say it by dominate now.
Yeah, good. Well, it's here, Piano.
Having this problem
Thank you, Mr. Loiki. Very well done. Why do we have to pray for the government? For the peace of the government? Yeah, and in a very punching phrase, that if it weren't for the fear of the government, people would swallow each other alive. So my book is really focused on this fear of people swallowing each other alive because there's no government whatsoever, right? The government falls in February 1917. It's not restored for 3 years. So if you have no government for 3 years, that's the worst possible thing to do. So that's basically the problem. No,
Even though even though they were in a civil war, they were busy. They were trying to establish themselves of the region. But still, they were more interested in looting and violence.
Yeah. Well, this goes into more detail that I planned for this lecture. In my book, if you're curious, but two things. We should note that 40% of the recorded pogroms were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government that was also at the same time having a minister of Jewish affairs and stuff like that, which is like a huge irony. So obviously that points to the fact that the Ukrainian government was not able to communicate its ideals to its own population. And that, they might be saying one thing in their government missives to the rest of the world, but they're obviously not communicating to the rank and file of the people who founded them. Also, we have to understand this is kind of like the dark, unwashed masses. These are the regular people who don't know anything because they don't write anything down. They don't leave records of their opinions, why they do these things. But we do know that in January of 1919, at their height, they have about 100,000 volunteers in their army. And by the time you get to March, they're down to 16,000. In other words, they have this huge support from the peasantry. Say, oh, that's it, let's fight for Ukraine, Slav, we'll fight, we'll make it their own country, stuff like that. But as soon as they have to fight against the Red Army, hey, well, that's no good. The fighting against Jews and that's an entirely different proposition that we can do. So we're looking at this is a period that really exposed the worst dregs of the human psyche and motivation. And it's scarred people through. We would know a lot more about it if it were not for the fact that the Holocaust so overwhelmingly overshadowed this period of history. Okay, shall we go on a little bit? Any other questions, arguments? Okay.
Professor, when you had that book that you wrote, Prepare for the Government, I found that very interesting because every year by Yom Kippur, my father uses this monster like 19, who knows what. And it has brachos in there that are like a prayer for the government. It's got a bracha for the czar or for like whoever was in charge of Lithuania, if you have a title. It has like their names and stuff. It's like 100 people's names.
That is cool. I actually have one of those myself. It is cool thing. And it's a real deal. We do have to pray for the wealth of the government. In America too, we definitely have to, because we shouldn't think that America is out there so that we would be exposed to this country. So, anyways, okay, so legacy. One last detail that's really quite fascinating with regards to a bit more focus, but still a fascinating story. This is a picture of Simon Petrura, interesting individual who was, like many of these figures, before the war, he was not a military person, he was actually a poet and a journalist, a playwright. A lot of the really significant right-wing figures of the 20th century did not come from military background, but came from the humanities. Ooh, scary. Like Mussolini, Hitler, the artist, they were not, generalists when they came to power. But Yura came to power in late 1918 in Ukraine, and I mentioned it was under his watch that the worst period of pogroms occurred. And he survived the Civil War. He fled to France, where he lived in exile in Paris, kind of like as the symbolic head of the Ukrainian government that never came to be because the communists took over. And one day he was walking on the Rue Racine, and a Jewish guy named Shalom Schwarzbard walks up to him and says to him, Mr. Petrura, are you Mr. Petrura? And he says, yes. And then Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead in the street. He is arrested, doesn't try to run away. He's arrested, and he is put on trial for murdering a man in cold blood, which is precisely what he did. Here's a picture from his trial. You can see Schwarzbard standing up at the left there. However, he had a brilliant defense attorney who managed to turn the trial on its head by saying in 1926, and by the way, this was all covered in the New York Times, it was like the whole world was watching this particular trial. They said that the reason why Schwarzbard murdered Petrura was it was a revenge killing for his own family members who were killed in the pogroms in 1919. And that he tracked Schwarzbard down like a Nazi hunter and shot him dead in the street because Petrura deserved it for his rule in the pogroms of Ukraine. in an electrifying decision, undoubtedly thinking of the debacle we began our discussion with today, right? A French jury convicted, or no, they acquitted Rothschild of the crime of murder, even though there was no question about the facts of the case, and they required him to pay an insulting £1 in damages that Führer's widow. And this was like an earth-shattering decision because the French jury essentially said that Führer himself and the Ukrainian movement that he headed were guilty of organizing and directing these pogroms in a kind of an architectural fashion. And Schwarzbard was exacting an appropriate revenge. And you can see why, 30 years earlier, a French jury had convicted Dreyfus of a crime he did not commit. Now they acquitted a Jew of a crime that he did commit. And of course, it was like a huge mess for Ukrainians and a huge victory for Jews. And there's a lot of scholarship that went on after the fact as well. Many people felt, especially at the Ukrainian side, that he was actually a Soviet plant, that it was part of the Soviet desire to undermine the Ukrainian bid for statehood. I've seen evidence on that personally. It's not the case, but nevertheless, there are some things to discuss there. But that's kind of a footnote to the end of this story, and certainly contributed to the challenges of Ukrainians and Jews fighting about rapprochement after the Schwarzbard trial. Okay, so that basically takes us through the period that I really wanted to cover for today. We could begin the next part, which is really going back to what's happening in the Soviet Union. But I think what I'd rather do is just see if you have any further questions or observations or objections, disputes, supports. Perfectly clear as a setting, correct?
As can be crystal clear.
Okay, so let's wrap it up with the event. We'll be having with the bizarre Soviet period on Wednesday. I'm feeling a lot better now. I'm very confident I'll be at tomorrow mass. For those of you who maybe wanted to show up for my cheer this morning at 7:29 a.m., that did not happen because I was too sick, we will start tomorrow. I'll wear a mask, so don't worry about the COVID germs. But God willing to start tomorrow. Okay. It's great learning with you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, Professor. Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
1881, another watershed moment, right? Because that's when you have these massive pogroms in Russia. In terms of the scale, we're talking about well under 100 people killed. So, it was terrifying at the time, but when you look at the rest of the 20th century, it's like a blip. It's strange to see how so little violence made such a huge change, but it also gives you a sense of, unfortunately, how deeply we have been wounded by the last century. The Kristallnacht also, for the Holocaust, about 200 people, 250 people killed. So again, the numbers are still tiny compared to what we would see later on in the century, and even in our own days. But we had a massive impact because over 50 years of pogroms, Jews eventually said, this is not working, we're going to give up, there's something different. And now here are the 5 basic strategies that Jews devise. The first one that we talked about last Monday was emigration, right? The most traditional of the strategies dealing with this kind of anarchy, where the government cannot protect the Jews. So we won't go into that more detail. The second one is socialism, which is the idea that no, we're not going to simply pick up and leave and go someplace else and start this cycle all over again. We're going to change the society that we live in now. We're fundamentally going to alter society, but razing to the ground the economic principles on which this society was based. And so they adopted in particular this one philosophy called socialism. And if we had lots more time, I would probably talk at length. I got my graduate degree, my doctorate before the Soviet Union fell, and just after it was falling during my dissertation. So I had to study a ridiculous amount of socialism. Yeah, wreck, actually. It was terrible. I didn't think they figured that would be important for us to know these things. All these different theories, people, it's like all garbage. That's what it was. Yeah. A good chunk of it was made by business, we shall see. But for our purpose, thumbnail definition of socialism is the idea that rather than the landed classes and those who control the means of production achieving the highest level in society and then using their position, their purchase high atop this economic tile to dominate lower classes and keep them in servitude, socialism says, no, let's give it all back to society. Socialism, let's take the factories away from the oligarchs and let's give it to the people. The people will run everything themselves. It's like saying to someone like Elon Musk, we're going to say you've done really great. Thank you for building these rockets and for cars coming back. We're now going to take away all of your properties, and we are going to divide them amongst the wealth of all the people of America. That's called nationalizing a resource, an economic resource, using a block to the entire nation. And obviously, Elon Musk and people at that class do not feel good about it, but it's actually very popular with the masses to say, well, yeah, I can afford one share of Tesla stock, and now I got a whole factory with Tesla's in my driveway because we just took it over. Mr. Cooper, you want to say something?
That might be to start factory.
Many times, yeah, Jews have had an experience that in different contexts, like Cuba is perhaps the best example of concrete time. Yes, well, if you read Marx, which I would recommend reading lots of times, that's quite crazy, but it's a short book called The Communist Manifesto, which he wrote with Friedrich Engels, maybe 80 pages long, and he basically describes it as a historical process. And the key element of it is the rich get richer. If you have wealth, you can use wealth to make more wealth. That's the title of this book is that's capital, right? Capital, money. That's what it's all about. If you don't have money, it's impossible to make money. So therefore, it's like a self-perpetuating kind of social structure that inherently dispossesses lower classes. The idea of socialism is you create, quote, a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat means the working classes. You have them rise up and en masse take over the entire economy, distribute it equitably, at least in theory, and this will create a workers' paradise. You'll have this phenomenon called fusion in the Rothschild, the friendship of people, because everyone will love each other. You have the end of class struggle, upper and lower classes, and especially because Marx himself was a inveterate anti-Semite, spiritually born Jewish, baptized by his parents like many Jews of the 19th century. But he had a phenomenal hatred of the Jewish people and unusual creative. He hated religion in general. He called it the opiate of so many very early, and we get to so many periods later. What does that phrase mean in relation to the opiate of the mass? Opiates are drugs. Right. What kind of drugs are opiates? Highly addictive. Excellent. What else do they do? I know you guys are asking for a friend.
In all the senses.
They know that they make you stupid, right? They make you slow. If you ever see like the 19th century opium dens, and by the way, well, we have a pretty short history with opium. I'm not just talking about America and England in particular, where we were pushing this product on society because it was actually good at keeping populations docile. People who take opium, they tend to get very lethargic, and they just want to lay down and just want to do nothing. And so the opiates if you work through their system. And it's like, it's a sedative. It makes you forget your problems, but it also makes you stop doing anything. So when he says religion is an opiate to the masses, what Marx is trying to say is that religion is as addictive as an opiate, and it makes you stupid. It makes you lethargic, makes you check it out, and not try to change the system. And what he's saying this for, he's really pointing at Christians more than any of them. But he says, if you're like an impoverished coal miner, you've been a poor coal miner, and let's say, Northern England, since you're 7, 8 years old, you've been going down to the mines, you've got all this coal dust in your lungs, you're going to die early in a painful death, and you're going to be miserable, and you feel terrible about everything. But you go to church, and the minister says, don't worry, the meek will inherit the earth. And in this world, you may be downtrodden and so on, but in the next world, it's going to be fantastic. You'll have like palm trees, where you like locusts, it's so nice. And so that keeps you stupid. That keeps you saying, oh no, I'm gonna follow this path. I'm gonna like understand that God has given lots of money to these people and not to me, and that's the way it's supposed to be. My goal is to accept the system so that in the next world I will be my heavenly reward. And that's what Marx is trying to criticize, saying that religion is a tool of the upper classes to try and keep people in check. Keep them addicted to the opiate of religion so they don't rebel. Right? This will become very relevant when socialism actually becomes a reality as the governing principle of the Soviet Union and totally attacks any religious society, including Jews, in a very big way. Anywhere, that's any question about socialism for our thumbnail definitions? Good question. So socialism was the original term that was used in the 1860s when Marx started developing this. By the time you get to the revolution in 1917, there's a whole panoply of different flavors of socialism. So in 1918, a movement called the Bolsheviks, which is really the larger portion of the Social Democratic Party, they decided to rename themselves communists from the term communism, that we are all together as a community. But communism is simply put one of the more extreme interpretations of socialism. It's more correct to speak about socialism in general because there are many different varieties of it. Now, can you think of any successful experiments in socialism? Israel, what is the Israel? Is the whole state, the whole country socialist? Okay, so that's very good. We should talk later in this semester maybe about Israel's political system, but I think it would be more fair to say that Israel adopted certain socialist ideas. Like almost every country adopted something, including this country. Like, for example, the concept of welfare, that if you're really poor, the government will give you money to stay alive. That's a socialist idea. If you're a capitalist, like monopoly man capitalist, you would say you don't work, you don't eat, die. Right? But we don't want to say that. We don't want to society to be so rigid. So we have adopted a socialist concept of, that the society will protect its weakest members by providing free things. Canada, our wonderful neighbors to the north, some would say, no, I'm not even going to utter it, but Canada went a step further, like most civilized countries, and said its health should be a right and not a privilege. So in Canada, they have a single payer health system where you will pay more taxes, but that means everybody has health insurance. In this country, that's been a huge struggle, and it's still not completely solved the health care issue. But health care is a social idea. It's universal health. And yes, there are problems with it, rationing, stuff like that, but the fact is they do have universal health care, and we don't. And that's been wrong. So there are things that Israel also has in there. Dr. Razinski, I'm about to talk to you about cigarette back. But it's just some sort of ideas. But when you say Israel, there's one specific aspect of Israel which actually is very short. The Kibbutz movement. What is the Kibbutz, Mr. Lloyd? Yeah. Exactly. And how long have Kibbutz been in existence? Slowly. Yeah, but a century. And it actually worked. They have kibbutz. I worked on a kibbutz as a volunteer. One of my sons worked volunteer kibbutz. They're actually really nice. The idea is that everybody piles in and you share the wealth of kibbutz. It's usually agricultural. Sometimes they make things, like for example, the shenders and things that we have in our business, which are made by Rabbi or one of my other sons who also works. But the profits are shared equally by everybody in the kibbutz. And amazingly, the people actually stay with work. There are questions of is it, viable over another generation? And they would have those discussions about 10 generations now. They got that probably about 5 generations. But it still works that way. And the reason why this is not so that works is because it is all scale. Talking about 1,000 people, maybe 3,000 people. That group of people get together and say, we all believe in this, and we cooperate. But in the Soviet Union, with billions of people, it's crazy. It does not work at all. In Cuba, around 590 cities, the biggest law in communist socialism. Okay, you can go to the country. There's no look at how the communists have to go to the country. Most people in the country say, oh, hey, there's no economy, that's how you do it. There's no actual That's an excellent observation. It's something that the communists in Russia found out immediately because Marx, who was dead by that time, he envisioned that societies would go through a progression, that they would start by kind of like clans, tribal, they would go to a feudal society, like we talked about in that here, then they would get to industrialization, where we are, as a bourgeois democracy. And then after that went on for a few hundred years, then it would mature to become a communist society. But Russia skipped a step because they were still basically feudal in 1917. They did not have a big industrial base. And so when they ended up taking over the country, they said, uh-oh, Marx didn't tell us what we're supposed to do when we leapfrog. Anyways, you're seeing how much crazy stuff I read about this. But I just want to get back to our topic. So here we go. There's socialism. Jews got very excited about socialism. The reason that we'll explore in future classes. The third, the thing right there on board. Just okay. Yes. Brilliant. That was great. And that's how it was the some thing right there. That must be it. Okay, great. Third option, cost, right? Design. Now, as I'm sure you're aware of, the idea of the feedlot of design or just go back there as a soil is almost going to people, right? In fact, since the Babylonian exile, none of the years. As there also, I'm sure, theological approaches to it that suggested that while it is an admirable thing to go back to live in the land, especially to die and be buried in the land, those are wonderful things. But the concept of creating a modern state, the flag and army and passports, stuff like that, that they contradicted a particular demonic force. And so there was no support for centuries for any kind of idea of a political return to power. We should also remember that most people, in terms of creating political states, believe in centuries. So when the Jews started thinking about it, they were already good 50, 60 years behind most of Europe. So they're like, yes, I think make the Sumas, it's the Shakua, really, students that are watching this. That's good, thank you. So the idea was that Zionism like, and I feel, and I look to, but no one really thought, well, you're actually trying to organize a Jewish state there until the 1880s. And this was a different response, because essentially the Zionists were there, of course, there's a famous moment for this, Mr. Vance. Gotta read that Kurt Diablos for right? So, this is actually Ken Gouillon, Herzl, in the picture in the background, he's the founder of Zionism. We'll come back and talk about it. But this idea of Zionism is like, wait, we're not going to do the first option of just have a great summer line of dollars. Because we've done that before, just repeating a problem. And this whole idea of socialism is the sugar. We're not going to like recreate Russia into some brand new economy. Crazy, and frankly, it's possible how that work out. What we will do, however, we will stop history by moving back there to history. So again, this 2,000-year-old cycle of dollars, by going back to Israel, establishing ourselves there as a state, and that will ultimately be the end of Jewish history, because we will have gone full circle back to Israel. Obviously, we can talk a lot more about this because amazingly, year 1948, the creation of a state, which is absolutely unprecedented in world history. There's no one who comes even close to the idea of re-establishing a state, even 300 years after this years. Closest thing maybe is Poland, and Poland had a lot of help about that. That's a third option. Option three is very popular. Fourth option, this one is down here. Doesn't mean the other one is down here. Okay. This is a little weird. It's not one of the most popular, but it did have some lasting residents, and we still feel it in the way we're organized here in America. This is called diaspora nationalism. Diaspora, of course, is a Greek word that means scattering. Jews are scattered around the world in a small minority all over the world, but they are going to engage in nationalism. They're going to organize themselves, and they're going to try and create real structures in the countries where they live. Where this became especially relevant is in the Russian Empire, because you had a massive population of Jews, the largest single concentration of Jews in the world at the time, and the government had just fallen apart in 1917 with the collapse of the Romanov dynasty. So they had this opportunity, they were able to actually do it. The basic working model of diaspora nationalism was articulated by historian Shimon Kurno. That's this idea that you get living in a country to join a single church, and every Jew registers for that law, and then you get a register, you get tax dollars from the government to pay for your schools, to pay for your mikvah, your Asian restaurants, all that stuff. And inside the cadastre, you create your own Jewish parliament. And if you're in America, they have some of the federation system, which is a model on the diaspora nationalist idea. The big difference, though, is that this is entirely voluntary. Whereas in the way that Turco imagined it, every Jew, like the TQS system, he modeled it on a council of lands, every Jew is automatically locked in. You cannot be. You are part of the community, you get taxes to the community, you get benefits from the community, but you can't like sort of opt in, opt out, associate going forward. So it's really has enough strength that it's the way Bill Miller imagined it. Had a fairly small popularity, but nevertheless a very powerful idea. And here's the last idea, what I call renewed traditionalism. This is essentially the right-wing orthodox. Because up until this point, really we're saying the turn of the 20th century, you could point to, let's say, 1912, when the Rome was founded, maybe the actual moment that was articulated. Traditional Orthodox Jews were not interested in any of the positive maybe immigration. And the immigration part was definitely not to America, because America was considered, if you recall, such a trade Medina, people would sort of fill an overboard when we to Ellis Island, things like that. So the religious views largely didn't want to do many of these things, but they realized by the turn of the 20th century that if they didn't get organized and they didn't prepare themselves to participate in mass politics, they would lose the opportunity now with votes. And a lot of things they cared about, like protecting Shabbos, like protecting Shekhinah, right? Maybe getting government grants to pay for your things like that. They wouldn't have a chance unless they organized. So ironically, the organization of these political parties, like Israel is the first of them, was designed to protect essentially three modern values. Using the modern devices of political mobilization, in some countries, democratic votes, like in Poland, for example, they use those tools to try and keep a free modern society in place. Those are the five basic strategies used, well, one or a combination of various versions of those after 1881. Okay, any questions, arguments? It's about to get very complicated now. You ready? This is the part where you will now begin to understand your crazy Uncle Joe and why he had such weird political ideas. So now I'm going to show you how this is translated into Jewish politics. Okay, hold on to your calendars. So, first of all, we have this concept called a political spectrum. Right? We use it in American politics, we use it in Jewish politics, although it's not the basic idea is you have a left to right axis, right, an x-axis, and on this x-axis we have on the left socialism, right, that's what we call people on the left, right? It actually has to, the reason why we say left is because the way the French program was set up, and those people sit on the left side of the road, right? The left wing is called socialist, there's the socialist. Right wing is called anyone? Capitalist, a little bit, political science major, right? So this, when you say people on the left, people on the right, it means they lean towards socialism with their left wing, they lean towards capitalism with their right wing. They lean towards, for the American context, people who are more socialist are in favor of the government having a larger caretaker role in our society. People who are more capitalist think the government should be smaller, should be less involved in our lives, and should certainly cost less in our society. Socialism is expensive because you have to pay taxes to manage all the programs. Capitalism is cheaper, but if you are on the lower end of the economy yourself, you will get far less services, and you might be better off. So that's why the poor people tend to go more towards socialism, because they can see that they'll actually benefit from having those policies in place, where the rich people will have to pay for that, so they tend to be capitalists. There's a long time myth about Jews. So I'm not sure it's entirely true right now, but they used to say, he wrote a commentary, I his name later, but he said that Jews burn like Presbyterians, Jews in America, Jews burn like Presbyterians, that's like white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, like wealthy Republican types. They burn like Presbyterians, but they vote like Puerto Ricans. They vote like, from immigrant families, things like that. And that's what's basically true for much of American Jewish history. It has been shifting since the Reagan era. Orthodox Jews are generally flipped. The Orthodox Jews may learn by Puerto Ricans, but they tend to vote more like Presbyterians. Mr. Khan, you got to repeat that slower. The fact that even though you well, so first of all, we are still a minority. We should know ourselves a minority because we are. But the reasons for it are complex. The reasons probably have a lot to do with the social values that are really deeply embedded in Judaism. For example, the idea of character of the poor, it's like we virtually invented that. That's like hugely in our tradition. We have we have decades, it's like deep in our tradition that we should share our wealth and gives it up. That's really sensitive to Judaism. Why it changed since Reagan is, in my humble opinion, has a lot to do with some of the other aspects of the progressive movement that are antithetical to Jewish values. LGBTQ is one issue, abortion issue. There are a lot of areas where traditional Jews don't feel comfortable, and so they should pass that. You add to that, in the last 40 years, Jews have really succeeded financially and making them pay because we're neighbors. So that's always this is our American political right? It's pretty simple. Judaism, Jewish politics, it's not going to be that simple. Have another axis, the y-axis. What's on the y-axis? You have on Lawrence, you have something called pyramids, known in Yiddish as Dorikites. And do we believe that our political lives should be exercised here in the Gullis, in the exile, in the diaspora, or should we be there and struggle? Science. That's it. Right? Especially with this action, so we have history of politics, separates access altogether. And in these four quadrants in place, virtually all political. Okay, let's see what students say. Over here, the quadrant that is bounded by socialism and diaspora nationalism. And diaspora, we want to do something here, and we want to be socialist. We have this group called the short form of the General Jewish Workers' Party. And this was a Jewish offshoot of what would later become the Communist Party. Extremely popular, formed in 1897. By the time the Russian Empire fell, there were 30,000 card-carrying members in Eastern. Very, very large party. Concentrated in Lithuania, where you had a lot of proletariat working in industries there, like actual factory work, and they emphasized all the kind of things we talked about in socialism. What made them Jewish was that they recognized that Jews constituted a distinct part of the proletariat, and they should use Jewish messaging to get to them, using the Yiddish language, using Jewish culture whenever possible. This is the way they would convince Jews to become socialists. Here in America, there was a version of this that kind of toned down called the Arbeiter Ring, the Workman's Circle, the Workers' Circle. That's essentially the one in America.
It's not good input. I mean, a few years ago, they made me before this, and they looked at our presidents, so before this, there was the officials who would say,
Interesting. So this is the party that lives in the quadrant that is both socialist and diaspora, right? They want to do this in Russia. They do not want to go to Israel. Then you have over in this quadrant that we wanted to be here, not in Israel, but we wanted to be capitalists. Don't want to get all this crazy socialist stuff. This is Shimon Turkov, the historian who developed that idea of diaspora nationalism as essentially what became the Federation movement. Right? That we will organize ourselves in the diaspora and we will collect donations from ourselves and we will support ourselves, things like that. That's all. Now, when you go to the top of the line, called science, all the times that we can measure what Jews actually believe in Eastern Europe, Zionism comes out as the largest single movement. Rarely the outright majority, but if you have 100 Jews, you might have 40 of them say they want to be Zionists, and then you have like 20 or 30 who want to be Buddhists, and the remainder would be scattered across the other parties. Zionism was consistently the strongest single party, even if it didn't constitute 50% of Jewish political opinion. We only have a few examples of elections where we can actually look at results and see what Jews said and the standards in different places at different times. But we know that the idea of Zionism was hugely popular among Jews. Then over here, our last quarter, so they believed in the traditional Zionists, and the major party was Herzl, who essentially said he wanted to create Europe in Israel. You think the Haifa, that's like kind of the perfect place for Herzl. It's like sedate, it's calm, it's relatively coexistence oriented. They have a large Arab population. Instead, one of my sons is trying to go there for graduate school next year. He wants to study marine science at a master's level. We don't have very good marine science major here at Toro, so he's going to go to Haifa and study oral and English. But anyway, that's kind of like his model. Not the Jewish socialist model, but the Israel capitalist model. There were people who disagreed with Herzl and Zionism, and I can fill this part up with many other groups. It's crazy, but I will. A lot of them are really important. This is Vladimir Jabotinsky. He was the founder of what would later grow into the Likud, and later grow into Netanyahu's party today. They have different names. But he basically believed that Jewish society had been transplanted to Israel, and he felt that it should not be communist. But he differed with Herzl on a very, very fundamental idea. Herzl thought the best way to get a Jewish state is let's go talk to the leaders of all the countries in the region, the great powers in Europe. Let's choose them. Let's use our medieval skills as Shadmanians, as like intercessors, and we'll negotiate our way to creating the state of Israel. Herzl had Jabotinsky had this idea that we're never going to get that way because non-Jewish this anti-Semitism is just a given, and you can talk till you're blue in the face about what really is going to make Israel exist is Hashiva. That you have to take it, you have to be militaristic about it, you have to be forceful about it. Now, if you're looking at Israeli politics today, you'll probably see Herzl's legacy and another group that I'm going to show you in a minute that is like more moderate, more like kind of like amenable to American sensibilities generally, and then you see an extreme right. You see groups that say, no, all this, meeting in Qatar and let's talk with the creative Palestinian states and like that. Those say that's ridiculous. Out of the question, they are Jabotinsky's descendants intellectually, and very, very alive in his history. One more movement to make it a little more sensible. Let's track water. Things over here. This is a group called the Pauline Sion, the workers of Zion. Whenever you see the word workers in the title of the party, it really means common. So these are just one of the most important organizations that help build the Jews, and they believe in coexistence with neighbors. They live in they believe in share of wealth in the state and things like that. They're also given to the United States that their kind of an ideal model was a Jew had a shovel in one hand and a rifle in the other hand, prepared to protect his force, on the other hand, constantly working on the agriculture. And they disagree literally with people like Jabotinsky. You're just going to fight with all of our friends. You're going to make the British hands. You're going to make the Arab hands. It's going to be terrible. We have to work on building bridges. We have to work on and stuff like that. And they were at each other's throats all the time. So this is the basic picture, almost, of what it looked like politically for Jews around the year 1910. So that's it. As the Parenti, you have adequately anticipated the next part of this lecture. Right? You can manage this, right?
You ready to take on the day, girls? Absolutely. Hey, I don't know if you get these messages, but do you see that you rank up in here where you spend the money? Not just that, where you spend time. Look for notifications. Are you okay, so you see the very bottom bar, it says notifications as a bell. Click it. So it gives you, yeah, so you're ranked 116, which tells you like how long you're like the number five person who's ever spent on it, which is good. Okay, so when you click your notifications, when's the last notification you got? Oh no, okay. Hold on. Scroll down about 4 hours ago. So you're doing really well. And then, yeah, so even though I installed this thing recently, it takes all the time that you've been in the server. Yeah. So it's just a thought. I'm not very popular now, but when I do get popular, you're going to be like at the very top of it. We already are at the top. I have one person who lived in here for like 6 months alongside me, so they are the number one. Actually, the number one person are the ones that I have in here right now. The number two one is the one with the camera. Number three is my friend who's been here for like 6 months. Number four, you might be at number four right now. I'm pretty close to it. So the more time, so you can probably become the number one person. And not that it matters to you, but if you just do whatever you want, but the more nights you get, you spend the best yeah, and then you'll get announcements of the rank ups, and then if you would, just let's check and see if this works. All right, so below here, below the section of the Discord where it says 24/7 live stream, you'll see 24/7 radio stations, and then below that, so I just wrote no. There's a link in the server, the server, like the Discord. Exactly. On the left side, like right below this call, you see Rabbi Rothschild Arena, and then join Korea Voice Chat. You see those? Okay, then below there is a section called 24/7 radio stations. Do you see that? Okay, below that, you see a section that has like a red heart and a cowboy and red heart emoji, and it says Rabbi Rothschild. And you see the first one says moderator only, the second says rank ups. Do you see rank ups? Okay. So do you see a red heart emoji, a cowboy emoji, a red heart emoji, and it says Rabbi Rothschild, and another red? Okay, below that, yeah, rank ups. So if you press that, does anything show up? Exactly. So right before that, you're 160. You should. Okay, so you see 323 is where I am. You can scroll up to the right. Oh, that's okay.
It is more complicated in the American political system. We only have one spectrum. Jews have two, the left and the up and down. But of course, if it's Brendan correctly anticipated, we also have a religious spectrum. Almost everybody in this map is either non or anti-religious. At this side of the spectrum, Catholic, they tend to be neutral on religion. Like, there's no reason to stop it. I may not be particularly interested. I'll put on a kippah to go visit Yad Vashem or something, but I'm not really going to like it. I'm not going to keep Shabbos, or Basila, and have pasta. I'm not going to do that. But, I'll be okay. There are definitely some religious traditions, like Menachem Begin, who is an inheritor of Jabotinsky as well, is definitely very religious. But on this side, they're generally anti-religious. The Kibbutz Him, the socialists for sure, anti-religious. There are some minority groups in their religion, but the majority of them are definitely anti-religious. By way of a quick joke, it's actually a story that happened to me. I was once at a funeral with sad occasion. I happened to be at a funeral, and I was standing next to the Consul General of Israel. And I'm talking with him, and he says to me that when he was a young man, he grew up on a Hashomer Hatzayir kibbutz. Hashomer Hatzayir is a young guard, very, very communist, very, very anti-religious, feasts on Yom Kippur and things like that. That's where they were. They're like buying into the Marxist idea of like religion is the opiate of the masses. He says to me, since I don't look at it, he says, when I grew up, we had everything on our bedside table. We had bread, we had pasta, we had beer, everything on our bedside table. Nowadays, young people, they just don't do the traditions that they're used to. Joke that young people would have some Russia, but not it. He's so serious. Okay. Anyways, so very religious. So this side basically anti-religious. This side neutral. Some making conflict with it. It's very nice.
What's the difference between the kibbutz one and the social?
It's whether they split them in Israel. The socialists said, what a stupid idea, go back over there, it's like, didn't go over the local, they're taking away Palestinian and stuff like that. It's going to be done here in Russia. And these people are saying, no, we had our experience in Belarus going back to our ancestral land. We'll be socialists in Israel.
So even not religious, that is okay.
Oh, absolutely. The vast majority. The 1897 census reported 98% of Jews in Russia spoke Yiddish as their first language. Overwhelming. It's amazing how fast it changed over centuries to their language. Okay, now let's put into these observations. What about the religion axis? So we've got a z-axis. Right? We've got, this is representation of the third axis, z-axis. So over here, you have this interesting group led by Ralph Cook, who was not the first chief rabbi of Israel, but he was like a really prominent Israel rabbi who moved to Israel. And his argument was, wait a second, maybe we should read that Gemara a little differently. Maybe Hashem wants us to actively engage in Zionist activity, because maybe that's the way that the Geula is supposed to happen. Maybe we should start the process, right? Like we say in the Yudah, you say in Yeshua, I don't know if they say it on Shabbos here, that Israel is the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. Meaning that once we create a state in the land of Israel, that is like the first step in Hashem saying, okay, time to bring out Mashiach. So, Adarabah, even in the face of dominant rabbinic opinion of the 20th century, saying we should be moving towards creating a state of Israel. This is essentially where the Kibbutz Sukkah essentially derives from. They are that will mean they're religious nationalists, right? As opposed to both the other group here, also on the religious axis, like this. This would be the IED, picture of the Siyam Shas. I'm sitting right over here, and sort of thinking about this. This is the one piece of life. No section, I mean, I just know that I'm going to here. But But looking forward, I'm going to be making my own CM on shots February in a few months. And I don't know if you guys follow my podcast or the shameless plug. You know I do definitely a podcast, right? Oh yeah. 100,000 people watch it every day. Jewish history, film. Yeah, what's that? That's great. The ninth grade, yeah, that was 20 years ago. That was really funny. 10th grade. So 10th grade. And then well, I really enjoyed it. It's short and like it's an audacious thing. I can't believe I almost finished it, but I record a short history video on every single day. A lot of 2,711 videos. Especially, but some of them are really fun. Anyways, the Rothschild, that constellation of religious parties, which we'll call Arabian, meaning we call it English Rothschild, they said, "Oh my gosh, you serious? You're going to take this idea of Zionism, which is so trade, which is like you're working with all of these secular Jews, with all these Jews are like, how could you possibly get involved in something like that? It would actually anger God to create a state. He would say you are, contravening that oath. You're trying to force my hand and you give him a shit before it's time. It will end in disaster." So they were actually in this quadrant on a religious perspective, and until the middle of the 20th century, they were staunchly anti-Zionist. And this basically gives the picture up until the middle of the century. What happened after the Holocaust? Okay, so the state of Israel was established. Yes, for sure. What happened to the parties? Jews unified. Right. Let's go through one at a time. What happened to the Purim? Yeah, basically, in Russia, Stalin wiped them out in the 1930s, no more Purim. Sort of like echoes of the Purim survived outside of Russia, like our better ring, the workman circles, but only as a pale shadow of socialism. You're going to be what is probably even in New York, probably in Lower East Side, because that's like the last of that there. But they tend to be like very pro-socialist, still, celebrating the Jewish stuff and things like that, but secular.
Like two other things I think everything about this New York. Yeah. One is you swear the oracles.
Yes, I actually worked with a lot of them, right?
And I want to get this thing, and I'm not more saying.
Okay. So it's basically this used to be the most popular single party in the late 19th century for its stuff. What about the diaspora nationalists? They were about 4% of the Jews voted, 4% of the most. So they basically disappeared. But we take it for granted because we still believe in the echoes of it, the Federation for the death. The socialist Zionists, what happened to that? They're still there, absolutely. Yeah, they went to different parties. They were the largest, and they were in power in Israel until 1977, until Menachem Begin took over. He represents the right. But this is a very, very strong, dominant trend in Israel. They have weakened significantly because the right wing has been ascendant. Netanyahu has been in power for 19 years, I think, for a really long time. But before him, this was all the countries in Israel were in here. Ben Gurion, Weizmann, all these kind of people were close to this. Carousel and his moderate Zionism, the middle of this basically drops out of really politics. It's very little kind of like moderate Zionists were there anymore. I think if they're moderate, they probably use this Miami or something. The Jabotinsky's party, so we saw the good, but we also see a few other parties. One very important one was organized by Mayor Kahane, called KAH. Was a very, very extreme party in the 1980s. And, actually, it is ironic to look at state politics. There's some lovely policies that he argued for are now kind of like being gradually accepted in Israeli culture. Like, for example, the idea of quote unquote population transfer. Like the way to solve the Palestinian problem in Israel is to move them someplace else. And this, after the assassination of Yitzhak Rabin in 1995, his party, Khan, was the name of it, he was actually assassinated. His party was made illegal, like the Nazi party. And the inheritors, intellectually, are people like Peter Smotrich, who are arguing very, very right-wing ideas that borrow from Kahani's playbook, but they're still not operating as Kahani's. But one of the debates that seems going on right now in Israel is suggesting that their activities are illegal because they're borrowing intellectually from Kahani. It's a strange thing, but there it is. We talked about about Cook's influence as created the Dati group, which is actually more closely related, I think, to a lot of you and a lot of Hashkafa in our college, and certainly the student body. There are a lot of Jews who fall into that way of thinking about politics. And what about the throw down here? Left here in your mind, there's a lot of that, but what happens to the party still exists, yeah. What about it? Is it different in character at all? I think there's a lot of stuff. Yes. So we take it as a general idea of maybe what happened to them after the Holocaust. Let them in their life. Exactly. Israel, because their population base was overwhelmingly in Poland.
Okay, so if you go to rank ups and then scroll all the way to the bottom, you scroll all the way to the bottom, you should see 323 at 323. Right above that, you should see here with 116. And so whenever you get a rank up, you get a notification like that here on your phone. It just tells you where you're at. And yeah, it's really good. Absolutely. So just for a moment, I'm going to see if I can get activity for the whole search. So we'll see what whole rank is. See if I can. How to do it. Okay, so if I go top, okay, here we go. So, oh, very cool. So you just have to get 8 more rank ups, and you'll have, you'll be number 2. Pretty cool, huh? Now, Audie actually, she's got 2 accounts in here. So she's got Audie Dusky and her one at number 10. So technically, if we combine them, she would have 56 plus 86, which is 142. So she would actually, yeah, she'd actually, so we want to be 142 to have like individual. I think she lost one of her phones. Yeah. Um, so I just wanted to see the other pages. So it has like a bunch, it has like everybody what their rank is. So I just changed the pages. That's right. All right, so it should be on page 2, page 3, page 4, 5. Now, if you want to know how much time it is, you'll see that. I think we're looking at hours now, so we've got um, we've been in here 778 hours. I, I don't know if that's correct. Uh, it says voice time, but let me, yeah, let me see if that would be correct. I mean, I believe it, but so that's 32 days. Yeah, I believe it. You spent a lot of nights in here, and so that all adds up. So you've spent a total of like 30 a month of your life in this show. There you go. There you go. That's wonderful. I think it's really cool. Excellent. Well, you go take on the day, and if you need me, I'm here for you, okay? All right. Absolutely. Do whatever makes you happy. Excellent. Have a wonderful day, God willing. Shall Jesus Christ. What a wonderful. Shem bless you. It's over. It's over. It's over, baby. It's over. It's game over. We're famous. Bitch, this bitch is over. This bitch is over. Bitch, this bitch is over. Well, baby, how you looking, Phil? What's good? What's good? What up, Pascal? I'm living the dream about every day's a holiday. What's good in your neck of the sun? What's good, baby? You playing some football? Are you doing well? I'm good, baby, and I'm lovely. Fuck yeah, I know you're lovely. I'm the sickest motherfucker on earth. Right now, there isn't another fucking person on earth who's happier than I am. I'm so fucking happy. Poor dog. So what's on your agenda for today? Oh, baby. They eat so much pussy, my mouth is gonna be raw. Uh, Jewish history lectures. It just started now. I haven't been in here. It's still early morning. Did you have a good day? Did you have a big day? Yeah, here.
Million Jews were killed in Poland. No more Israel there. So, ironically, a lot of them moved to Israel, where they turned out to be extremely powerful. This organization, which was anti-Zionist, ironically found itself in a position where it was actually living in Israel. And so they're like, technically, either against the state or at the very most neutral to the state, but they live in the state. And it is really the source of major friction in contemporary Israel because, the Arabian in general will not serve in the army and yet will take advantage of state support for the yeshivas. And especially since we're in Israel's longest war right now, a lot of non-Torah Israelis are deeply resentful of this fact. And you can understand why it's a major scene in Israeli society.
As the rest of the land, looking from as I mean, before that,
Yes.
then they were against fighting, or yes, in the metal.
Oh, definitely. No, there were definitely.
Of course, they basically go down with Ben and there was what wasn't on the internet was about just being playing.
I think that would be fair to say.
Remember that
Robots?
30-40 minute version of Israeli politics. And it really, in reality, we could easily do the entire semester and talk about the tiny little fractions of separated into. You're right, there are Canadian who, of course, do serve in the army. They have a new battalion, which is apparently very successful in Hashmonaim. And there was a study that came out just today in the Times of Israel about how Canadians feel,
and
there was an increasing amount of enthusiasm and support for serving in the army, but it's still in 20s. I mean, the percentages are small. Most Canadians are failing now. It's doing that, Mr. Bradford.
So I'm asking about the American version of the same thing. I'm asking about the Israeli version and not its leadership established. I made sure I'm quite identified with the idea of the jury court, but I didn't necessarily go for a moment to get Sarah Hinders.
Yeah.
So how far past the historical was?
Well, the Turing Carta, I think it's and for those who maybe aren't familiar, Turing Carta are the guardians of the city. They are an extreme offshoot of Satmar that are the picture of the anti-Zionist Haredi. Here in America, as Ruben correctly points out, and actually they have some in Israel too, but they are usually they go to pro-Palestinian protests. If you ever see pictures of guys with face and stuff, they're holding their signs right out front. It's a terrible thing, I guess. It's like the ultimate token. So, like, oh look, there are religious Jews who supported this, and it's like they're the most extreme assault. But they are definitely solidly in this camp, and I'm differentiating the American leaders from their sympathizers. And make sure I don't want to necessarily leaders, but it's just like they think Zionist heretics, but they don't necessarily say they are kind of. Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think we also have to understand that the Jewish Israel in America has a whole different spectrum of policies because America is different from Israel. So I'm speaking primarily about the Haredi politics, like Dego Torah, and I haven't even gone into ethnic, the Z-axis, or I guess it would be the Z-prime axis, the Sephardic development in the 1970s. And they have a whole different, series of concerns. This is all basically Ashkenazi. But when the Sephardim get involved, that would change everything as well. Oh man, complicated. Let's hold Shemya as well. All right, I think at this point, this is when I would like to conclude for today. I mentioned I have a difficult appointment I got to get to my time, so and it's a good spot for stuff. Any last questions about? Do you understand now why your previous Uncle Meyer holds the way he does, where he is like, okay, okay, let me hang with the intro. It goes like this. 1930s, father Troy wants to send his son back to the islands. So I get a little bit of a taste of what it's like to learn in yeshiva in Europe. So he sends him back to Poland. Spends his time there, and he comes back to Detroit, and they're sitting down at the kitchen table. And the father says, "So, son, what was like?" He's like, "Dad, you wouldn't believe it. While I was there, I met this Jew who was a socialist. I met this Jew who was a Zionist. I met this Jew who was a socialist Zionist. I met this Jew who was a Haredi. I met this Jew who was a Buddhist." And yeah, well, what did you expect? I told him there's a great amount of variation in what we're using. He said, "No, Dad, you don't understand. They're all the same Jew." Today's class, and we'll probably lead into Wednesday, is hugely important because we're going to be talking about the birth of modern Jewish national movements. One of the things we really got to understand is that Jews went through such a huge change with the watershed of French Revolution, 1789. We talked about what a watershed is a while ago, right? The thing is that before 1789, we largely existed in a modern environment. I'm going to summarize some of the things that are associated with pre-modernism for our purposes. And then we went totally into this new world. I still have not totally figured out what it means to do.
we're still struggling with a lot of the basic concepts that we first encountered over 200 years ago. These are really deep-seated issues. And then, probably not today, we'll probably get to on Wednesday, there's a major change in 1881 when a wave of pogroms in Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire, forced Jews to rethink the way that we have been relating to the outside world in a very basic way. We come up with 5 basic strategies for how to deal with the world. We are still essentially living those 5 strategies today. So what I hope you probably on Wednesday today is a walk through how the major Jewish political orientations were formed and how they were somewhat transformed after the Holocaust for the state of Israel. And these are 2 classes where you're really going to, I hope, understand why Jews argue today. What is they argue about today? Because fundamentally, the arguments we have today are the arguments that were born in the Napoleonic period and refined in the post-pogrom period of Russia. Really crucial classes. Glad you're all here. Those of you who are not, get guilty, but you watch the recording. Okay, so we get to it then. Okay, here we go. So let's talk about the decline of corporate strategy. Interesting. She's learned from Isaac Ashkenazi that sort of fits a traditional Jewish way and kind of pivot on the root kind of mentality. And this is the way we think of pre-modern Judaism. Now let's try to understand what that term means. Pre-modern for the rest of the world basically means before the modern era. What is the modern era? Modernity really begins the 17th century and then continues since the 18th with the Enlightenment. And the kinds of things that go along with modernity, it's not necessarily technology, although it's definitely very related to technology, the scientific revolution, and then the industrial revolution gives us so many of our modern gadgets that accelerate what modernism means. But basically, modernism is a change in the idea, a change in the way people think about the universe. We discussed last week how the kinds of ideas that were associated with modernity include, for example, humanism. You want to define humanism? Mr. Rubin, give it a shot. What is humanism? Studying through thought as thinkers think about it. I would be not too far off. It definitely has the word human in it. So it's not just human thought for a long time. But humanism is the greater emphasis on the value of human thought for meaning. Is that the same? Putting aside, for example, let's say God is, right? One of the things that happens in modernity is religion goes into a decline, which has basically not finished yet. We're still on a downward slope as people move away from religion as a source of truth and more to we can pick up truth ourselves. We don't need a God or a revealer text to tell us what truth is. We can think it ourselves. This reached its apogee in the late 19th century, and then it began to crash with World War I, and especially with World War II. As World War II is in many ways also an expression of humanism. If we are so great and we can invest ourselves as the focus of all meaning, then we're free to create things like the Holocaust. Obviously, humanity has a visceral response to horrific access for all of us that maybe humanism can be far. We'll discuss later on. But that's one aspect of modernism. Is much more about, you know what? I know that's what the priest thinks. I know that's what the rabbi is thinking of. But you know, what do I think? What do I think about it? Well, campus. Right here, that's an aspect of modernism. Globalism is also really important. Globalism, again, modernity is connected with the discovery of the new world, the expansion of trade networks, the expansion of the tremendous amount of material wealth that is afforded by the new products coming from the new world, the story of potatoes, for example, and it's a whole new population explosion. People have, relying on food to eat. I know it's not reliable, potato life, but nevertheless, globalism, the idea that they're like, oh, cultures that have existed for thousands of years that have nothing to do with the Western culture. There's like so many aspects of modernism that are relevant in the larger scope, but focus on Jews specifically wants to do two things. The first thing is to bear in mind that modernism for Jews comes about 180 years later than the rest of Europe. We kind of like catch up to it later. And when we absorb it, the rest of the world is already deep in the enlightenment, so we meld to it fast a lot. Its principal effect on Jews is political. And wait a second. Up until now, we have accepted a second-class status in our European homes, largely because, that's imposed on us, but also because it's intrinsically part of our belief structure. Right? The whole idea of dullis, of exile, as a punishment for our sins, means that, the way we're treated by the non-Jewish world, we don't like it, it's awful, but we have to accept it, because that is, ultimately, because of our many sins, that's the way we are. But modernism among Jews began to make them think, wait a second, we don't have to necessarily accept this. We could rebel against this, we could argue against this, and ultimately they were successful, although often at a big cost. It's also important to know that related to these changes that are happening in politics is the end of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Remember when we talked about the Kehillah, and we talked about the relationship of Jews as 70 or Amarai Regas, servants of the royal chamber? That only worked because the king and the government dealt with us as a solid block, that we were all the Jews. We weren't individual citizens of a given country, we were part of the Jewish bloc, which is really great for reinforcing our communal identity and our in-group identification. But if that begins to erode, which it eventually did and fell apart with the French Revolution, then all of a sudden Jews say, well, wait a second, I don't have to affiliate with the higher group. I can simply do my own thing. I can call myself a Jew, but not affiliated with Jews. I don't have to go to shul. I don't have to keep kosher. I don't have to do all these things. And so this begins a massive phenomenon of assimilation that is the dominant one in America today. More than half of all marriages that take place involving a Jew in North America also involve a non-Jew. And amazingly, it is mind-boggling after so many thousands of years, but we are actually assimilating ourselves out of existence at a far faster rate than even Hitler could have imagined. So we are dealing with some serious challenges that are arriving at now, forward society did give us some serious disabilities. We couldn't choose where we lived, for example. We could be kicked out of our homes at any time. Who we were married to was often a challenge. In Austria-Hungary, for example, they passed these awful laws called familias laws, in which only the oldest male child could get married. I should say like that. The oldest male would be allowed to marry. Obviously, he could marry only one wife. So the rules were not applied to women because they were not considered legal ages for the most part. But the state, the non-Jewish state, in an attempt to rule to control Jewish population growth, said only one male in a Jewish family was about to marry and obviously have another family. The rest of the men, well, they're on their own. That's why you have, for example, a huge onrush of German Jews who immigrated to America in the 1840s because they weren't allowed to have families and stave off. Education, of course, was limited. Jews couldn't go to higher education, things like that, universities and so on. Really tight restrictions. There were only a couple of universities in Europe that are allowing you to study at a higher level. humiliating things like oaths, like if Jews were brought to court, they were required to take this really, invasive and humiliating promise. They had like do things like stand on a pig skit with their chest bare, hold it onto a sacred Torah, and saying they promise not to lie in court. Because Jews would be assumed not to tell the truth. So therefore, this whole called Torah you get, like the Jew would be important. These are the kinds of things that would go in modern society because again, the state government is a group and will make laws for the entire group. Frequently discriminatory laws that were increasingly difficult for Jews to bear as modernism was marching forward and there were opportunities for it. So, do you have a question? Okay. So Jews began to threaten with this because again, Jews are illiterate. Jews are beginning to read the ideas that are circulating. Most of them are not reading German, French, English, where these ideas are circulated. But it just takes one Jew to read it and translate it into Yiddish. And the ideas continue to circulate on Jews, so they evolve. So we see big changes happening in the Enlightenment, which is the late 1700s. That's when you see the beginning of the Haskalah. We spoke about Moses Medicine last week. Let's see how those play out politically. So, of course, in the United States, here's the typical United States kind of image to look at. It happens fairly abrupt. Like Jews were considered non-Protestants. But when we talk about religion in America, which religion was really the problematic one for the early colonialists? And well, Catholics, right? Because we are running away from the papists, right? The papists who can see like the Orthodox, the Puritans tend to be really intense Protestants. And let's just recall for those who would not be that familiar with Christian history, the church has a major split in the 1400s under Martin Luther, where in Western Europe it was all basically one church, Catholic Church, ruled by the Pope in Rome. There were over the centuries of dissenting movements, but basically there's a huge break in the 1450s when Martin Luther said, "I protest," essentially, and his protest created what ultimately became tens of smaller churches called Protestant. Protestant comes from that original protest. And the kinds of things they protested is, of course, against the power and the supposed infallibility of the Pope in Rome. There's a protest against the clergy not being allowed to marry. Catholic clergy were celibate from the 13th century on. And so I was saying, so like what I'm Luther like basically said that how he was the Catholic Church when the Pope and his advisors and like the cardinals taking over each other on race and so how to take that sort of about it. And then he was supposed to be working with his party plus party of each other. And he wasn't really concerned that like we shouldn't trust in what the word of God is, we just focus on what the Testament said. Right. It's an interesting thing. I suppose you're asking this question because you're still concentrating on this idea of humanism. Yes, you are. Because one of the things that was characteristic of Luther's was a push for greater control of the related of the actual text. Of course, the logic is translated by the German, so regular people can read it. Everybody can read it, and everybody can interpret it. We're not dependent on his zealous. What I mean, so ironically, his movement was related to his overall sense of humanism that emerges from the Renaissance. So, but to say where we are now with Jews, the Jews were they're not Protestants, but we were nearly white. And that's also bear in mind that in America, without a doubt, the greatest social scene is racial, not religious. Traditionally, there definitely is no religious content to it, but it was the post-Civil War era issues of what do we do with the former African American slaves to them. That is, of course, an issue that resonates to the present day. Even the Trump presidency is a very big deal with how do we deal with issues like interaction, and so on. So the Jews were like almost right. What does that mean, almost right? What's the white supremacists would not consider us white, right? They would consider us like fake white. Right? Like, pretending to be white together. That's a special. Instead of saying that the Jews have like almost all the rights to Christians. It's kind of like a social degradation associated with Jews. And it's like quasi-racial in nature, but it's not to deny the fact that most Ashkenazi Jews have the same external exterior appearance, especially if they're not visibly Jewish in their dress. They look like white people. So therefore, we like sort of like grandfather. If our main problem is with black people, then the Jews are kind of like just a minor. Yes, I mean, I remember the first people that started was almost like Spanish. Yeah, but like Spanish Jews or Spanish, so when they be general adultery and not like you. But that's right. That's what people is that embrace the concept of power. It's really a social construct that more or less corresponds to complexion to the but not enough to make a real difference. In my own family, I've daughters who see where they say that shit into my mother, or my grandmother. And people say, well, you Spanish? And yeah, it's like, it's a silly thing, but if you identify one way, you can often quote unquote pass other parts. So we're not talking about blue, black, Nigerians or something. They're obviously rich, whatever that means. But it's sort of like underlying. And also, what like part of a really powerful like Catholic Church, pushing different agenda, so we're less known to America. Why that means is that when they actually make rules, Jews tend to come to friends, but you give me a few years, because of Mexican person, or you translate it, when I say British, okay, so what happened in that? One of the disabilities, most of the early colonies didn't have time or energy to push anti-Jewish discriminatory measures. They were too worried about homesteading, depending on unions, and whatever else you want to do with the culture. It was just too far from the center for any really carried on. For small issues, some of the states preserved the Mora Judaica, the Jewish oath, things like that. They were really quite minor. In the Constitution of 1787, and clearly in the Bill of Rights of 1791, Jews got a full pass, right? To exist. We've got people, right? It's an it's what is the word? Thank you so much for this. I just got myself to the last one. I forgot, right? Didn't look like to like Hawaii, like liberty and happiness, pursuit of happiness. That's how I should be wanting to.
It's over. Maybe it's over. Maybe the coach is done.
But
It's over.
so it didn't have such a big deal in America. So it's not like we were totally vaccinated. It's never got around to discriminating against us. And by the time they put stuff into law,
It's over.
in some places, we still have issues. Like in New Hampshire, in 1877, there was still a ban on the Jewish law. We have some issues in Pennsylvania. Basically, in America,
This
this
bitch is done.
is a useful country to experiment and do benefit. Where we're going to focus today
Maybe it's over.
is in France.
It's never been more over. Now I fucking know it.
Jews
Now I
made
fucking
huge
know
progress in England, which was a
for
Protestant
sure.
country.
This bitch
Remember,
is done.
King Henry
This
VIII
bitch is
was
done.
unhappy with the status of British Catholic divorce law, so therefore he actually said we're going to create a new religion. We're going to call it the Catholicism, except with divorce, right? And that was useful for him. The Roman Catholics do not recognize divorce. They do recognize something called annulment, where you can, the model of the constitution, for example. I don't want to say the same thing, because I don't really know Catholicism, but there is such a concept of annulling a marriage from the beginning, ab initio. So that's what the English church did. And it was not nearly as rigid as Catholic Church. However, Jews were technically called, not even formally admitted into them. They sort of slipped in under the line when all the Rothschild basically trying to continue banning Jews from England and now their presence there as a population of oh, there goes the situation where Jews are advancing in terms of their wealth, their social status, and so on. This really don't have for shit. So, for example, David Solomon elected the sheriff of London in 1805, and there were several people like him. He was denied his potential because he would not take oath as a true Christian, which was a required oath. So you have, and so as the Rothschild came to the parliament, they actually changed the law, but we never have the same kind of rigid change or rapid changes that have in France. So social change in this case, the Jews are already basically in their place. That creates the legal change. But we got to hold on to France because France is so important. Unlike America, which sort of like, was so far away from the center of what was happening in society and culture. And unlike England, where Jews sort of like grew into an emancipatory condition, in France it happened as a dramatic break. Right? France, right in the center of Europe, goes from being an absolute monarchy, which is a technical term, meaning the king of France still can control everything on a totalitarian level. Theoretically, you recall one of the kings of England, Rothschild, 17 months later, after Murat, we did the beach. After we, meaning like nothing would be over. A credible accident. The entire universe, in fact, I say, that's it. The state, that's me, meaning what I want. If I wake up in the morning and I want everyone to wear purple, I can ask everyone has to wear purple. And with that, this is kind of like that absolute monarchy kind of model. It did not necessarily function so well, but it was discriminated set up. Hugely accepted by massive overtime society. We end up passing this particular document. The Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizen. In French, these phrases are gendered. So a woman named Marie Rouge said, wait a minute, this also includes women and female citizens, right? Not just men and male citizens. They said, no. We really need it. Just men and male citizens. Later on, I have to deal with that, but this, and they kind of like influenced very much by what was going on in the United States. That's why France and the United States had a very close relationship. The Statue of Liberty is a gift of France, things like that. They essentially created this declaration, which was very Jeffersonian in tone, that all French men are equal. So the Jews said, that's us too, right? And it's a great, hang on. That's not necessarily what we had in mind. You are living here in France and you are a man, but we're not quite ready to say you are equal to the rest of us. So here you had a case where the law was changed before society was ready for it. They made a rule for our equal, and then the Jews took it. What are we going to do about it? What ends up happening is they made decisions to start an in the Sephardi class, we talked about this, and much more likely of today. But basically, when we look at the map of France, there's two very, very different populations, and they're hugely different size too. Up here in the northeast is our homeland, right? The Ashkenaz, our class. We come from here, this class. We're all living up here in near Alsace-Lorraine, the old German territory, this is the region where Toast was very active, things like that. These are Yiddish-speaking, high concentration, dressed differently, religiously much more to the right, populated way up here. These are the Jews the French were not prepared to accept because they were so totally different from everybody else. On the other hand, right down here on the border with Spain, you have all of these descendants of Spanish and Portuguese, especially Jews, who fled to Spain as Christians. Remember, they were forcibly converted to become Christian until they settled here in the 1500s and 1600s. By the time you get to the early 1700s, they're beginning to become much more wealthy, much more powerful, and they start asserting their original Jewish identity. They come back to the identity that they sort of 200 years after they were submerged in South France. And they start saying, hey, us too, for sure, we should be, recognized as citizens. What ends up happening with France is kind of interesting in that the Sephardic Jews, controversy, they're prepared to cut loose those Ashkenazi Jews. And they start arguing, you should give us equal rights because we're brutally French. We speak French, this is what we speak. We dress like Frenchmen, not so white, I'm talking about conscious jobs and stuff like that. Compared to those crazy Ashkenazi, you should give us citizenship. Forget about that. And in fact, that's exactly what happened. In 1790, they gave the Sephardic Jews equal rights. And then a year later, the Ashkenazim too. They moved their way around it, so the Ashkenazim also became equal citizens. Now, that's not the end of the story, but let me pause and see if anyone has any questions. I went through a lot of history about that. But if you look at the time, wisdom. Excellent. So the primary difference between the citizen and the non-citizen, a free modern corporate member of society, is whether the state would interact with you as an individual or as part of a community. So in pre-modern society, before the people were citizens of the country, you would fit into a larger caste, either the caste of the Jews. And so you were subject to all the restrictions and had all the privileges where they were of being Jewish. As distinct from the peasants. The peasants had different rights, different restrictions, different privileges, different responsibilities. Or the clergy or the nobility. You had no freedom to kind of break out of that code unless you were able to join another caste, like for example, by converting to Christianity and becoming a member of the clergy. Excellent question, Mr. Murphy. Emancipation has its positives and negatives, right? And when we use the term emancipation to try to understand it, it's a term we borrow from American history, and it's used, of course, with the Emancipation Proclamation, which refers to the freeing of the slaves. That's not exactly what's going on here. These were not enslaved. They were restricted by their freedom of identity, however, and that's the way the state dealt with them. You had to belong to the left, you had to pay taxes to the left, you had to do what the Gila told you to do. The Basin said, show up for every day, or you'll get, lost. You had to do that. That was the way you had to deal with society. It was like church. I refuse to affiliate. I'm going to hang out. I was a Christian. I had to do that. So, the term emancipation is somewhat incorrect. What are the outsides? The outsides are emancipating their citizens. They can change their residence anywhere they want. Unless they buy a property, they can't lose it. They're protected by the rights of every other citizen. They can enter into higher education. They can pursue any kind of occupation they want. They're not bound by whatever rules apply to the group that the society sets for. So those are big pluses. The negatives are the faith in particular lose this. Because the religion no longer has the power to enforce uniformity. The religion no longer has the power to keep Jews together and be to grow away. I said, like, that's the nature. Yes, Mr. Caliente, Caliente. How long do you think it possibly that's just how do you think society to fully introduce it? Mr. Parenti, you're asking a brilliant question. How long would it take for society to fully integrate the Jews? So let's assume we're talking about France. How long do you think it took? Mr. Rubin, you're smiling. That's an answer. What do you think? Didn't. It didn't. Yeah, maybe it didn't happen. Right? Case the point. Slice, excellent. Another case in point. Oh, yes, right? We have something in France today, but it's fine. There's people who are France left and right. Okay, the Holocaust? No, it's true. If you visit France, every single French person will tell you their parents were part of the resistance. It's remarkable that the Germans were able to hold such a large territory that every single French person was resistance. But no, as a good argument to say, it never fit. It never. You could even say it's America. Now, even though we have benefited phenomenally, one might say that this problem never ended. We're still dealing with the same problem. Social acceptance is a much higher bar than legal acceptance. And I think in America, African Americans are still very much struggling with these challenges. I think lots of laws, civil rights movements, all kinds of things that have supported them and still insufficient. So these are like the Jan lecture. We're still going through these problems. Let me finish the story though, because it's kind of a bizarre, interesting story. So fast forward about 25 years, Napoleon is now in charge. This revolution in France did not go smoothly. You had like pendulums shifting between radicalism and back to conservatism as they try to break through this massive change from the king to a democratic system. And a lot of non-Jews from the Northeast will complain to Napoleon, saying, Napoleon, you have got to roll this emancipation thing back. The Jews are just taking over. They are creating monopolies. They are undercutting non-Jewish businesses. They're finding all kinds of ways that they're succeeding and we're not. Jews were obviously able to take advantage of these opportunities that emancipation afforded them, and they just shot ahead like a spring that's like wound really tightly when they suddenly have the opportunity to just explode with creativity and innovation and things like that. And they're also used to like taking advantage of their organizational closeness to be able to collaborate and to benefit themselves. Yes, not necessarily to the benefit of society as a whole, but certainly to their own benefit. So they complain to Napoleon, we're being run out of business because we're doing things so much cheaper, faster than we can. They're like the Walmart of Alsace-Lorraine, we can't compete with them. So Napoleon says, well, maybe we should rethink this. How can we ask the Jews how they feel about being French? Or who do we ask? Who's charging the Jews? And they say, well, they don't actually have a central body, but they used to have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was way back in ancient times. And this is a court of 70 judges, and they would decide all important things. So no problem, let us bring back the Sanhedrin. And typically, Napoleonic kind of move, he gathers together representatives from all over the Napoleonic Empire, which was not only France this time, but big chunk of Austria, Eastern Italy, and so on. He takes them all to Paris to say, guys, I have some really important questions for you that will have a lot to say about how you relate to France. And so I had them comes together in 1806. This was its head. He was actually a very well-known common public, about at the same time. So you can see he has this amazing hat, which I would love to have a hat like this. It was apparently crafted for him in honor of the Sanhedrin itself, and the dromedary upstairs supposed to represent the two tablets of the law. Anyway, he's definitely very good. But he heads up this presidium made out of definitely all across the spectrum. A lot of them are not, a lot of them are not children of Torah mitzvahs, but they want to get very, very resting inside of that station. And Napoleon speaks to them and says, I've got 12 questions for you. This was not actually Napoleon quickly, it was his predecessor, which is called the Assembly of Notables. But here, one of the 12 questions that he asked, by looking at the questions, you can probably imagine the answers. For you, question number one. Are Jews allowed to practice polygamy? Are Jews allowed to have more than one wife? Thank you, Mr. Rothschild, you're correct. You're not. But only since the ban of rabbinic marriage, right? But still, why would the only care about polygamy? Why is that his first question? At the time, they were very clean. Some of them were carrying the flags and their parties and being like that from the women's and other. Okay, good question. There were other groups. So, is that really, is this big deal? I'm worried about wasn't to make press. Well, on American Definition Form, they asked their employees, okay, but they're Americans for the reason. They're still going to be. I got to start you 2,000 back there. We collect the classes. If you got the American Hawaii, then we'll get that from that. Right. Population growth is an important question for us. How big is the problem going to get into this? You guys, I'd like to hold, of course, he's very viable, like all educated people, the 18th century of today. But he says, I see Abraham, Isaac, not Isaac, Jacob, they have like multiple wives. So you guys come back now. Is that like, no, these are about all these people. I'm also concerned about how do we just generally fit with our society, because it's hard to sort of render a society, a global society together. Secondly, related to divorce. It also has implications for population growth. Also has relationships with one of the big deals in French Catholicism, which Napoleon respectively is a secular movement. Are Jews able to honor law? And of course, we're good at that. We invented divorce. Here's the point. And you guys married on Jews. You don't get no Jews. Why does he want to know this? More for him. More for him? Okay, look at what do you mean by that? Employing all the Jews that married by employment. Then what's going to happen to the Jewish people? Exactly. Very good. He wants to see how big is this problem, how long does this problem going to exist. If you guys intermarry, then okay, I assume that over a few generations, French Jews will disappear because they'll just marry, so many more French women could marry non-Jewish men, and eventually the problem will go away. How do you think this has an answer to this? Mr. Raj, what do you think? What do you think? Yes, we can. Okay, did you see the picture? Did you see that? Did you see that? Yeah, why would he say yeah? He's actually, it's an argument, actually, he did actually survive an attack by the revolutionaries later. But they answered in the most swarmy, kind of prevaricating way, essentially saying, well, technically, we don't encourage it, but, if it happens, it's not like we somehow make it up. Which is essentially the same answer that you just say today about a lot of happens. Right? They don't want to say outright to the public that water. Forbid. They don't want to say that to the public because they know it's not the answer they want to say here. But if they say that at the time, and they kind of like sort of hopefully destructing it. They don't want to say an outright rejecter, an outright lie that Jews are not allowed to be converted. But they want to say that, there's only so much that we can do and things happen. They got it passed. He went on one question, right? This is kind of what it's important. Do you guys consider yourselves to be truly French? Or do you consider yourselves to be foreigners in French society? What's the implication of this question? This is really the money question. It's really the cost question. Wow, very good. We're going to rebel against this, especially because France had a war with Germany just about once every 30 years. We're a little overdue right now. You guys who speak Yiddish and sound and look a lot like those Jews on the other side of the German border, are you going to join those guys and try to use us? Or are you going to defend France? So that's really a funny question. Everything else kind of like goes by. Do you consider this your country? Who you defend France? They're kind of showing you have events in between years. It was just kind of more. You know, defend France too, they're very bad. This is also really important. Once the rabbis, and the rabbis have sort of the Zoom is in the way here, the rabbis have police. Right? Yeah, it's only or even less than an army. What if it costs you to stay within the state? Right? What happens if, how much power do you guys have to regulate yourself? If you are usually voluntary movement, or if you want to affiliate, it's just like joining a knitting club. Right? Everybody in this club likes to knit. You get together, what colors you're going to knit, what patterns you're going to knit, who's going to be the lead knitter, who's going to be the secondary knitter, that's all fine, I don't care, you do whatever you want. But if you can force people to knit certain things, but not other things, and you can say, you choose you're out of the club, then the holiness word, he doesn't want to have a rival with this force. Do you have to obey the rabbis? The answer for the wife, they want to say there's no double standard for a country. Yeah, logically, there's grounds for this. It is, it's forbidden to steal from a non-Jew, it's forbidden to lie to a non-Jew. There are exceptions for saving a life and things like that, but this is not a hard one to answer. There's no way of going mustard here. They do not want. They do not want a low-income rate discussion of the crazy exceptions to the rule. But the basic bottom line is you have to be a niche all the time. You have to tell the truth, things like that. Good question. Can you guys pursue any applications? The other concerns of Napoleon that so many people are in finance. I'd love to see more of you, let's say, become winemakers or YouTubers and things like that. And industry in particular, because money Jews are money lending, right? There's still money lending, especially with small money lending. But that to us, as we were able to charge interest on it. Basically, as I measured answering all of these questions exactly what Napoleon wanted to hear. And so Napoleon says, fine, you guys are sure emancipated. I confirm everything was decided back in 1790 and 1791. Jews are equal French citizens. Now I'm going to impose a few small anti-Semitic rules just for you guys, just to keep you in place so you actually move towards the direction I want, but essentially not confirm to it. Now, one of the things that they do also in France, which is different from what they've done in America and elsewhere, not done unrelated to what they nailed, is he said, okay, I want to take over your synagogues the same way we run the Catholic Church and the Protestant churches here in France, where all the synagogues have to belong to a single organization called the Princess Rob, and there's a chief rabbi, and all their salaries come from tax dollars from the state. Unlike in America, where they try to have a complete separation of church and state, in France, they regulate these so-called other religions. That every religion that's considered legitimate, have a certain number of people to support the religion, so on, then the state will give a certain amount of tax dollars to keep it back. But that also means the state has a say who gets to be the rabbi, and that also has an impact on Jewish authority. But this is actually the end of corporate existence for Jews in France, and it will just spread to over the next time. This is a coin I think I showed you a few weeks ago. This is a medallion coined by Jews in gratitude for the establishment of the Jews. On the left, it says Napoleon, Emperor, and King, and over here. Amazing, incredibly this image that shows Napoleon here in all his finery. Maybe that just any happens to a Czech reflecting Moses. As if to say, oh, thank you so much for giving us this equal rights, which is equal in our minds to receive the thing that drops out from the image here. But it shows just how enthusiastic the emancipatory Jews were in France to see this happen. I forgot the name of the practitioner, so Mr. Sperling.
This was produced by Jews. That's right. So this is in the constitute form of it's a kind of
Yeah, what else? Right? Like, it's supposed to be Moses who did this. Right? Emancipation doesn't go to chapter 2 to 9. They thought it would be so great that, yeah, right? Guys, don't, as Rabbi Berlwein likes to say, you never confuse Jews with Judaism. Like, this is what Jews did, not what Judaism told us to do. Mr. Brown, I was about to say, explanation would be hard. I would think so. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to say it. That's why I showed it to you, right? But I want you guys to appreciate, oh my gosh, people were, so many people were so desperate for emancipation that they could do things like this. It shows how far down they were. But we're still ignorant. Mr. Webber, your question. Okay, so let's go by general. Now, it went crazy after that. But also remember that the French Revolution went on, and there were a lot of other things that happened during this time that we're not going to cover here, but I will just point out to you that the Western era and France, it took them really about 50 years before the revolution finally sort of calmed down. You have this pendulum effect between conservatism, reaction, and radicalism. And you have things like they went so far, like here, for example, clock, but in the revolution era, they actually tried to change time itself. You see anything unusual about this particular clock face from the revolution era? No, place it up. It's Frank's finding for thank you. I like it. You have only 10 hours there. Right? This is one of these crazy scenarios.
No, I just want everybody to
12 hours. Right? It's ridiculous. Every hour, 100 minutes. Every day, 12 hours, right? 10 hours of daylight, 10 hours of darkness. Let's learn how this. And they actually switched to a 10-month year, which meant that they had to have also a 10-day week, which was hugely problematic for Jews because all of a sudden, jobs fall on like 24. And the regime actually attempted to force Jews to only observe the Sabbath on day 10, which could be Thursday. And this, Jews would all seek ways to try and keep Shabbos when it was not the 10th day. Luckily, this did not last very long, but it was an absolutely crazy day. Very time. And eventually come back. 24.
Right, so I yeah, who's the best?
So I think this particular clock has a 12 hours plus another 12 hours. That is 12 hours. I think on top of it, I think the whole time with the new time. I think, okay. I'm not going to do the hard things on the side yet, because I want to take the big one first. Permission? Let's talk about this period here. Now we want to go to another hugely important era. I want to move so far we've talked about France. France was sort of a leading edge of emancipation. And now we got to go to Russia, which, unlike France, had by far the largest chunk of Jewish population in the world. The bulk of real Jewry, probably about this is real Jewry, was located in Eastern Europe by the time of the 1900s, and they're overwhelmingly recognized. Sephardic Jews are a much smaller proportion of previous classes that I've taught there, I've passed all and stuff. They use this lecture in a different context. And we're going to jump ahead to, here we go. So, big thing happens in the 1880s. There is in 1881, the ruler of Russia, which has not gone through any of its emancipation stuff, there were some changes in the rule of how Jews were treated under Catherine the Great in the 1760s, especially when she took over Poland in the 1770s. But with the issues still living in a pre-modern existence in Russia, that until 1917. So this idea of Jews as something that was very relevant in the 20th century to be a part of this Russia. And then this man, Tsar Alexander II, was assassinated in a off-road attack on his heritage, and that represented a massive political upheaval in Russia. From the Jewish perspective, what happened was between 1881 and 1884, there was a wave of small-scale attacks on little Jewish villages throughout the region where Jews were allowed to live, the Pale of Settlement. And these attacks, you already heard the years, right? So read the years of these attacks. Many of these attacks multiple times. Such that the Jewish population there, that Russia is not able or interested in protecting its Jewish people. And this is like a very important principle of Jewish history. You know, you can worry about anti-Semitism from the right, you worry about anti-Semitism from the left, but our worst enemy is kind of fear anarchy more than anything else, because anarchy represents the breakdown of the law, and since we are a minority, we are the most defensive when there is no strong government. Even if the government is mildly anti-Semitic, mildly discriminatory, that's actually way better than a government that has no power at all. So that's what's essentially happening in Russia this time. We have to say, oh my gosh, this country does not protect us as the members of society. So they're going to turn to 5 new ideas for how they're going to deal with the situation. So, thank you very much. I want to really visit some churches. It's a great study. These people here, they're also playing on all of that psychology. I love this kind of research. This is a study of the overall waves of Eastern Europe, particularly Russian Empire. You see that this is a number of not necessarily their violence, but they actually got trying more violent in the revolutionary periods. People killed for pogroms in much larger. But huge number in 1881, huge number here in 1905, and then a smaller absolute number, but I think it's the subject there. And revolutionary era of 1921. I will point out that these numbers compared to the Holocaust, like the scale of these attacks, is 100 pogroms, right? But we have 6 million dead in the Holocaust. It's so a lot of years in 1919, but that's only because we didn't know what 1939 was going to be like. Okay. So when you look at the number of pogroms, what these scholars did was they correlated them with crop failures, the years when there were bad crops. And as you can see, there is a correlation, but it's not a necessary cause. There are many years when you had crop failures, but no crops. Then they do the same thing with political turmoil. Same thing. There's no question there was political turmoil when pogroms happened, but there are lots of times when there's political turmoil and no pogroms happen. But you combine both of those. What are the years when we had crop failures plus political turmoil, and that correlates on a 1-to-1 ratio. In other words, it's really bad for Jews when there is political turmoil combined with an economic downturn. which is scary, right? So let's hope that politics in Washington stabilize, and let's hope that it do not go into a recession. It's also bad things for Jews that have come by. One of the other things combined is that this is really bad. Yeah, that's right. They say about African Americans that when the American economy as a whole, African Americans get completely involved. And I think the same thing about this too. That it was bad for Americans because of what it was overall and downturn, much worse for Jews. This is very Lucas. 6 years more. Well, we had a lot of things. They did have economic downturn, but it ended up so much worse for the Jews. What a whole ended up taking the question. We're going to talk about more detail about the Holocaust. Let's look at the 5 national strategies. This is the important part I really want you guys to get. Okay, here we go. This is part 2 of the dozen. Really have to show up this person. So once Jews realized that Russia could not protect them, Jews decided en masse we need to do something different. And they decided a very way, one of 5 basic strategies to deal with the challenge. Those strategies that I mentioned at the beginning of the hour are things we're still figuring out today. Most of them know fit into the political movements that come out of these 5 strategies. Okay, let's see what they are. First one, family creation. This is the oldest strategy. And the tried and true to the strategy, as we discussed before, the fee strategy, the relief part, and Jews left the Russian Empire control. This map shows you how many Jews left the Pale of Settlement here in red between 1881 and 1917 when the Tsar's government fell. 1.75 million Jews in the United States, constituted about 7 out of 10 Americans Jews today. Chances are, just for fun, how many are foreign ancestors? How many of you have ancestors who were included in this big migration to the United States? Okay, so we about 6 I myself am part of this. I like to put all my ancestors in Canada because they have better health insurance, but that was a joke. There was actually, can't find nothing else. It was like hundreds of laughter. But Jews said, okay, Russia's not working out. Let's use it for centuries upon centuries. The environment is negative, they will actually transfer themselves. What is different about this particular migration is that unlike previous migrations, it's huge in scope, it's perhaps more significant. It was flying in the face of a lot of us. Many great rabbis said, do not go to America. It's not to go to that, it's to trace them. It's a non-kosher land, not going to be able to find not going to be able to find any Chinese restaurants. You cannot go to America, but Jews left nevertheless. Interesting studies that we do to immigrants, whether you're married, not married, things like that, indicate that many of the Jews who came here in this way would actually rebel. They were like, and it was usually for longer. Mr. Vasilevsky. There were places where all the borders were very different. At the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, borders were far more permeable than they are even today. And this is the time when America was actually funded to come to the shores. The Industrial Revolution in America was just booming and needed people to work the plants and to plow the fields, they lay down the railroad
I
tracks.
just had to say,
And so
running
all
back,
you had to do was basically save up enough money for a passage, one-way passage from Hamburg, from England, and they made their way across. You know, and they came and just said, "Here I am, ready to do something." All our questions.
Well, yeah, I know it was they kind of started going all the way down to Africa and they just like
Excellent question. I mean, not exactly random, but reasons for a lot of these concentrations. In the case of South Africa, as a ladder migration, it's very common on the internet where people tend to go to a place where they've somewhat thought their first off. So, look, I know this guy named Moshe Mayan that, you know, his brother and I worked with him in a sawmill, so I'm going to go with Moshe together, but you know, it comes from my house, so I don't know set up with that's where a lot of South Africans sort of reaches for South Africans coming in the first place, the gold mines, things like that. But, so they're quite interesting. So a lot of big bucks, and I'm going specifically to South Africa. Why not? There's not a lot, right? There's no ladder migration students. There would be a huge amount in World War II when Jews had their way out to Colorado, Uzbekistan, things like that. That's the really but choosing to emigrate, which is very different than being a refugee, is something I try to also. Mr. Wood, how much that there's a theory that the reason that we didn't have a lot of Muslims is because they don't understand that. There's a lot of value to that. It's not a theory, really. It's more an observation. But that's the difference. It's the Jews who came at this time, they were choosing to emigrate. They were frequently disobeying their rabbis, frequently disobeying their parents, and they're saying, you know, I don't care. I'm going to set up my own, I'm going to go to America, I will make myself. And you know what? I am open to learning this America. I am going to learn English, and I'm not going to finish even with my children. I'm going to like become totally American. Right? It's very good phenomenon with this immigrant. On the other hand, after World War II, even Jews who wanted to stay in Poland. So that's sound on it. I can understand you guys social media but play a video with sound would be like over the top. All right, sorry, so I would never go back to control energy. Exactly, that's why they're post World War II, right? Yeah, post World War II. I mean, they come back to the town of Poland. It's devastating. There's nobody there anymore. They're encountering active hostility from over the jails, moving on and elsewhere, and saying, well, that's it, I'm leaving. So when they come to America, those post-war, they are refugees, they're angry about how they're not choosing you're America's first problem. So they come here and say, well, what? I'm not going to make myself to America. I'm going to make America myself. I'm going to recreate what I imagine the shepherd should have been here in the Muncie or in Lakewood, place like that. And they had a huge impact. What about the enlightening views of trying to say you're in that world, that will be so great, no matter what? For those things that are not like those here. Yeah, I think it's a tiny proportion of those enlightenment troops. Largely, most of them were killed. And they had a much harder time perpetrating their Jewish identity. We live in the fourth generation. I myself, like, my parents are Holocaust survivors, they're not born and raised in Canada, so they're survivors, correctly, but, you know, we're put off by the massive number of Jews in their civilization. It's amazing that we can do anything, and it's amazing that we have any kind of problem. Mr. Abbott, so very much for enlightenment. Like I don't want to
I finished this draft. They should just frame this and not do the game. NFL should just show this.
And I know that many Jews who did immigrate through Galveston did settle there and made communities in Texas. And they were, by and large, like reforms, so traditional, which definitely is much more of like therapy towards the ideas than the chefs rough like Solomon. But so there's definitely for 1,000 Jews who came to America and did set down and enlightenment. Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we have for America, we have like Russia. We have for America opposed to it. Post-war, you're right. That's a good point. Okay, let's go on. Now, strategy number one, right? Immigration. This is probably the biggest strategy.
Yo, what up? How are you, Anna? Can you hear me? Anna, how old are you? Anna, how'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me, Anna? Anna, you gotta be 18 years old to be in here.
It's the most traditional strategy. we don't have the research to do government what is socialism, but it's basically this political economic movement, largely heralded by a baptized Jew named Karl Marx, and it was called a Friedrich Engels, that argued for a complete change to the way that we organize society now. We're very much against capitalism, which is the market economy that is the American economy. They wanted to have the control of the means of production handed over to the people at large. So I'm not going to go into the details of what it is, but what it does mean is a fundamental reversal of basic economic structures in society. Rather than leaving Russia, they said, let's change Russia to be more friendly to its minorities. Among the most important of those is this man, Leon Rothschild, known by his pen name Leon Trotsky, and he was a major radical revolutionary, hugely influential in the early communist period. This is a picture of his 1905 arrest before the revolution itself. One of the lesser known things about the Russian Empire is it's almost impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the entire Russian Empire. But he would end up becoming an incredible general. He was the leader of the Red Army, amazingly achieved to reach such heights of time. But again, not identifying as a Jew. Many of the communists at that time said, not only will we change the world, the economy, but also change ourselves to fit with a larger Marxist idea, which was very much anti-religious. Anti-clericalism was a idea of the communist world. So many of these we see things like Rosa Luxemburg will say, I am not a Jew, I am a social democrat. When I say social democrat, it's another word for like communist. And so this is the second major strategy. And let's not just leave Russia, let us change Russia from within. So at this point, I'm just going to show you the last three, and we'll come back to them on Wednesday for just to keep, just to not keep it for anger. The third one is Zionism, like the idea of we're going to change everything, but we're going to change it with Israel. The fourth one is something called diaspora nationalism, which is essentially that had a very big impact in America. The idea of creating a Jewish society in the diaspora. And the fifth one is renewed traditionalism. That's how I invented, which is basically like the Ephesians Israel and the lady movement. Really depends very heavily on this particular strategy. These are the 5 strategies. And as I said at the beginning of the lecture, if you have a Jewish friend who is politically active, he is probably borrowing from these 5 strategies to define himself or herself. Okay, folks. Wednesday, when we return, we'll finish up this discussion. Thank you for learning. All right, we have some great things. Like this is, gentlemen, this is the material that's going to change your life. And when you understand this, you'll know everything that is important about life and religion and all that stuff. Don't learn about the negative. Yeah, right from me. No, I think that's where it has to be from. It has to be about reality. Because how do we get to it? History, one of the things about history is like, it's really about how did we get here in the first place? Like you're driving along from country roads, and all of a sudden you look up and say, what is this? But if you had, a map or that was like a very large piece of paper that sort of geographically represents what's on the screen and GPS. And you say, I want to know how I got there, and it explains why I messed up in this way or that way, things like that. So we're going to start with discussion about Scala. And today we'll start the political emancipation as well as the 2 issues are distinctly related. The term Haskalah is an Hebrew word, Haskell, is like to grow intelligent, right? Pulling around that and self. From all my teachers, I gained the wisdom that is developed. And it's a translation of a very important European term, a German term, Aufklärung, which means enlightenment. And I could translate to make things clearer because we have a related. The Aufklärung as a movement predated the Haskalah by about 100 years. This is like an intellectual wave of ideas that launched over Europe, and it caught up with the Jews eventually, and the Jews started really loving it. The kinds of ideas that are in the Alfredo include popular sovereignty. Like, why does a king get to be in charge of all of us? We should be in charge of us, right? So America, for example, is one of the great Enlightenment experiments in popular sovereignty. The shift of the locus of veracity from revealed text to scientific inquiry really presents that fits so well. It's not a topic to go about like that. What do I mean by that? If you wanted to know what was true in the year 1600, you would go ask your priest, your imam, your rabbi. They would tell you what was true, because that's the address for truth. I would go to my rabbi for what is true. I might still go to my rabbi for what is true. The Enlightenment, the Alfredo, the Haskalah, shifted that away from, oh, maybe the rabbi, the imam, the priest is not so accurate all the time, but these science guys, Newton, people like that, all of a sudden they're demonstrating things with, hypotheses and experiments. That's where truth is. So built on the earlier scientific revolution in a very big way. So you've got changes in politics, changes in the idea of where to how to find out if something is true. And that obviously latter leads to a decline in overall religiosity. But of course, we are still on that slope downward. There will be occasional revivals, Europe-wide and America-wide, of like new religious energy from time to time for various reasons. We may explore some of them. But basically, since the Enlightenment, the Western world has been a downward slope when it comes to religious faith.
To me, why the first time history people actually trying to make themselves for that person, I think the first time in, I don't know, these years.
We have been thinking for ourselves for a very long time. It's just that we've decided, taking on behalf of the race, we've decided to sort of use a different set of variables to determine the truth.
It's a questioning things, it's not trying to set things for yourself.
No question. Those things happened a long time ago. Let's go certainly all the way back in our tradition to, at the very least, the Mishnah. It goes all the way back in the Greek tradition to the three sophists, guys like Plato, Aristotle, guys like that. But they're all about questioning. The question is, which data sets do you use to question it? We use data sets. We say we've got this amazing source of truth, the Torah. Here it is. It was revealed to us. It's my love. That God gave us this document, so of course that's where we're going to go for our truth. If, however, like in the Enlightenment, people begin to say, well, how do you know it was revealed? If people lose confidence in the answers, they start saying, maybe we should really a little bit more. It's a good question. That's more like a faith question. It definitely is a snowball effect. Like when one person gets an idea and spreads it around, and that picks up energy and steam and goes on to another person. And even if the first person who had the idea had an idea very close to pre-modern values, it nevertheless has a huge philosophical. Like, I'll give you one example. René Descartes, famously associated with Cartesian graphs, which you're probably familiar with during math class. René Descartes, religious thinker, Catholic, he says, I'm having trouble with all of these ideas circulating, and I'm having trouble with reconciling them. So he sits down and he conducts the first of what he calls 6 meditations. 6 deep meditations. What is the world all about? The first one says, how do I know that anything exists? How do I know? Maybe I am like dreaming this world. Have you ever had that solipsistic thought of things? How do I know that I exist? Maybe I'm actually dreaming that I exist. I know you guys probably never watched Star Trek. One of the great cultural achievements of the 20th century. But there's a great episode where they have these brains floating in glass beakers, and they imagine entire worlds in their brains. It's like I should do say that in class. I know I'm recording too. But he says, how do I know the world exists? How do I know I'm not dreaming this? How do I know that some people being is not making me think I exist. He says, well, I do know this, that either the world exists the way I perceive it, or I am dreaming the world exists, or an evil genius is making me think the world exists, right? All of those three things are possible. There's no other possible logical inference. But in each one of those, one thing is common. Anybody know Mr. Snowbird? No, it took the I exist. Thank you, right? And that's the famous phrase, cogito ergo sum, right? Not really I think, I perceive, therefore I am. This is wow, that's it. I have now figured out my first truth. This is the fulcrum upon which I will shape the universe, because I know this is true. I don't know if this fable is real. I don't know if I'm dreaming this, but I do know I exist, because it's logically impossible for me not to exist. And from there he went on to say, well, how do I know that the world exists? How do I know that God exists? How do I know that? And all those things, he solved them one after another. And the challenge was, to answer your question correctly, just asking the question is corrosive. Just suggesting maybe the world doesn't exist. Maybe other things that we cherish do not exist. It's like you're in a loving marriage and say, well, I don't really love my wife. Don't ask that question. Don't ask that question. As soon as you start asking that question, you are already in trouble. Don't ask that question. You either do or you don't. You would feel it or you don't. But don't start questioning it. If you poke at it, you might find out it's not quite as solid as it is. Oh my gosh, marital advice to unsolicited marital advice to a bunch of single guys. Okay, let's go to that stuff. Mr. Abrams, I'm gonna go. Read it better than you. That's a good question. That's initially that question, right? Romo Hamelech, that's with much knowledge comes much sorrow, right? Much pain. Better sometimes not to know. Like what do they say in English? You don't want to know how the sausage is made. Another expression? Yeah, that's it. But anything else, that's the way to say it. Yeah, okay, that's true. Let's guys get it out. This is so cool. This is Ferrara, I believe, 1577, 1570. Earthquake in Ferrara. This is like a period that would have demonstrated or built the earthquake. Ferrara is a town in northern Italy, good Jewish population. It was the Rothschild in Ferrara, and interesting history. Anyway, earthquake in 1570, flatness in town. Everybody runs out, they cross the river, they live for 6 weeks in the fields. The whole population including among them is a guy named Azaria Rossi, Jewish guy. Sort of like an unprofessional academic. He makes a living as a proofreader. Right? This is the early years of printing. So he's reading lots of books because he's comparing manuscripts to the printed page or something like that. But not like a professor. I mean, he's a curious guy. I think he read a lot of books. He goes out into the fields with the rest of the town of Ferrara, and everybody is out there. And he finds that his cabin, his tent, happens to be really close to a whole bunch of Christian monks, where their monastery fell down, and so they're hanging out there. Nothing to do all day except wait for the aftershocks to subside, and they start talking and learning, so to speak. And he discovers all kinds of cool things about Christianity, and he tells them all kinds of things about Judaism that he never heard of. Like, for example, the whole letter of Aristeas, which is a document that discusses the writing of the Targum Septuagint, that he learns all about it. And so, hey, we have that whole thing too. And if I know through the real life. So after this is all over, he sort of has this brilliant insight. He says, you know what? Those monks are pretty cool. I actually really enjoyed the conversation with them. I do not want to be a monk. I understand, for example, if they're celibate, that's really not for me. But I loved all this stuff that they had to say about reality and truth. And we had great conversations. So he leans into the Rambam's famous statement that you should accept truth from anyone who says it.
What up? Yeah.
really.
What up, Splangly? How you living,
And
baby?
he ends up writing a really important book called Mayor.
Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, hello. Splangly, how you living? How's your day? Splangly, can you hear me? Splangly. Splangly, how's your day going? Splangly. Splangly. Yo, dog, how are you?
Monday night. Don't be confused because that title has been used by many other authors as well, for very different books. But it's kind of like the first real book of the Haskalah, or maybe I should say that anyway. The Haskalah, I always told you, is basically like something that appears in the late 18th century. But the Mayor A9 is kind of like a foundational work that eventually fed into the Haskalah. It's like many controversial books, was writing on, like Mr. Lipschitz, who was actually taking this course remotely, is writing on a book that received lots of Haskamos, and then the Haskamos they were yanked because people thought that it might have a few courses in it. Controversial books like that. The Mayor A9 at first received lots of Haskamos, including from Yosef Karo, author of the Shulchan Aruch. And then it got pulled afterwards. Saying, no, I didn't mean that because I obviously didn't read the book very carefully. So there was a lot of nasty stuff that went around this particular book. The stuff that everybody liked was a big chapter on the history of earthquakes. And school, because there are earthquakes in Tanakh, we don't know a lot about them. That's what affected the Torah. But then he also started writing about other things that sort of went further afield. It was too much for people. But it's the idea, the Haskalah idea of maybe we can learn stuff from non-Torah approved sources. That's a controversial idea. You guys should realize that you're in a college, right? You are also the inheritors of some level.
Can you hear me,
It's
dog?
not a college.
Can you hear me? Yo, you know who Rabbi is? Splangly, how's your day going? Did you find out about me from Twitch? Yo, dog, can you hear me? Is your microphone working? I can hear you just have like white noise coming out. Yo, dog. Blanky. Can you hear me, dog? Blanky. Hello. Can you hear me? Blanky, I want to talk with you. I want to know what's going on in your world. How your life is. Can you hear me, dog? Yo. Yeah, I can hear myself in with the other one, so it's not on my end.
college like Columbia, thank God, but it is nevertheless a college, and we are using scientific inquiry, we're using lots of modern tools of inquiry that, is not traditional. Okay, Mr. Rubin.
So considering the experience that associated canceling the day by a lot of other rabbis,
Yeah.
how divided was the support and opposition? It's kind of like everyone thinks it was them and everyone else was neutral, or everyone claims it was. And so,
No, not everyone famous opposed him. Many famous people oppose him, but it's like the internet. I don't remember offhand. Just Google it, but it's the internet. It's hard to hold back ideas, right? They start circulating, especially if they're accessible. They go deeper. Start being accessible. You start reading. There are a lot of books like that come out over the next few centuries that are like really popular. And well, this is fantastic, great, they're great. And later, someone picks up something and says, "Wait a second, it's not exactly what we want to say," and it becomes us. But it doesn't come us right away. Mr. Lloyd, yeah, exactly. Everyone has to learn on these things in Aristotle. But
it's not like the first person who makes that now.
correct. He's the first person when he's quoting the Rambam. Correct. That's one of them. But he's the first person to say, "We can learn about it," and I learned it by the way from Christian monks that I was camped outside with. Right? It's like totally a trade story. Not even like a vegan story. So he was one of the ones that popularized it. Again, the Rambam's writing in manuscript, expensive, hard to attain. He's writing in print. It's like the internet. Everybody's got it. Really hard to control. It's like Instagram. Mr. Jones.
I'm assuming you already, use any of the later also ideas that, not using the mentalist, but what was entertaining about like the,
Well,
I think it's very fun people.
more of a deep dive into that. A lot of his issues had to do with the way science was interpreted and how we should reconcile passages in the Bible with century science. That's probably where he got into much trouble. It's a big, thick book, by the way, translated into English. I think we have a copy somewhere in the dangerous literature section of the Edinburgh libraries, but it's worth looking at. Another big impetus for the Haskalah, we have not discussed in great detail here, but a couple of you have been in my Sephardic Jewish history classes. Really important is the Portuguese diaspora. The Portuguese Jews were called by Cecil Law, one of the greatest historians of the last century, the first modern Jews. And by modern, he meant like Jews who have a totally different outlook on life and are especially prepared to engage in code switching, identity switching, and to borrow from the secular world without feeling guilty about it. The reason being that unlike the Sephardic Jews, the Spanish Jews who were expelled in 1492, the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in late 1496, early 1497, and then they experienced the Portuguese Inquisition, which was absolutely awful, and then only afterwards were they able to get out of Portugal and start establishing communities throughout Europe as Jews were also Christians at the same time. Meaning, they were forced to become Christian. That meant they got Christian driver's licenses. And they could go wherever they want, they could go to universities, they could pick any job they want, they could pick any job, any profession they want, they could live anywhere they want. They were Christians, and they were prepared to exploit their Christian identities, but still they wanted to be English at the same time. And so they had much less of an allergy to ideas that were otherwise foreign because they were already swimming and they had done it for generations. Big difference. And they moved all over Europe and they moved to the New World. And so they created the possibility of multiple identities, which 100 years earlier would have been completely, mutually exclusive. You couldn't be Jewish and Christian at the same time. But the Portuguese Jews could and did and demonstrated this is a possibility. Right? So they're spreading these kind of ideas and I'm loving them there right now. I think this is a great book. They have all kinds of cool ideas. We love the synthesis of Jewish wisdom, non-Jewish wisdom. It's happening. You got a question? You got a question? Okay. No, you're good? Okay. Don't be sorry. Okay. So the Haskalah per se, though, as I mentioned, really begins in the late 18th century. Moses Mendelssohn, the sometimes called Hillary of Dessau, was the primary figure in promoting this idea. And again, as someone mentioned earlier, I think it's Mr. German, he's a strong guy. He's orthodox. He's Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus, right? They're not necessarily thinking, especially early on, they're not necessarily thinking that they're driving Judaism off the cliff. They're thinking this is like the natural path of Judaism. That of course we should be engaging outside society. It is deeply intertwined with the political moment because as you move into the 1800s, it's more and more possible that Jews could obtain equal rights with Christians. Not just like the Portuguese Jews who did because they were actually Christians, but because the societies are prepared to agree to the idea that Jews should have equal rights. Case in point would be America, 1776. Where, they said, well, yeah, I guess so. It didn't happen automatically. It didn't happen all over at the same time. But basically, America said, we the people, this idea that we're all different people, except for black people. Not black people. I know, by the way, almost, we won't let them vote, but otherwise, okay. And Jews were included in the people. And so that was like a pretty dramatic. The French Revolution, we will talk about after this lecture, massive impact. America was way over on the other side of the ocean, but France is right in the middle of Europe, and when they gave the equal rights, that was mind-blowing. And that's basically following on from the work of guy before this one. The biography comes from northern Germany, it's called Russia, and he's a self-taught autodidact, self-taught genius, exceptionally skilled in a whole pile of areas of modern thought. And one of the most important areas, which, by the way, all of you identify as one of the most valuable things for learning here at this college, what is his composition skills. He can write really well in colloquial German. Let's remember, the linguistic situations, Jews are still living a very, very insular lifestyle. Vast majority of Jews' top 10 friends are all other Orthodox Jews, but they have lots of business contact. And so the level of communication that Jews had, for most of Europe, is a high degree of fluency in English, right, the mother tongue, the Mama typically some degree of facility and ability in Hebrew, because that's the liturgical language. Scholars would have stronger Hebrew and Aramaic, but the Hamon Am would have enough to get consider, follow maybe Rashi. But when it comes to German, it would basically be functional German. Just like, if people have Hispanic help cleaning their houses and doing their lawns, you might know enough Spanish to say, we're going to be on vacation next week, don't come, or, basically, hey, could you please clean up the kitchen, whatever you might say in very, very basic Spanish, because that's what you need for, effective communication. Or I know about 6 phrases in Korean, which I find immensely helpful when I get my driving done. Right? Because almost all leaders in America are talking about Korean. And I actually, fun fact, I have a Korean name. And I don't know what I do. Do I have a market here? I don't know if I have a market. Do I work with a finger in it? And I have a market that you enjoy it. I will show you my secret Korean name. If I find a marker. Maybe I will not be able to realize it. Why you might ask why you want a Korean name? But I'll tell you. When I was about 15, I worked for a Korean restaurant, and they had trouble pronouncing Henry. They would call me Henry. So they said after about 100 days, I said, we're just going to call you Young Sue. But I think it means like Mochachayan or something like that. Young Sue. So that's my Korean. Okay, well, how did I get that? They said, well, I can't spell it in Korean, but I don't have a marker here. Yeah, is this a marker? Yeah. It's not one. I want to make sure I'm doing this. That doesn't make sure button. Yeah, it's got a button there.
one where I should be tried of it. That's it. That really. Professor. If I write that there, we're going. I don't know. Step in. Here we go. This is white. There it is. Nuts too. That's good. It's okay. I know it's good, but thank you. Welcome. How are you doing, sir? Anyways, how did I get here? Why am I talking about this? Thank you so much. Thank you. So my Korean is like, it's really handicapped. I only know that very little. But if I lived in Korea, I would probably learn a lot more just to do the business I need to. Not that I'd be a literary genius, not that I'd write a book in Korean, or lecture in Korean, but I would be able to telephone conversation in Korean, right? So more at that level of journey. Even though they're living in the country for 800 years, that's the extent of their skills, largely because of what they needed. There were exceptional Jews, like for example, the court Jews, the home Jews, who were kind of like the representatives of the community who were close to the king or the prince or the nobleman, who have got much better levels of it. We see this also in the Gemara, where there's a discussion of what kind of haircuts Jews can have. There's certain really popular blonde haircuts that would be considered like haircuts Hungarian. You couldn't get those haircuts, but if you were close to the king, you didn't have that, so you could have that haircut. We'll discuss that. You better not see son-in-law, that's what I heard. Every son-in-law had that kind of haircut. Tangents. Why don't I go on tangents? But Moses Mendelssohn had that beautiful German. He had that excellent speaking ability German, so much so that there was an essay competition, and he beats Immanuel Kant, one of the greatest philosophers of the 18th century. You know, coming in first, and Immanuel Kant comes in second is like a mind-blowing thing. This Mendelssohn, Moses Mendelssohn, who was probably called the genius of textile because he was like really good, and he wrote a ton of material in German and also in Hebrew to explain Judaism to the rest of the world. He was kind of like the Oprah of Judaism to the rest of the world. Everybody said, wow, maybe these Jews are not so weird. Look at this guy. He can stand up and he can speak and he can communicate. He has good arguments, right? He actually makes a lot of sense. So he was extremely influential. I'll give you one example of this guy. There were other figures who were contemporaries who, by contrast, are totally different. Solomon Lyman, who comes from not too far away from him on the Russian side of the border, he also was deeply involved with ideas and deeply engaged in Jewish things and secular culture. But unlike Moses Mendelssohn, he can't find a balance. He can't stay firm and still appreciate the outside world. He ends up converting to Lutheranism, and as typical, he writes a nasty book about Judaism afterwards. His autobiography, a fascinating work. He describes with some hostility his visit to the court of the Rabbi at Mezrich. He spoke about on Monday, but he's like an example of most of them not speak about this. If they got involved with non-Jewish ideas, if they started to like them, they basically disappeared from Judaism. But Moses Mendelssohn sort of created a path where, you know what, it's possible to stay from and also engage in outside culture. Not everybody agreed, obviously. Moses Mendelssohn's books were famously burned in some circles, which is generally a good sign that your book sales are going to keep going up. Burn the best thing what's going on. But he really articulated a path that was extremely influential for the next 2 centuries. I'll give you some positive, by the way, background to this here, some of the appendix of him at a freestanding laboratory and shown over here. But let's just show you the whole image, right? Over there, because I forgot to take it out and gave you slightly different context. Here's Mendelssohn. You know, he has a hatchback. He famously had a hatchback. I'm going to give you guys, by the way, the absolute best steel to heel shit line that came from Moses Mendelssohn. This is the story. It's a great story, okay? He had a hunchback. And the story goes when he was set up with his fresh air, mythology fresh air, he comes walking up to the front porch for the show today, and she's out on the second floor. She looks out the window, she sees it. By the way, she's in this picture too. I gotta find the actual picture. She sees him out the window. Oh my gosh, she's got a big hunchback. She tells her mother, I don't want to. And her mother says, how can you do this? You came all the way here, and it's so impolite. It's like to never marry someone with a hunchback. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. But the mother parades the bus, you mustn't now. You have to have a shake day for sure. So, she relents. They invite most of the in. They sit down in the parlor and they go back there. The parents are outside. It's like chaperone, but not strictly and they talk like half an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, massively long sugar day. After sorry, it's going well. It's going well. It's going well. I said, what's up? She said, I'm not going to marry this guy. He has a husband. That's very good. Mind blowing, right? So they afterwards the parents asked her, the future Mr. Mendelssohn, what do you say? You were so dead set you didn't want to meet him at night. She says to the parents that he said to her, I know that my hunchback is difficult to take, but I want to let you know that there is a Gemara, which I'm sure you know and I'm familiar with. 40 days cooking tears of blood, right? 40 days before a child is born, a bas phone goes out, and divine goes out, it says bas phone lotone, right? And he says, I was in the womb, and I heard the bas phone, and I saw that you were my bashir. But I saw that you had a hunchback, and I doubted in the womb. Watch that. It's all over. Right? This guy's genius. So I think this particular image, which is actually quite fascinating part of the biography, as part of like this whole deal of being opened up to society and stuff like that, we were friends named Kurt Reese, this guy here named Lavater, and they grew up like conversations. DMC, listen. They have, I used to with my daughter. So they have these DMCs about life, religion, stuff like that. And then Lavater betrays them and publishes a book. Right? So we kind of published books for release, and he published a book saying that Mendelssohn actually accepts the truths of Christianity. These are the things totally drive him. And he challenges Mendelssohn to now fall into Christianity. Hugely embarrassing thing, we don't know what actually happened, stuff like that. It ends up being the whole Mendelssohn never converts them, speaks to Lavater again. They write books against each other, they drive trucks all to the press. But this is like, sort of a representation of the relationship beforehand. In the background, which you can't see, I should have cut it off, is a playwright named Rothschild who wrote a brilliant play. That actually is two Mendelssohn called, I remember a couple of 3 Rings. No, it's not under Vice of the same thing, Making the Wise, in which there's a whole metaphor of the 3 rings, which represent Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and they all have to come together and peace and coexistence, stuff like that. Anyways, it's a cool story. Okay, so to give you an example of the kind of things that Mendelssohn was very involved in, to give you a sense of where the Haskalah could go and where it did go, much to its chagrin. 1772, right? This is at the peak of Mendelssohn's popularity. And he's won all these prizes. He's a rich guy now. Like everyone looks up to him as a leader of Judaism. And but again, he's still second-class citizen. There's no equal rights for Jews. He was kicked out of his town at any time. It happens still because of a crisis erupts in a principality of Germany called Mecklenburg-Schwerin, where somebody was married too early. Non-Jewish guy. He woke up in the grave, and it was like, what is going on? And there's like this the whole interesting backstory. I don't want to go into too much details, but really, go into the truth. And they say, we gotta do something. It's a public health issue. People are being buried before they're dead. We need a new rule. Nobody gets buried until 72 hours after the death certificate is signed. Nobody gets buried until 3 days after you declare the dead. Just in case, right? It was a huge thing all over Europe. There were these crazy ideas. They were building special like emergency commons like this one, where it has like this little air balloon at the bottom, kind of like a bellows type thing, and it's attached to a flag. So if you wake up in the coffin, then you can squeeze the bellows, the flag goes up, and then you walk by the graveyard and things pop up. They have it attached to bells, walking by a cemetery, all the cemeteries that has been very clearly. It was a crazy kind of phenomenon that was happening. And even examples in America where they go to cemeteries with out right now messages. So, what's the problem for Jews? Yes, Judaism valorizes Scripture, right? We consider the decomposition of the corpse an atonement for the disease, and we consider quick burial. The quicker, the better in general. But we do have an idea of color and age that you can wait to preserve the honor of the mace. Like, let's say, I'm not giving you a lot of direction, but there's a lot of discussion about, if there's a close family member who needs to come in, there are some posting that say you can wait a certain amount of time for it to get there, But in Israel, of course, the ideal is to bury within 24 hours. And typically, we go to these prophets in Israel, right? But the idea is to accelerate the cognition of the prophets. As have holes built in the bottom of them so that literally the worms can get into the coffin faster. And those are our values. That's what we do. So waiting 72 hours is design limits. It's an insult to the deceased. And you can't do that. That's a really serious issue to insult the mates. So they go to two great rabbis. One of them is Rabbi and the other one is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. Rabbi Yaakov is initially stumped. Doesn't know how to do this. He's going to go to Rabbi Mendelssohn because he knows how to talk to the German authorities. Later, Rabbi M changes his mind and a little bit of discussion with it. Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn on this. But Moses Mendelssohn does two things. First of all, he writes the thing to the and he convinces them to make a carve-out exception for Jews because this is their practice. But the other thing he does, he says privately to the Jewish community, but you know what, I think it's a good idea. We should really adopt this 72-hour rule. Because as much as we dislike, Halanas Hameis, like that their body remain, it's much worse to bury a person prematurely. So this is a public health thing. And moreover, it says that this historically, the example of this is a Jewish mausoleum. We have lots of examples in the Hellenistic period of the indoor cave graves. You have them in Beit Shan, you have them in Avia, in Shalayim, anywhere where the Hellenistic Jews were buried, where we would bury people, in accessible places, not actually buried, not in the field. And of course, the tunnels, right? The holiday, like a yota, that after your parent or loved one would be proposed, you go back after a year and collect the bones, and then bring the bones for secondary burial. I know it's wild. You can go to the net, you can see that they have a whole bunch of examples of stone ossuaries, which are kind of like sarcophagi. A sarcophagus is a full-length sarcophagus. The Mets here in Manhattan, and they have an example the Israel Museum has tons of examples. But these ossuaries are about this big because when you're just collecting the bones, you don't need a lot of space. And that's what we do. Mendelssohn says I don't know why. Why don't we just go along with the derivatives? Why don't we just, accept this public health measure? So you see how there's a willingness to compromise in halacha when there is what's perceived to be a secular public health is our motivation. Where you also see this fight in your own lifetime during COVID. The same kind of arguments were happening. On the one side, more of what we would call today a radio approach as State Street. We're not going to fit anywhere. How much they were here. But at the same time, there are a lot of rabbis tend to be more left wing, saying, well, wait a second, public health, stuff like that. Maybe we should that. Maybe we should not have an in our Yom Kippur. You guys remember that? Yes. The lunch over shut down. Yeah, it's okay. Way that is. Well, again, it's inspiration. It's not so. This is the same session that we have with the immature burials. Okay. Now, I don't want to give you like a whole rosy picture of the Haskalah. Mendelssohn is an exceptional figure in many ways. He is considered, for example, the founder of Reform Judaism. Now, that I do not believe that Mendelssohn went through the halachic compromise in Reform Judaism. I think he was really all over in his timely grave. But in his own lifetime, he had students who were so far off the beaten path. Like this guy here, David Friedlander, very important disciple of Moses Mendelssohn, who actually said in 1799, Mendelssohn died in 1786, he said, you know what, this is just way too much work. We're never going to be emancipated as equal citizens unless we essentially adopt Christianity. So he proposed in 1799 the dry baptism proposal, saying that we're not actually going to go through it, but let's just tell everybody we're Christian. And then we'll just, live the way we want to live. That way they'll make us equal citizens, and then we'll just fit in. Right? We can't imagine too many rabbis come along with this faith. So this was definitely a result of the Haskalah was way far in that particular. Okay. You also have a more moderate expression of Haskalah in Samson of Hirsch, who is a tremendous intellect of the 19th century, and a lot of these battles were way more consequential than they were in the 18th century. And he argued in Germany, which is very different from Eastern Europe, he argued in Germany that there's no way that we can hold back secularism. We have to figure out rather a way to adapt it into our existence. We have to find some kind of middle path where, for example, we do not sacrifice any halacha. Let's think carefully about what we call minhag. This was the church revolver or the play with finding what? Or Christ, or Geiger, yes. Geiger was considered the founder of the Reform movement. I know that Moses Mendelssohn is an intellectual source they put out. Geiger said, none of it is actually true. Let's just do what we want. I'm kind of extreme, putting on the extreme language. I want to come back to this a little later this semester, but yeah, first was essentially saying if we don't find a compromise with modernity, we will lose the impact value. We will lose to the early point. Remind your last answer. This will be. Yes, you are. That's a very perceptive comment. You're absolutely right. Let me repeat it. People may not have heard it. David in very different eras, right? In Mendelssohn's time, in the years, I think he was born in 1720, he died in 1786. He's dealing with a time where the vast majority of Jews are still pretty much Shomer Shabbos, Shomer Kashrus. Of course, you have people always who are less or more particular, less or more willing to compromise, but there's no such thing as like kind of openly community worlds. Samson of Hirsch, the years are 1880. The world has changed a lot in the intervening century, and Jews are now actively exploring either simple conversion to Christianity on a much larger scale, or simply non-observant. And he's fighting a very different battle, different part of the world, and he basically says, okay, we're going to come to terms with modernity, we're going to draw a line, and we won't cross that line, but it's definitely going to be a line that's in a very different place than Russia in the 1780s. So it's a very different strategy. Yes.
I just have a question. Was he right? I know today everybody has that, but if not for his influence, so that the gadget companies, and how would that affect? Should there be more people that are more consumer like Hasidim?
So, Mr. Tillman, I am hesitant as a historian to push value judgments backwards in time. I don't think it's an especially helpful way to teach history. I would love you guys to make up that decision and think about it. I can say that in the 19th century, you had a whole range of strategies for Judaism. You had some soldier, contemporary Rothschild, essentially staking out the Iranian position, saying that we will have no compromise with fidelity. You have the people like Albert Geiger who's saying, oh, there's totally a compromise with fidelity. That's the fact that the one movement voted twice in favor of moving Shabbos to Sunday. Moving Shabbos to Sunday. The reason it never happened is because there's a gap between the leadership of the reform movement and the regular people. The leadership thought this is a great idea. The ladies said it's just gone too far, and they wouldn't accept it. But so that's on the other thing. And then subsequent law Hirsch, he carved out a number of path. And maybe different set of strategies would be different, but they're all still next time. They're still living with all those strategies today. And so at least the number would be sort of the overcomes. Yeah. At this time, that's when the word Orthodox was coined. And it was intended as a slur that we discussed last week. Neo-Orthodoxy was developed a little bit later as trying to say, like, well, they're Orthodox, but they're not Orthodox like those people in Eastern Europe, the ones that are close to like that. So that's when Neo-Orthodox. And that sort of evolved into modern Orthodox or centrist Orthodox. And a lot of people debate whether those terms are fairly applied to what some call Rothschild approach. Well, give me one great example. If you read some of his works, like King's great example, the 19 letters, wow, amazing, powerful work. It feels like it could have been written today. And wow, life-altering work. 19 letters is a fictional dialogue between a young man who's going OTT and to an older rabbi. And they have this back and forth about all the issues. All the issues that are disturbing. About the young man being undergrads. Yeah, I think that's a widespread rumor, and it could be because Heinrich Kretz lived in his house, and he did flirt with OTT stuff, and he was an intelligent guy, so it's a good reason it might have been Heinrich Kretz. And Korek, brilliant, amazing book, hard to read in English translation. I actually had to look at the German frequently to figure out what the English would say, because it's so complicated. But it's a really great philosophical treatise of what is lit in German. And like Mendelssohn, he's not writing it for the people who are already booked. He's writing for people like Maimonides with the Guide to the Perplexed, writing for people who are like on the borderline about to slip off the edge. And that's a tremendous achievement. Your first trying to carry forward as by saying that this is back to the only way to go forward. This needs to be Orthodox in the world. But you do the great like that, as well. That's an excellent question. Did he do his strategy as Orthodox or did he I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know. I think my guess is he would do it as a Tefillah. Were you sitting temporary to other for the others? Did they accept it? No, it's controversy. Always very people have controversies around it. It's hard to find a great rabbi who everybody loves. We just kind of think one. Not emotional behavior, you get that level, right? Like, everybody does. No, there's no rabbi who's totally avoiding those rabbis. I think even though it's fine, it was criticized, but people recognize that. I like people recognize their piety, but it was but there was a lot of criticism on the Shura. So let's not get too forward. But I say one more thing about concept of Proverbs. Yes, really important. Probably skip over some of the denominational issues I get later. He was also savage, and it's the other side of the equation, because one of the things that he had to deal with was the flight of his own community from Torah and source. Right? There were a lot of Jews who put online who were saying, you know, what? Don't be so pro rabbi. We want to have an ordinance in the congregation. What's so bad that they do this? And that's how bad it can be, right? And so I really realized that at that time, the way Jewish communities were organized, there was one Jewish community that was recognized in a town. There was no such thing like we have today with hundreds of schools. I see this Mishnah, all kinds of things. There was one Jewish community. He applied for legal status for Orthodox Jews only. This was something called the Rothschild, which means like the favor separation. That's a Rothschild. Now we are now, we can't deal with these non-Orthodox Jews anymore. They're Orthodox, they're effective. We can't deal with these non-Torah observant Jews anymore. Our synagogue is going to be with Halacha, whatever they do, they're on their own. Big challenge. You know? Because all of a sudden it's saying that we're not recognizing ourselves as being part of the whole community. It's like they love the street side, but all people are trying to don't separate them. Literally to a line in the sand. So his ability to compromise, says that he'll adopt these behaviors, will take on these kinds of articles of clothing, will do things so we're journaling, we'll trim our ears. If you think that's, we'll do that, this version here will go more facial hair, but we will do all those things, but we will absolutely not compromise on Congress, Constance, Congress, and Disrupta. Our goal, in order to save it, we're going to separate. And that was that's essentially the Orthodox strategy for the next 150 years. Either adapt, but also separate. Okay, so we are more of that. Let's go back to Eastern Europe. Let's go on Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe is a very different situation. The Haskalah, affecting the Ashkenazites in Western Europe, was deeply related to the whole concept. The right side here. Oh, yeah, it's different present. The Eastern European situation is very different. Western Europe, Jews are actually fairly small in terms of their percentage of the population. They tend to be concentrated in larger cities. They tend to be concentrated in the single digits of population. But once you get east of Germany, all of a sudden Jews are concentrated in smaller settlements, villages, etc. And sometimes in large cities, with a population sometimes over half. They did shift, for example, at about 70% Jews. That was the population of the Jewish. And then the kinds of assimilatory pressures that were affecting the Western Jews were totally different in the Eastern region. And so it has a slightly different kind of context. For one, Jews regarded German culture as being a high value. Jews thought, and this is part of the tragedy of the 20th century, we speak about this thing called the German-Jewish synthesis, where we really wanted to be like Germans so bad. We thought Germans had the best literature, the best science, the best music, the best art. We really did have an amazing selection of cultural artifacts. So much so that when it gets expressed in denominational steps, like we talked, I know it's not the planned lecture, but going in that direction. Abraham Geiger, Reformed congregations are typically not called
synagogues, what are they called? Temples. And why do we call them temples? What other way to call them temples?
It's the service like it in
Okay, very good. A little bit sharper, Mr. Rubin. And how many temples are there in Judaism? Three. Well, okay. One at a time. Exactly. Thank you, sir. So one at a time. Now, where is that temple? In Jerusalem. So why, what does it mean if you build a building in Berlin and you say, this is my temple?
You move the center of Judaism to Berlin.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Exactly. You move the center of Judaism to Berlin. You say, oh, forget about all that biblical stuff, about what's the back, the what that was. All reference to Mashiach, this is our temple, right here in Berlin. This is where we belong. Of course, you should give us equal rights as citizens, because look, we've already made this commitment. We've abandoned our temple in Jerusalem for creating it here. That kind of thing is not happening in Russia, in the Russian Empire. Jews are not the admirers in the 19th century of Russian literature. They're not reading Tolstoy. It's not that interesting. But back then, no, it wasn't their thing. They got involved and they were Jewish histories, and especially the found expression in things like Yiddishism, like the celebration of the Yiddish language, learning on Yiddish, celebrating the Yiddish language. I'm going to look on your name. You can show up to class, but I read your paper. It's really good. So the Yiddish, of course, is the vernacular, and they're saying we should now make this vernacular, which was not considered even by Jews a real language, which basically German written in Hebrew characters. My own grandmother, Lara Charlotte, who was born in 1910, she didn't even call Yiddish Yiddish. She called it Jewish. That was the Jewish language. That's what Jews spoke, but it didn't have a real status at the time. So they started writing literature, Shalom Aleichem, and the Moses Word, people like that, Japan Paris, or Zionism. One becomes really big. We're going to get more into this by going on Monday. Zionism becomes really big. That's a Jewish kind of a scholar expression, not as it trying to as imitate non-Jews, but we're going to create our own version. And of course, with socialism, again, for next week, one of the most significant areas in which Jews did express the Holocaust spelling in Eastern Europe was a greater emphasis on introducing secular studies into Jewish education. One of the pioneers was this man, Joseph Pearl, who lived in Galicia, generation after Moses Mendelssohn. There's one fascinating story about him that I want to share. He was a fervent anti-Nazi. He was a big time man. He hated Hasidism because, like Letts, he felt that it was a superstitious downfall of Jewish people. Believing all kinds of Ptolemaices, wonder-working Rebbe's, it's all not respect. And so, in his attempts to reform Jewish education, of course, he really took a chance on it in developing school system that was very widespread, but he also wrote a satire of Hasidism, the title of which is escaping right now. Maybe some of us remember, you want to look it up. Joseph Pearl, the title of his book, is something like Macallan's theorem. Oh, Macallan's theorem, right? The healing of hidden things, right? That was Tamar, right? Like, not Tamar. What's the word? What's the shortest for Tamar? Isn't it like, okay, Hatmana? That maybe a satire of Hasidism, and people loved it. They didn't realize it backfired. They took it seriously. They read about these crazy wonder-working rabbis that just made up, or say, read this. I don't want to be that's an environment of it. So, like, backfired on it big time. Yes, they told me to show them that all the athletic, which basically we need to keep let's try more athletics for themselves. And nowadays it's on song because well they're still wearing it. Yeah. It is funny how these things change. Okay, I want to take you to one really dark period in Jewish history briefly.
And then going on Monday, we're going to go right to the evolution of Jewish politics, which is a to the audience, must attend class, because if you don't attend Monday, you will not be able to understand the rest of the 20th century and even 21st century politics, right? Those are pretty effective warning. Let's see what the attendance is like on Monday. So this is one of the theories, I think this is really important to understand politics. One of the darkest periods of Jewish history occurred in the first half of the 19th century in Russia. And it relates to this whole Kabbalah element very good. This man, Nicholas the First, comes to power. He has a decidedly militaristic bent. He likes, having parades organized, like watching parades, things like that. And he's dealing with rebellions. He's both before him and after him, the major rebellions in Russia. Russia is slowly collapsing at this time. And he says, okay, one of the problems that I have is that I've got something like 4 billion Jews living in my empire, and they are like so indigestible. They don't correspond to our Russian values as I perceive them. Namely, first of all, they're not Christians. That's a big deal. Not only not Christian, they're not Orthodox. He also has Catholics, Poland, but yet they put down rebellion to the suit. So they were Russian Orthodox, right? So they're not Christians, they're not Russian Orthodox. Secondly, they do not regard themselves as Russian people. They regard themselves as a distinct nationality living within the Russian Empire, kind of like Ukrainians in the Russian Empire. They also, not so much in Nicholas's time, but in the 20th century, they regard themselves as separate people. So the Jews are not going to say, well, we'll be Russians now too. This is a much more complicated question. In the 20th century, Jews would fall over themselves to adopt the Russian language, to get educated in Russian and so on. But this is the 19th century. And finally, he says they don't really accept my authority. Whose authority do they accept? That is the rabbis and God. They don't look at me as the supreme architect. So he said to himself, okay, what am I going to do to get these people to adopt Russian values? Not necessarily because he hates Jews. He hates this undigestible mass that is on citizens. He wants them to fit in. It will be fine if, as one of the later Russian ministers said, 1/3 of them immigrated, 1/3 of them died, and 1/3 of them converted. That would be okay. But he wants to deal with this strange demographic problem. So he comes up with 2 solutions. The first is hire this guy, Max Lilienthal, to set up a Jewish school system run by the state, the crown school system, where Jewish kids who enroll in this school will get a nice big dose of Russian training. They'll get Russian language, which will be a big deal. They'll get math and science, and they'll get all kinds of things to make for important. We would probably also throw in there a little bit of conversionist efforts to get them to convert to Christianity, but that would be like non-fiction. And Max Lilienthal, big Costello supporter, says, fantastic. Here's my chance doing super with these people and launch them into the 19th century. Let's get them, modernized, let's give them proper training overall. I'll handle those Russian Orthodox priests who want to come in and give the occasional conversionist lecture. I'll handle it. Ended up in a terrible failure. He ended up using it in disgust. He actually moved to Cincinnati afterwards. But the idea was that the school system was supposed to be a pathway to assimilation into Russian society. Again, Nicholas the First motivation, although we can't say he was a vital Semite, was primarily doing it for social reasons, not because he hated Judaism, but because he wanted the Jews to be more like Russians. Why would any Jew consider this? Mr. Money, good reason. Good reason. In this particular case, I would think there's a better motivation.
But good guess. Appreciate it, Mr. Rubin.
Can you translate it also and more other conditions?
Jewish parents generally want to get their kids ahead. We will see in the 1920s in Russia there's a huge phenomenon, but they generally don't send their kids to schools where they think they're going to convert to another religion. They generally don't. That's just too far. It does happen, but it's a little too far, John. Mr. Henderson.
When your kids say
Explain that.
they're worried that they don't make at least physical effort to appease the Russians who are hosting them, that they will love these people.
Okay, good. You're absolutely right, but the police are actually quite a bit sharper on federal railroad administrator and black mats. Maybe there's more something that the system, whatever it was, but and more integrated with this. Okay, two guesses. Here's the main motivator. In 1837, he puts in place this incredibly awful decree called the Cantonist Decree, in which he says that Jewish children can be conscripted to the army. Conscription in the Tsar's army was not like 2 years as in Israel, 25 years. Going into the army is basically a career and lifestyle choice. In Russia in the 19th century, basically, if you were like the oldest son who was getting a little bit of your father's land, if you were the second son, you might go into the priesthood, or a third son, you might consider the army. And this is it's a career decision, 25 years. Now, Jews historically, they never really wanted Jews in the army. They didn't speak the language properly, they didn't have the same values, they were not interested. So Jews typically would pay an additional poll tax. This is basically the story across Western Europe as well. Jews would pay an additional tax gladly to keep their kids out of a 25-year military service. Nicholas I remembered he's a very military guy. He says, well, that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. We want them to go to the army because that's a great way for them to learn Russian values, Russian language, all this stuff. So therefore, he says no more exceptions. Every community must provide the number varies time to time, but basically 10 conscripts for every 1,000 males every year. They show up after service, that's the number, 10 people to the army. Jews have been historically will pay additional tax and not have to do that, but 10 guys who show up and go to the army. He removed the possibility of buying your way out of it and had to serve. Secondly, because he realized that the age of conscription is 18, that by the time Jewish men are 18 years old, chances are they're married, they've already had some exposure to Gemara, they've already had the Bar Mitzvah, they've already probably had at least a few meals of Chinese food. There's no way they're going back from Yiddishkeit. So he says, I'm lowering the age to 12. So 12-year-old Jewish boys can be conscripted, serve 6 years of military school called a canton. That's where they get the name cantonist. And then serve 25 years military. Can you imagine it? 12-year-old kid, 6 years in military school, battered by pressures, and then 25 years in the army. That's very much the actually, it was things like how many concessions we went for them. Not religiously impossible for it, but the honest truth is have to do something representations of it. But, you know, my goodness, how is this school system? What is this able to do? Sound insects to go to. So, you know, for example, what's the school system? So then this means that the Jewish parents have this terrible choice. Either I expose my kid to the risk of conscription being sent to be supposed to be Siberia for 25 years, or I send him to a school that would actively going to try and convert to Christianity. I mean, what a choice. I guess the worst part, guys, focus with me for choice. This is one of the worst, darkest moments in the faith. I'm sure I don't know, but it's so important.
who got to choose the concerts? Who chose the children to go? Well, close. It was the Jewish community, the Russian government, what it's like really full of bureaucrats. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the skills, they didn't know how to run a country. They would frequently offload tasks onto locals. So Nicholas at first said, Jewish Kehillah, which we spoke about before, the Kehillah has to choose which kids go. And so every October, the Jewish synagogue, the Jewish Federation, and choose which kids went. And you can believe it, that it's not the kids of the wealthy who were chosen. They would choose the children of widows, children of poor people, and it got so bad, it's like amazing. It's like mind-blowing actually happened. It got to a point, in the 50s, this went on for a decade. That one in the 50s, where we actually hired professional kidnappers, Jewish kidnappers, to go and steal children to present them to the government for conscription. It's like hard to believe that there are many testimonies of kids who went through this. And this created a huge rift in the Jewish community because basically a whole generation of people, 30 years, Jews are saying, I can't trust my rabbi. I can't trust my leadership. They're handing me over to follow. And this first Thursday, as we said, it's going to absolutely totally corrodes the fabric of Jewish society. And it's one of the reasons why Russia later, generations later, when those kids grow up, they become revolutionary, become communists. What do I have? Look at my leaders. Look at who's taking care of me. It's so corrupt. It's darkness. Okay, we're going to pick up on politics when we come back on Monday. It's a must attend. Okay, we'll have an excellent day. Okay, we're ready to talk about this. We're going to talk about the really nasty fight between Muslim and Misnagdim that erupted in the 1790s and lasted until about 1815, and then it sort of settled down, except for a few crazy people on YouTube. I feel right about it, but you do have to explain what you would not appreciate. Because here, what is Hasidism exactly? What are we talking about? So I'm going to try and separate this from neo-Hasidism, which of course is something that's very popular today. I'm actually involved in a little bit of our research on the Shiite Rabbi, neo-Hasidic heroes. But Hasidism, traditional Hasidism, let's just understand some really basic stuff here. In terms of practice and belief, if we break it down, if we have the opponents, right? Remember, the opponents are actually the traditionalists. That's like the old time religion. The term Orthodox would not be coined for about another 60 years. It would be coined in Germany, largely as an insult. It's designed, the word Orthodox means one doctrine, one way. That was meant to be sort of a nasty thing to say to the traditional Jews, saying, you think there's only one way to be Jewish, as opposed to us Reform Jews, who have like 17 different ways to be Jewish. So that's why the Orthodox term was originally intended as an insult, a slur. Later became adopted as a term of pride. Think that this is the way we are. The truth is, as you all know, there's no such thing as one way to be Jewish. There's valid, almost a halakha, and you can put about 6 or 8 people inside valid amos. There are lots of different ways to be Jewish, but there are boundaries. So the term that would have been used if people were struggling to find a term to describe something that had not had a contrast before that, they would use the term al-Tawawibah, which means old believers, that they did it the old way. So they later became called opponents because they opposed this new movement called Hasidus. So in terms of do they believe in Taryag Sof, the answer is obviously yes. Both groups are on the same page with that. Do they believe in the really key element tenets of Judaism, like for example, if a person is going to become a ger, and you have to teach them the basics of Judaism in order for them to join a club, there are three basic things that is like part of the curriculum for sure. What are the three basic things they've got to get? Shabbat is going to be one of them. But the second one is more than the third one. Exactly. Those are the three really big things. If you have those three down, you can probably manage to get into the club. So in terms of Shabbat, yes, they're on the same page. In terms of kashrus, absolutely they're on the same page. And in terms of intimacy, which is part of it, in terms of yes. So then how are they different? If you are all on the same kind of page with these things, what is next? Yes, there are like practical details. Like for example, even with Haaretz Mishpacha, there is a difference in the construction of the mikvah. And or a yad or the after or the fakat or these are kind of details that the rabbis will get deep into, so to speak. But the general parameter, the regular people is there really similar. If you are a Martian coming to this planet and you saw Hasidah and Haredim standing side by side, you wouldn't be able to tell them it's not even Martian section. So it's really because of these the rebellions that we started this whole thing with. The rebellion of discovery is really the rebellion of Hasidism, in the sense that they're finding, as it were, old things and renewing them. Like the Hasidim didn't say that, hey, we're starting with something totally new. Generally speaking, Judaism traditionally frowns on the new. Like some sober Hadash, Asur, and a Torah. The idea of saying, hey, let's bring this in, right? It says Hadash or Hayat. We can do that even instead of demonstrating. But if you find something that used to be done a long time ago, you can start saying, hey, we should incorporate something that used to be done a long time ago. Mr. Grant, you know what's stable for it? The difference of the sounding crazy is the way we felt that it's the difference between how they might be facing culture and moving initial. We are going to go to all the things that go to the sounding crazy shortly. So hold it for now, okay? Because that's going to be, I think, kind of the high point of the show. I don't want to give it away before it really gets. Let's try to understand a little bit of what are these rebellions discovered, right? What's new, what's innovative is from the perspective of the Hasidim. What's new is stuff that had been forgotten, not used. You know, all this Kabbalistic stuff that we're bringing in that's really old, it's so old that people forgot about it. So they're not introducing something new for them. Non-Hasidim, it's not new, of course. There's a lot of challenging that these things are actually there. So, for example, the term Hasidism, it's hard to know exactly how to translate it, but as I mentioned, I think last week, the word Hasidim has been used many times in Jewish history. You see it with David HaMelech, his followers were called Hasidim. You see it with Yehuda Maccabi, they were also called Hasidim. You see it with the Hasidim Ashkenaz, we spoke about them a few weeks ago. It generally means people who go beyond what is necessary. Right? If you go with or you go with it, or you go with it, you go beyond what is actually required. That extra. So, for example, when it comes to Theos, of course, the only thing that's forbidden halachically is to shave the sides of the head. Right? You can't shave the blades with a blade. One of the ways that there was some question of an electric razor, but with a blade, you can't shave the sides of the head. The Hasidim actually were saying, well, if you can't shave it, or you can't trim your Theos, if you can't shave it, we're not going to even cut it. We're going to let it go, down low, use curl cuts, make it look really pretty. Because if you can't shave it, we're not going to cut it at all. It's like going beyond what is technically required. That's the idea here. You see it, the Rabbi, the Hasidim and Yemenites also wear these Theos sweaters. There's some good pictures of Theos. Okay. But where did Litvak start wearing Theos? Well, this is one of the ironic things about the 20th century, which has been noted by the historian Joseph Gahn, that some of the things that
did really well were so popular that they influenced the Litvaks as well. And so the Litvaks started adopting bit by bit little Hasidic customs. This is a phenomenon that is especially true in the 20th century, not just Litvish customs, but also Sephardic customs, get into the Ashkenazic world, and we're just kind of like a cholas with many different ideas. So that's where Litvaks will also roll their payas sometimes, even though technically, historically, they never had payas, like so long as Mr. Gandhi, right? Parente. Yes, it does, absolutely. Example of Hasidim following this magnet customs. An obvious one is the emphasis on learning tomorrow. Because one of the big arguments that he used to Hasidim was, you guys are not spending enough time learning tomorrow. And now a lot of us spend a tremendous amount of time studying tomorrow. It's that's a that's kind of like the ultimate value to study text, and especially Torah's Negleh, the revealed Torah. That's what they so that became a very city value as well. Going back and forth. Okay, let's go through the actual history. So here we got to spend a little bit of time asking this question: how did Hasidism become so popular so rapidly? This is something we just begin to see the beginnings of it in the 1700s, and then by the end of the 1700s, it like swallowed up a huge swath of southeastern Poland and Ukraine. How did it get so rapid, so fast? There's a few different historiographic models. I'm going to walk you through them. The first one is from Heinrich Kretz. You recall, we talked about it a while ago. He's like the first great encyclopedic historian of modern times. And he's like kind of like the heroic historian of Germany. He wrote first in German, later in Russian. And his history was designed in many ways to demonstrate to non-Jewish Germans that Jews had a tremendous amount of value in German culture, and that they've always been mistreated by secular society, by non-Jews, and nevertheless they're still heroically moving ahead with developing ideas, civilization, and stuff like that. And really, you Germans should let the Jews have equal citizenship. They have earned it many, many times over. That's kind of Kretz's model of thinking that pervades his entire world history of the Jewish people. I believe I discussed this conflict with his friend von Kreitschke. Did I discuss that this month? Well, we'll talk about it maybe later on, especially at the Holocaust. There was a huge counter-reaction to that approach. But he's kind of like, he wrote in the 1880s and 1890s, he was translating English in the first decade of the 20th century. He sees Hasidism as the worst possible thing that could happen to Jews. He says they are so opposite to what Jews are really all about. Jews are cultured. Jews are learned. Jews are sedate. Jews are good, normal citizens. They do not get drunk. They do not engage in wild, raucous behavior. Those Hasidim doesn't have a race that's what Jews are. And why did it take such hold in Poland and Ukraine? Because those Jews who were living there were unfortunately bereft of a good Jewish education. They were highly illiterate compared to other Jewish populations. They would be far more literate than the population surrounding them, but they're still less literate than us German Jews. Know the great classics, Schiller and Beethoven, we listen to and stuff like that. And they were hopelessly infected with superstition that was spread as a result of the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they fell for it hook, line, and sinker. And we Jews really have to do everything we can to root out this blind superstition that has infected Eastern European Jewry. Right? That's his approach is that Hasidism expanded largely because those Jews were ignorant, they didn't know any better. Right? Any arguments? Discussion with Mr. Pratt? Do you have any problem with it? Yep. First of all, it was saying that it is have the
much less literate, you know. Yeah, but like, even in the workforce responsible in country, they never had, you know, that good contribution to really work. Yeah, so it's never, but that doesn't change the argument, right? But I would say that it's more of the idea of Russia rather than literacy. That shouldn't give people a need to Russia without having to worry. But that's the deal. You don't document Russia. So you're having the next historian, but Shimon doesn't know. I mentioned in my thought, they talk about how he was shot and right. So, but we've seen a lot of conflict. Now we're seeing specifically on custody. Shimon doesn't know, unlike Rex, who did most of his work in Germany, Dubno did most of his work in Poland and Russia, and he wrote in Russian as well as in English. And he says, no, that's all wrong. Hasidism is a genuine outpouring of the Jewish spirit. It's authentic. The Jews of Eastern Europe were like, relishing, they were longing for some kind of connection to Hashem. And the reality is that all the great yeshivas were way up in the north, in Lithuania. They were separated from it, but they still wanted to serve Hashem. And they found their way to do it through both expressions of religiosity, through singing and dancing and camaraderie. And what the Baal Shem Tov did was tap into that basic human need to feel like you are a child of God. That is a really great thing. Friends should not criticize the Hasidism, because they're actually really beautiful Jews, and we should encourage them. Right? So, very, very different approach, but still, it relates to an intellectual approach to Hasidism. Another example of this is kind of like he explores those thought further. Martin Buber was not actually a historian, but he was very influential in influencing Western Europeans to adopt a positive attitude towards Hasidism. He was a philosopher who wrote his famous book, I Am the Tao. Actually, very interesting, fascinating book to read. But he was, as a youth, quite taken with Hasidism, and he went and translated all kinds of Hasidic works into German and popularized it. And his big thing was that Hasidism succeeded because it captured the Jewish imagination. And the kinds of things like that guy I read in his comments, was criticizing Breslov and so on, that's just statement. Breslov is fantastic, having amazing, weird stories that Rabbi Nachman used to tell, things like that. He says that Hasidism spread because it captured the imagination. That even intellectuals sitting alone in their studies could read Hasidism and say, wow, it's mind-blowing, I want to be a Hasid, regardless of all the other things going on. Now, here's my favorite. Not this. Here's my favorite. Here's really heavy emphasis on Hasidism as the next stage of Jewish mysticism after Shabtai. He does draw a direct line from Shabtai into the Hasidic movement. Shabtai, of course, was Rothschild, referred to as Slav, and everyone was depressed and stuff like that. But Shabtai did open up for a large population the possibility of studying Kabbalah. We have to say, wait a second, we've been missing all this really cool stuff coming out of Sparky, Rizzo. Wow, it's so amazing. So he said it really has to do with the intellectual approach. And in fact, there are a lot of a pretty embarrassing number of rabbis who became Polish Shabtai students, and even after converted, they stayed on quietly or, under the table, still being Shabtai believers. There was for about half a century a long, number of surprisingly important rabbis who were still serving as the head of their faith, still serving as posting and stuff like that. And we know that they're still writing pro-Shabtai stuff. It's a very, very difficult period. Mr. Grant, further question. We're going to go around and also before, and I heard you say it was before Hasidism was born, but not that much before, about 40 years before the Baal Shem Tov. Okay, so let's go. Here's my favorite. This guy's my favorite. It's Dino. Someone else is interested in this here. Can you talk to me about this? Yeah, right. You guys know that. It's Dino. I don't know. No. That's still in order. Like you said, you were well. Not, when, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. So you have to look up. You have a computer. When a computer will do it. Ben still, it's great. No, I love it. Approach because he uses the English school. Before languages was even born, he used the English school. And he basically said, well, money. What are you guys all talking about ideas? I'm thinking about singing and dancing. No, it's about money. Think about it like this. You know that in the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, who owned the village? Who owned the whole thing outside? The orchards, the mills, is pretty common, right? The Schlachta in Polish, the forest. And the forest owned everything. Nothing to happen in his land territories, without the Jewish community. So who hired the rabbi? Forests and so the forests would actually the Lord, the non-Jewish Polish Lord, would actually appoint the rabbi for the Jews. It was like a syndicate. It was like a little, it was just a Stella, the pulpit was like a sweet job that you could get it. So that meant there was a lot of people would actually go and fly the forests to become the town rabbi. And the town rabbi would largely be supported by tax revenues of the Jewish community. There was a special tax on kosher meat, went to the rabbi. There's a tax on Shabbos candles, went to the rabbi. The whole island had like little taxes. You know what? Like to sit and learn, you didn't necessarily like people at lunch. All you have to do is like get your father's money to help you buy and you'll get a position somewhere, and you could be the rabbi of and the Hasidic movement was a rebellion against these awful rabbis who were not primarily concerned with the spiritual welfare of their flock. Come back to the movement. They don't really mention it. Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. So he said that the Hasidic movement was set up initially as the grassroots religious movement to say, we want to interfere with these, all I can think of like proprietors here, so I'm looking for a word. All of these like these corrupt rabbis who fought their position and are not interested in doing what we need. We need counseling, we need guidance, we need, like a rabbi to inspire us. We need people lasting from inspiration. But these local charismatic leaders who know how to sing, who know how to dance, who know how to tell a story, who know how to sit down and have a drink with a fellow Jew with them, to spy over the promise. Most of the best ones that you are leaders. And moreover, once you do see that, and we'll talk about it and get to the conflict in a second, they set up alternative revenue streams that supported these two rabbis. For example, I mentioned a meat tax on kosher meat, right? Who would be collected, do you think, of the meat tax? The tax cost, where would you pay it? And uncollected? Yeah, the butcher shop. They were showing it too. Like by a piece of meat yourself, you guys probably never saw salt meat, right? Just to be when you got meat, it did not come, with the button. You have to actually salt it with other salt yourself. My wife actually had to take a special class out of salt for a living. Also, you guys just buy the meat, so it comes like that in plastic in the grocery store. Anyways, so if you were buying something, so who's paying the tax to the rabbi who got right. What happens if you want to pay your meat tax that you pay this? So just the rabbi. How would you do that? You say, oh, I'm sorry, I have to see the shkita. I can't go to the regular shkita. I need to go to the stick shkita. And so different shkita that the Ben says it's a revenue stream. reconciliation of that. That way, let's do it. Let's say, for example, the Holy Rothschild and chocolate is going to be at 6:19 a.m. And you know, you're forward to say, customers that says, you don't have to know when you're ready. Let's say 8:30, 10:30 in the morning. So you're going to have a shul and at the same time, especially with an overlap. I don't think so. So, you know, like, that was his revenue stream. But something that's argument, it's maybe a little bit overstated, but definitely has turned us down. Money involved. Have a conceited rabbi. And like, I like to support this guy, as opposed to giving it to the rabbi as a first time. Mr. Berendez. He looks for the words. Yeah. We're gonna get there. I know I don't get the sleeping part, but that's for it. But we'll get there. Mr. Harris, quick one. But Mr. Harris, ever wasn't so funny is always the rule that more than so much of what we do, which is the realize it goes on kind of how they dying to just very necessarily. Not necessarily. We still see I'm not sure you can call Shepherd's action. Other interesting arguments, Robert Albert, very interesting scholar, says, you know what it's all about? Missing half of the human race. Women. Hasidism actually, especially in its early stages, in the 1700s, allowed some unusual opportunities for women where they had largely been locked out of traditional religious practice. You know, there are actually several examples of female refugees. There's the famous maiden of Usbir, for example. Her name is Nevermonder. She had a pitch. She would give shear. Sometimes and male, sometimes not. All kinds of interesting ways in which if you're going to open up what is traditional practice, say these other things that can be done, all of a sudden it's practice for learning. Another example in the 21st century we want to do that is like Chabad secrets, right? If you have a Chabad couple, in Montana, to set up a Chabad house, and there's only the two of them there, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for the Rabbi said that all of a sudden you do all kinds of things that Rabbi said 100 years ago would not have done. You know, different kinds of classes, different kinds of activities, holidays, and who knows what, and it's all cultures and traditions, because that's the nature of this kind of rebellion, that ultimately is something that is novel and new. And so interact with Albert writes quite a bit about how Hasidism appealed to women because it offered new opportunities for them to express their spirituality. So that's just half a dozen different historiographic approaches to try to understand how this actually happens. Let's get down to the theologians. So here's my colleague Monica Rothschild, actually a senior colleague, had a big impact on my own research. When the Soviet Union fell apart in 1990, a little bit earlier because we worked with Poland that collapsed just slightly before us, many scholars were, until then, shut out of all the secret Soviet archives. Soviets were like really jealous of information, very nervous about what kind of things to put out and so on. So we were one of the very, very first Jewish scholars to be able to get into the Polish archives. Poland was part of the Soviet bloc. It was not part of the Soviet Union per se, but it was part of the bloc. Ironically, I was also a much younger scholar than him. I was a graduate student at the time in 1989 when I first went there, and that's one of the reasons why I got into this field, because I was allowed access to the Communist Party archives and all kinds of things in the early 1990s. But anyway, he was one of the first guys to go back there, and he went straight to Poland to a place called Mechivich, because he was looking for one particular thing. What was he looking for? The Baal Shem Tov. You will call it in search of the Baal Shem Tov. Baal Shem Tov, Rabbi Rothschild, then there, the main founder of Hasidus, we didn't know for sure if he actually was a real Christian. The book we had that said in the letter was this book, Shivrei HaDesh, the phrase of the Desh, Baal Shem Tov, right, master of the book name, that was published decades after he lived, and it's so filled with all kinds of like miraculous stories and stuff like that, that we don't even know how we're supposed to take this. It's not a history book. And so there was a lot of questions. Did he do it? So most of us went and directly to Nancy Bushworth's studies and found his tax records. Sure enough, the Baal Shem is Baal Shem, right? That's the Baal Shem. He was recognized. Now, this is quite different. Fundamentally, including this kind of stuff. Okay. But Mr. Rubin quickly, I think he let's say again, he didn't exist. I mean, he existed, not probably existed. That's a whole different argument. Perhaps that needs to be 155 sometimes. But yeah. So it's don't know possibly we didn't have census data, and all we had was legendary stories. And there are some people like the Pied Piper or the Sheriff Nottingham that don't necessarily never exist either, but they become part of the legendary. So the question was, in these movies, so he did. Now, luckily, the Baal Shem Tov was, contrary to a lot of the stories Mr. Kranz would probably repeat about, he was wandering and things like that. He was actually a very respected figure. He had a house paid for by the community. He lived on the main street. He had a pretty good income. He was regarded as, they called him reverend. And it's like actually a real deal. Like, we don't know too much about what he actually did and said on private sources like Shivrei HaDesh, but we do know that we have external non-Jewish documentation validating at least some aspects of it. His names are roughly 99 to 76. What is fascinating, however, is the precursors that we definitely know about that are modern data. So this is a colleague of mine. This is someone I met when I was first in the Nazi Library. He's actually a chief book on the syllabus. Johann Petrovsky Stern. Now looks more like me with like not too much hair, and what he has is all white. But he's a brilliant scholar. I think that there when we were both in our early 20s, and he was working with these impassive, these were like record books from the communities of Holy Media. And I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you what was research on the precursors, but I'm very much going to exactly, good question. The reason is because there's tons of people all around who are called Baal Shem. And even necessarily called Baal Shem, because people are fighting with it. He was the Baal Shem Tov. What does that mean? Graham, can you answer that? So hang on one second. Somebody can answer that? He's the good Baal Shem. Excellent. But what does that mean? He's a good Baal Shem. What are the bad Baal Shem? No. Well, everybody's deciding. So first of all, what is a Baal Shem? Okay, what do they do? Good. A Baal Shem, literally, master of the name. Master of Hashem's name. Why? Because he was right on this. Remember, this is after Shabtai Tzvi, not that long after, right? Baal Shem was born in 1760. That's 100 years, 95, after the back of the Shabtai Tzvi version. But in those decades, there are all kinds of people right? When our children was born, we got these little laminated cards. They had something like a sheet. You see on here, so sheet is also direct. The restoration amulet, but not a text amulet, right? That's just it's the same kind of idea. These are like, not to use the word derogatory, but like magical devices. More technically termed, they are spiritual. Which means these are tools you can use to get God to do the things you want God to do. Right? That's like magic, right? You can say it's also called practical Kabbalah. It's like Kabbalah that when they things happen. What they call it? Yeah, Kabbalah. Kabbalah. So this is part of Jewish culture, right? There's an upside, there's a hand with sometimes dying, the word off the part off, the little parts that he's not at, it's the words that the mind of the I love those things. That's how I know myself. In fact, when my first son was born, a very, very famous rabbi gave us a very Kabbalistic amulet on the front door. And I have a spooky story to tell you, but I'm not going to do it on the recording. I'm going to tell you afterwards. But no, we use amulets. Sometimes people hang them for their rear mirror in their car, stuff like that. So, especially in literacy regions where people have very little contact with Jewish texts in a significant way, like in southern Poland, western Ukraine, there's some guy who looks really good, he seems like a nice guy. You up and say, oh, Rabbi, I have such trouble with my business. My daughter thinks I should have, and I'm worried about my grandchild. She's not so healthy. Could you please write a command for me? Write something, whatever you pocket and put it on top of the threshold of the door, different things like this. These people are called balei shem, amulet makers. Now, not all of them were so good. It was an easy way to make a living. If you could halfway write your name, you might be able to convince people that it was worth paying money for your ambulance. And by the way, this is nothing new in Judaism, right? How about in our client, someone around there, $50 probably exactly this word, $50, somewhere around there. Whole discussion of paying for an amulet on Shabbos. And a whole discussion about what's the defining factor. It's also discussed, of course, in the set of Shabbos, called Yosef, right? When you wear an amulet on Shabbos, or what kind of amulet you wear, if they're written by a monk, they're written by an expert. So that means right away, you've got amulets written by experts, and amulets are not written by experts already in the top of the period. So it's a really good thing to do. But, not so good. This guy, Rabbi Yosef ben Eliezer, he was a Baal Shem. Oh, he was great. His amulets were like, and he was so wonderful to be with. We loved him. And that's how it was like. So, my colleague Rothschild studied the Baal Shem, and particularly he looked at one called Hillel Baal Shem. Fascinating example. Hillel Baal Shem wrote a 500-page manuscript which he forbade to ever be published. He said, you can only copy this out by hand. Nobody is allowed to publish it. Yochanan, of course, published it, but it really is because it was like the last gasp of anti-book culture. They're not going to go into the whole business of publishing things that anybody in the street can have it. You have to be able to write it up. So there's a whole background to the Baal Shem Tov from the Balei Shem that we very happy with this. On the other hand, citizens in Japan, our countries are that they listen. You said it was the other stuff. The school, Baal Shem Tov, the fun. This is what they're starting to Baal Shem Tov song and bring a lot of later they should say that. They put the terms of the Baal Shem teaching. You have to accept the assertion that passed down to you. If you don't accept that, or if you're skepticism, so you want to see is it really true. I think the Baal Shem consider has more content. Mr. Lorenzi. What's the story? Oh, you know, all these things, when a lot of it was, as far as what and what I need to say, well, the afterlives go all the way back. The afterlives go before this, before the discussion about this existed. We have it in the Gemara, a whole discussion about it. So that goes back. The Kabbalah, that's a large discussion. I don't want to have it here, but we know that there's an explosion of it in the 13th century in Spain. And it makes pretty good progress to get to Eastern Europe by the 1700s and to motivate a vast amount of people. Popular movement. It's pretty impressive. But let me go on to it. So what happens to this? The Kabbalah, he has a couple of disciples, one of them teaches the Rabbi of Nazareth. The Rabbi of Nazareth has 5 distinct disciples. One of them is also Rabbi, another Rabbi, and those 5 disciples spread to everywhere. It's a great book, The Historical Atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Kozinski, and it has all kinds of really cool maps that help to spread to the south to the north. This is the published in the Commonwealth, and there's like Jewish and my group have the massive spread across the world. But of course, and this is in 1772, when he lived. So it's really exactly what it's talking about. 1760, 12 years later, the third generation going, and they were really strong. But that's when it starts to run into opposition. It's only when the market really has significant popularity that the lit boxes will start waking up and saying, wait a second, this is serious. And it's actually shaping the way people observe trees in Eastern Europe. What are we going to do? The opposite centered around the Delta Column is another example of an image of him. Again, I don't know how accurate this image is. He lived from 1720 to 1797. The last 20 years of his life were involved in one degree or another with the opposition. There is a considerable amount of being spilled on how much he personally was opposed to Hasidism. There's no doubt that he was opposed to it, but maybe not necessarily the same degree of vitriol as many of his followers. In fact, probably I would suggest to you generally one of the phenomena that we often see in history that, you know, great speakers may have a particular attitude to condemn or champion one cause or another, but it's often their second in command to become the real proponents of that attitude. And they use their mentors' prestige to wage their own wars. That's amazing. But he certainly had some serious reservations in opposition to Hasidism, but it was his followers who became really anti-Hasidic, or they going to the streets to fight over it. So, what is it that they were upset about? On the list, I think there are 9 different things that an example really oppose Hasidism. First is, what is a separate prayer business? Right? Hasidism tends to emphasize a very different approach to tefillah, whereas the lit box really have a level of discipline in terms of what exactly are the boundaries of time when you're allowed to daven Shabbat and Tamar. I think, you know, are widely ignored by Hasidic groups, largely in the sense of, you know, what's the point of praying on time if you are not inspired to pray. This is not an enforcement, gentlemen. You got to show up for Shabbos at 7:45 in the morning and claim Hasidus as your excuse. 7:45 is the Shabbos. But that's the idea. That's because, you know, I'm not, you know, waiting to show on my davening, or if I'm still sleeping, you know, let me, you know, it's better you can sleep during class, you know, like some of us. You got this nice bed. So, my working phrase too, have the vote. So, that's one of them. Remember, Ben Theodore said that the separate prayer groups really had a welcome and
How you living, Pam?
that was a way of creating different revenues to avoid the costs.
Did that kick ass and take names? Where'd you find that from? How's your day going? I stream out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. Yeah, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams right now. I have more data archived on than 22. I have more data archived online than any person globally. I've essentially created a time capsule or a timeline for society with like 3 years of the pandemic. Yeah, I mean, it's just like this is merch that I've been given, sponsored by cryptocurrency. And if you push the server, Discord goes up, so the quality goes up. Hello, man. Well, you're sure, absolutely. You too.
So that goes along with the organizing prayer times. Of course, you're saying this is, out in Russian and people don't separate from the community and you're setting up separate steamers and things like that. There's different groups and so on, that's not right. And what is this with the banning of traditional sitter? What's wrong with Ashkenazi sitter? The Hasidim people went back to various European scholars of domination, especially the as we celebrate Rabbi phenomenal Egyptian and scratch scholars of the 16th century. The seven culture daughter, there's a whole business about, when you start the night, study schooling yet. This question, I should study in about 4 months. The second school and the whole discussion there. Your knife has to be both sharp and free of nicks. But the problem is, especially with technology and consensually, if you make the knife really, really sharp, very easy for you to get a nick. If you make it a little less sharp, you won't get nicks, but then you can push it and examine that you could slice it. So the lid box is different on the degree of sharpness at the hand. So that meant they were shpita, you have to have shpita. They said, what is this you do? That's not studying Talmud. You're getting together and you're sitting around telling stories and you're drinking alcohol. Is that what we're supposed to do? And instead of studying the Gemara, if that was enough, oh my gosh, Kabbalah is supposed to be Shlomo himself. Phenomenal Kabbalist. But that was kind of like the ideal of the official world was only people who would get all of the markers, at least 40 years of age, male, having completed Shas and Posting. Then maybe you could look at Kabbalah. And instead, these Hasidim are like sitting Kabbalah, wagon drivers, boxer credits, water carriers, regular, trust, lonely people with no education, and they're raising talking about the heroes because no guns. What is going on with you guys teaching this stuff to ordinary ignoramuses? That's so obvious. I'm taking pearls and throwing them into the mud. You can't do that. About that. And this is we kind of changed the 19th century, but still at the time, 18th century, when known for incredibly violent military power, turning somersaults in school was regular practice. Can you imagine? Rolling up and down. That's the idea was pull out to the side, come on, shove all of my clothes all out. So I'm going to violence in my gesticulation. There were press lovers, lots of clapping, stamping, probably stolen ways, scream out loud when you're clapping, like you're supposed to imagine someone must have stabbed an action in your back and you like a full ball. So really weird behavior. And you add to that alcohol, and things can change dramatically. So these guys are, that's not good. We got them stock still. You don't move. We're the socks, right? And we wait for Scotty to turn on the transporter meter, quiet, and these Hasidim are just so wild, Mr. Man. They said they practice all this show. One years out, the president, so violence, banging up, and that's the thing. Right? You can imagine. I mean, that just gives you a sense of how religious you say it's crazy. And finally, number 8, anti-Romanism, which is another fancy word for saying breaking the law, breaking the law, or just breaking laws, and people secretly following shouting execution. So these are the charges that were brought in these Pseudo Bible descriptions. They also ready, the Shazam Biyadi on the Quran, and Rabbi Nachman attached link to see the mill and go say, no, it's not like that. Sure, there are bad eggs, but that's not really what we're all about. We don't know actually refuse to see them. Right? So we don't know exactly, there's a lot of ways to interpret that, but it definitely was not interpreted positively by an economy. And so in 1772, again, not clear whether it comes from the Gaon or whether it comes from the scholars, but in in the Jews, there were parents placed on the streets and stuff next to things, and their books were actually burned. This is not the first time Jews have burned, books about the Saudi, including the Von Dominant Spartan class. Here we go. Sorry. So we were not burning in very, but as well, right? There was a studio, they issued their own packaging for the Sunday, and have these bands and brown bags and stuff for a standard books as well. And it was like just a craziness for the last 2 decades of the 18th century. We see them in the time and literally at each other's throats, especially nasty back in the year 1781. That was like when we used to scandal and Tower Alice. This was the period when it was like the most ferocious level of conflict between them. Ultimately, it go ahead in 1794 when there was a rabbi in Pinsk, a Slavic rabbi, and he was, and Pinsk is like one of those borderline territories. Hasidic actually has a geography where you can expect it to be more Hasidic or less Hasidic. Pinsk is like basically on the borderline. So when Pinsk, which the Slavians thought was going to be their territory, when they lost a key position in a Hasidic rabbi, that rabbi went to the Tsar, went to the Russian authorities, and said they hired a charlatan who is under a bass by the great Vilna Gaon and so on, and so they put the Hasidic rabbi in jail, which began a whole cycle of genocide through the Russian government. Mussolini's going to jail, Stephen's going to jail, you hang out with Stephen, it's hard to see document. Like every other week, someone's getting out of jail. This is like this Rabbi or that Rabbi. But it was really nasty. Imagine calling up the cops and saying, hey, you got to put this rabbi in jail because he's portraying our values. Also, kind of put yourself within the mindset of 19th century, 18th century Russian empire, very different power empire, nowadays, in the sociality, nobody cares what you do in your own home or in your own house of worship. There are lots of cracking kinds of religions, because that's the nature of power, secular society, 21st century. The Russian Empire may not have impregnated the Jews, but they expected the Jews to stay in their lanes, right? Don't make trouble, follow your leaders. Anyone who tries to upset the status quo and say the legitimate leaders of these people are not legitimate, those are people who consider revolutionaries by the Tsar stuff. They don't want Jewish society to be disrupted by revolution because they don't want their own government to be disrupted by revolution. So that's why the Russian government listened to these Jews saying, oh my gosh, are you serious? So look at this document translated to Russian formula. I can see that this guy is definitely in trouble with other Jews, so therefore they went along with it, put them in jail. Okay, arguments, discussions, questions, please. So he said, yeah, you guys put in jail for getting drunk. So now you're disturbed. Okay. So let's go on. All right. So what ends up happening? Now we actually began talking about this very beginning. There's going to be two phenomena that happen. One that we'll talk about more on Wednesday. One that I want to mention here. The second phenomenon was picked up on Wednesday is that this whole fight, this guy with Hashem, died rapidly in the second decade of the 19th century when they realized that they're fighting over tiny little details, whether or not it should be sharp or whether it should be egg-free, but the masculine comes with the rest is saying, why don't you push her at all? Like the Hasidim are saying whether you should daven at 6 a.m. or at 10 a.m. And the Hasidim are saying, why not Shabbos and Saturdays? Let's go to Sundays. Right? So the Hasidim and the Saturdays realize that they have a far later enemy of their understanding of Judaism, the Hasidic movement. And so they decide to patch rush things up really fast because they could not withstand their challenge of missing mechanism. The phenomenon I will talk about now is when the myth not being realized, they're not going to win a decisive battle against the citizens. The citizens are here to stay. So then they said, okay, let's start borrowing from their playbook. Let's figure out what we can do to adapt to the stereotypes. When they actually say that they have the necessary joint force and they're working together, like you guys don't get the BPS, but like you gotta stand with friends and try to do them.
Basically, yes, basically. It sort of said like I would hate for my daughter to marry a confident, but I would rather have good relations with my Christian neighbors than allow a masculine to live on my street. Right? Like, they didn't necessarily like each other, but they realized they had a lot more in common. As we saw in this class, right? 99% of what Hasidim and Islam believe in is the same. It's that 1 to 5% is just style. You wear gartels, I wear gartels. It's not like you observe Shabbos or not observe Shabbos. It's a big difference. Okay, so this is the great yeshiva of Rothschild, one of the most important yeshivas that was established in the late 19th century. It was established, of course, by the great students of the Philadelphia of Rothschild, who lived at this time in the late 1700s, having to figure out how we're going to cope with yeshivas. So they say, okay, what we have to do is we have to go back, like, they innovated by finding things in the tradition that we didn't like really emphasize. But what we have to do is go back to the same thing. We have to find those things which are definitely in the tradition, and then we have to make it available. So, for example, what are we good at? As we're going to the facts. So we are going to double down on that. We are going to maybe one of the things that Fox missed out on is that we did not emphasize the importance of Talmud study. So we're going to make sure that we're not going to overlook a much wider exposure to Kabbalah. Right? Before the Hasidic, even Gemara learning, you should understand that most kids, it's hard to give you a good number because it's kind of a lot of there's not a lot of geographic space, but a child would be lucky to have a smattering of every other in his cultural knowledge. To know a savor of Mishnah, that it would have been huge. To learn a concept of Gemara, that's a massive talent because, basically money, right? At a certain age, 13, 14, you could be married, you got to be out there making a living. So there's not much opportunity for someone large unwild sabbatics to actually engage in full-time yeshiva learning like you guys seriously are historically doing. So the Litvak said, you know what, maybe we really got to make more emphasis on letting everybody study Talmud. We've got at least every male studying Talmud. We've got to push what we are good at, which is studying Christ. Talmud in particular, better than anyone. We'll be better than the Talmud. So we'll really stake our reputation on that. And when it comes to Kabbalah, which is where I see them really broke open the message, you know what? We believe Kabbalah too. We've got lots of Kabbalah. But we're going to be super, super careful with how we disseminate. Unlike the Chabadniks and the other Hasidim who are like reading Tanya, which is like, oh my gosh, I think in my own lifetime I had issues that was telling me I should not be reading Tanya because it's too complicated for my own lifetime. Yeah, it's pretty busy. But not something I read, but no. This is the response, really important response, and I encourage you now to read this. This is never Shahara by the time of the Russian, the student of the Book of and this is basically a dollar for the lay practice. And again, this is like a mind-blowing statement. It is easily, in my humble opinion,
medieval time. Yeah. So much so, the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas. Oh, he said, this is unsaved. It's not the actual. They're very, very similar. So the last chapter was actually translated by the great philosopher Emmanuel Levinas into French. It's a mind-blowing word. It changed my life. I'll tell you my story. When I was first in Yeshiva, maybe I'll turn up the recording. It's the personal story. But when I was first in Yeshiva, I came to Yeshiva late in life. It was generally in my 20s, mid-20s. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 18th century before we left off last week. Monday, we left off Monday, we were talking about the most slide. So we left off here. Great. What's he coming late? That's very good. Where we left off last week, we were at like the question the theme of the Magnitsky rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. You could ask a really good question there because, when we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism and one of the major things to go on with it, well, we didn't look at anti-Semitism as a whole social phenomenon, right? Why would Jews in this country as opposed to this country at the same time? You should realize that there are definitely regional variations. Regarding their anti-Semitic ideas. The weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, the kind of supernatural thing about it, maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch. Like it goes and it transforms itself. It could be, I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos and there are many Jews in the Inuit lands. And when we look specifically at the 17th century and Eastern Europe, there's no question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a socio-economic reason, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews will base more than anything else on the unique relationship they had economically. That's not to say there were not also religious elements, Jews, Christ, things like that. That's not to say that the blood rival did not seep into Poland, which is certainly did in the next few centuries. But if we were to kind of like boil it down to the major element, the socioeconomic element is significant. And one last caution in this regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, as opposed to kind of like as an identity building phenomenon, like there are structural rulings that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed, right? So if that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects of the Holocaust that lead to the goal of being more committed to. But if you are interested in the academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, without the ulterior goal of what it would do to the person in terms of their ideology, their philosophy, their religiosity, then you got to recognize the fact that it's not always true that you like this. There are elements of our behavior over the centuries which have, from time to time, occasioned a backlash, which is generally speaking part of the proportion to the nature of the original events, but nevertheless that's part of the autopsy of hatred that we're engaged in. Yeah, I want to emphasize one more time that if we try to understand interconnected relations as objectively as possible, it's not always true that these are blameless. I don't think that I can say with great confidence there have been no history that you ever been caught murdering a child and drinking blood. That I can say for sure.
not say for sure. In fact, I would not say for sure how the police are true in that thing for the child. Some of the good thing has happened to people who grew up on this young child. I can't remember his name offhand, unfortunately, but you know, that does happen. And how that sometimes is translated into popular violence is usually all the time. Okay, for instance, talking about how NSS focus on this all the other stuff. So they don't do the project solely to saying that they're not happy with us, and minority that somehow when I was person it's possible that like, oh, this is a really good right when you're up through Mr. Transactions, you know, solving the pieces of the rate that also is almost us that we can talk about in one way. Instead, see the Jews and see the Bob, not to say well then so that if the Jew did not exist, somehow wouldn't judge them. Right? Every time he needs some kind of construct to explain his own failures, the Jew is a great construct. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better a construct it is, because then you know, look at folks and say, oh my gosh, people felt this way about the Jews 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it must be true. Right? It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself. You're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological element.
I think that's a little fun, but like what happened with some of the or these problems, they're we consider very incredibly normally do the case. It's not normal violence uprisings. These are horrific acts. But there are some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction is sort of disproportionate, understandable, like even the number that doesn't warrant our virus. But violence we can sort of understand a little more. So, you know, let's say, whatever the BLM was, they're just trying to express something without, you know, barbarism and barbarians as well. So, like, we have to be very cool. They're medical rest of Africa, also, yes, understandable.
Yeah, so to answer your question, we have to separate a little bit. Because once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes an interactive conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in society. And those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when you have, you know, social tensions with peasants and lords and Jews are somewhere in that mix. And a modern nation state with awesome army and powerful friends, then becomes international relations. So maybe in this case of Egypt, right? Israel fought 3 wars for Egypt, 48, 56, 67, and then when Egypt finally was able to, and in each case, Egypt lost miserably. When Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, there was kind of like a loose alignment of the Egyptian mentality. We can hurt the Jews. Israel is not complete, you know, Israel took a horrible beating in October 1973. And that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends, doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care if our entire country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real crazy anti-Semitism. It's like international relations. Countries are always fighting, obviously not getting back to it. So that's the normal aspect. It's horrible business to do it. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely big deal.
You understand why they do feel oppressed and they
It's just an economic conflict.
yeah, I don't think those cheetahs but so we just understand that. So, like, if you ever have the actual awareness of versus only in a more, no less violent way, I'm not sure it's it.
Oh, yeah, you're asking me. It's like, derailing this view, etc. And but you're also conflating the issue we talked about Gazans, I said Hamas. Right. So they're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine to Hezbollah. Maybe the Nazi SS second choice, or they're competing for that. So, because Hamas is really a death cult. They actually, explicitly, in public statements, they think it's better for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel than to have any degree of material prosperity in it. And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding why you would want to choose that. But that's taking us far off. Maybe we'll, of course, sometime know the history of Israel and the Middle East. We have that calendar. It's not fascinating. Let's go to the 18th century. Get us back in time. Here we go. So, this should be on. Okay. So I gave this lecture a few years ago as a typewriter and you may have seen this is popular Joe Kissel. Kissel, right. It's really great because it's set in Israel. Fascinating characters, really fascinating. But it's essentially depicting ultra-Orthodox life in the 21st century. And in so many ways, it's reflections of the 18th century. The same kind of tensions that were going on a few years ago, we're still enjoying them today in a very different environment. And we call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is it actually the last one? 100 years. Excellent. 261. That's much. 62. Let's do that right away. So, the century 100 years. However, historically speaking, we have a short century or a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered wrong by most historians because it was the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And after that war, France and Germany changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of Asian history, Rothschild, 1914. Yeah. Look at that. It's 23. So that's a long 19th century. It doesn't go from 1900 to 1999. It goes from 1870 to 1914. Most historians will think about the 19th century in those terms. Or there's the short 20th century, which goes from 1918 and the World War I, 1991, collapsing to short century. So I choose that kind of gets a closer to what's going on in that period. Right, it's kind of like the major themes of the times. It's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But there may be really big upheavals in the way people think, politics, things like that, depending on, most of that. So that's what's wrong. We have a long 18th century art situation. 18th century, of course, begins with the 17th, but it really goes back to Shabbatai Tzvi, who we'll have to talk about in today's lecture. And it extends really up until the very end of 1795 is where I end this. That's when Poland was taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden a new environment for the Jews altogether. The kinds of figures that are really shaped it, we have three big figures. We just rock the 18th century Jewishly. You have the Alter Rebbe, who is the founder of Chabad, very important figure. And the usual leader, but we'll try and talk about it a little bit today more on Monday, the entire Hasidic background. But among the Hasidim, the Alter Rebbe stands really excellent about any of these generations. You have, I guess we can do next, the film of the famous Rabbi Rabbi. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits going around, but this is one we're not going to let go over because we'll see the film. He is, of course, representing the reaction to the Hasidic movement born in the 18th century, and they, of course, take on the names. So, this not good. And they wear a powder. As not as important as I like to call us, right? These are
though they are historically the predecessors, because when you start the traditionalists, when the Hasidic movement began kind of as an intellectual spiritual rebellion, then we start being called Holy Spirit. So that's how the traditionalists get the name opponents. It's a name that ultimately they sort of adopted themselves, even though it was originally determined all utopia. They're also known, of course, as Litvaks, because they are from Lithuania, Litva. But today we call it sometimes Yeshivish. Obviously, this institution has its Litvish roots as well, but we are definitely Chabad friendly, Sephardi friendly, all kinds of things like that. And we live in a post and we want to many ways that it's different brands. And these messages are provided. Well, obviously, this is good. I think a lot of things are a lot of fun. I should tell you that my father is really close to a lot. Super Chabad. It's like they have so many Chabad that have it. Some whispers, heard, some read, ready. Mike has done even though I need to show up. It's only that I think people have it. Yeah, you know, and they're loving it. They're great. Anyways, and my daughter, as you know, she is like a spiritual powerhouse. She is like, my gosh, she is gonna run the world. I remember, I'll tell you my story. One story. I should tell you, hopefully this video will be about. So she was about 8 years old, sitting in a sofa, and I'm talking about Islamophobia that we just read, right? One Islamophobia that, you know, the books of life's going to be opened up, and there's going to be all your details there, your signatures there. And I said to my family, she was like 8 years old, and it's going to be like a video is playing of your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is going to be available there. My daughter, she says, everything. She runs out of the center flag. Like she was, that's so much Kavasa at 8 years old, and the station might have made that just the idea of the Senate program grew away. So that's an effort to do. Third figure that rock century, and by the way, this is like, imagine 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean, and there are still people waves of triple tsunamis, even today in the 21st century. The first one was the ultra-levy, this is about Chanto, but I like to talk about the algorithm on it. The second would be the Gaon, and the third is Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. These 3 movements are still affecting us today in a very discernible way. That's 3. Paragraphs again, and the 8 are fighting for this. Yes, we'll talk about it. Excellent. And then is huge. All of them are controversial. We'll touch on the controversy a little bit, but these are 3 very good points to approach Judaism for the universe that made a massive impact on the Ashkenazi world by extension. I don't know why I include this picture lecture, but I kind of like this because it shows me some of the differences in the way we look. And I also included this picture because a lot of times I want to go street people say, hey, aren't you a Jewish pizza? Aren't you just standing here? So I can say, I'm going to laugh. This one is from walking down the street. Okay, anyways, I'm not sure why I included those pictures. Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical text. We're going to come back to this color because the 18th century, in many ways, was the long 18th century was a century of rebellions, intellectual rebellions of what I'm going to give you a good German word here, Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. What does that mean? It's to do worldview accent. How do you know that? Famous word, but that's good. I'm so glad you said the famous words. The capital W, Weltanschauung means the way of looking at the world. It's a little bigger, I think, than the English word world view. It's kind of like pain, but it's kind of double shaman means like we feel optimistic or pessimistic about the world. We believe that, God wants to kill the world, or maybe kind of left it alone like a watchmaker or something. We believe that most people are nice, most people are evil. We believe that people never deserve it. All kinds of things like that are built into a Belgian shaman. So there are three big Belgian shaman rebellion factors. We're going to go through each of them. But let's talk about it. First of all, rebellions of the start. The Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration. In the sense of, we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers and great grandfathers. But in reality, that's because they do not have access to great fountains of wisdom, in particular in Kabbalistic sources. Like if they had only realized that already, that they would certainly be doing these things, and that's essentially the kind of thing that's going on in Hasidism. Kabbalah is huge, right? Like this. It's coming in the idea of this. Really gained a lot of traction in the 17th century, 16th century, really. It's not just animates we're trying to get the that's why we have Mr. Scarlett. That is trying to get that on all the edits, trying to consider that indicating that all these are. So that's how we promote our really good we're going to go there. It's how we have some of the also in society of Satan where they were learning all these things. That was more now. So that's kind of like a question, sort of like in theology, like if we are rediscovering stuff that existed hundreds, thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? So that's a good question more on a theological level. On a historical level, you definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Yet it's a rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, the kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Amora, you look at me kind of crazy, but I say, no, these glowing robes, this is the way to go. When you wore exactly the same shade, right? That would be like a rebellion. I would do something different, but it would be on discovery. I learned that many people told the trash is where I landed. Mr. Rothschild.
I think the biggest difference fresh thing to nowadays is like, I said it was like a shrine with like a shell kind of thing, like, whoa, kind of stuff like that. So,
You're asking a really important question. It's like an incredibly vibrant, innovative movement for about the first 50 years, and then it goes through a period where a lot of stories is reified, that goes to the courts and dynasties, and most historians have seen that as kind of like a downturn of the creative energy, but not all. And so that we just don't understand that that's good. So stay with that question. Just again, right? Presenting intuition, this is basically a myth issue that says, no, we have to rebel by doubling down on what we have been doing. Like up until now, we've been kind of relaxing. We have not been engaged in super high level study. We've been sort of saying, yeah, that's what the elites, but in reality, everybody's studying cold. Everybody's studying this. That's more of a rebellion tradition. By doing something that Jews typically do not do that much historically, but we are going to reinterpret it in the mass. Mr. Tupper, why all these rebellions? What was going on in that yeah, again, this is kind of like a velvet shown. Occasionally there are things that happen in history that just make everyone sort of light up and say, well, let's just go do business. When I get to the expression of shop like sweetie, I believe that's to me kind of like the breaking of the jam that creates all of these new movements, because there are those who say, well, jump type speech is good as game, but there's some aspects of it's like, oh, you're doing a lot of those. And others say the sharp is so dangerous, and you gotta use these techniques to protect ourselves. Like shot the guys, 9/11 is one of those things. You know, like here in America, I always resisted these like, when I come to you guys, really, non-existent for 9/11. There was a very big deal for 9/11. We did not have to go to security to get on the plane. I would just like watch it like this, and you can smoke on that. You know, you wonder why everybody's smoking. Doesn't matter, right? Fuselage flying through the sky with all the smoke in there. He was like, cancer. But there was a pre-9/11 world. But now we live in a very post-9/11 world where the security airports, you have cyber security that's huge, and all kinds of like strange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 now we have this very different world. You guys don't even realize it because that's the area you breathe. But old people remember what it used to be like. So too, four-shot things being asked. What snag scared of snag can be interpreted as a derogatory term. So it's not scared of shot that keeps going on. Yes, he is fear was. There's a huge fear. And by the time they put it in shut down, there's a fear. He didn't get 16 foot out. That's one of the things. So, what is that? They made a thing, we're going to talk about that stuff too. It is interesting. Not all the editions of Britannia have this, but in the most authoritative edition, printed by the Rothschild, the Stockley House, there's actually an apology there for a wrong. The picture of the long shot, the double shot, for certain instruments which we always got played. So what today's like a lot of thoughts and unique comparable to the field. That's a great question. The 21st century question, though, and I think as you shall see, modern orthodoxy, depending on how we want to define it, follows all of these things. You know, it's the waves of that tsunami. These are the three asteroids. We're like absorbing those waves and mixing them. Last question: why do the fish very so much by its tsunami? Why was it? Okay. If you don't know the reason for something, the reason probably is money. Exactly. How expensive it is to vote a working age male full time for a study. It's incredible. You guys, 60 years ago, you would have been already earning a pension working in a mine or something. You know? But to imagine this number of men engaged full-time study at age 20, 21, 22, it's unheard of. It was too expensive. So they can necessarily well, we did some of their priorities. And also we lost the vast majority. But you don't forget, you guys, I hope you realize that you are really good. Just do the numbers. It's the last we all got. 10% of Americans really enjoy it. Of that 10% that's Orthodox, how many are like really devoted to full-time study as young adults? Maybe half. People are like, well, so maybe half we already got 10, 5%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you're going to the years and then you got to go to work, right? So maybe half of a percent of the entire Jewish population is engaged in full-time study like you are. You guys are so elite. You're the Navy SEALs. How's the Navy SEAL? The Navy SEAls say, look at those guys. That's who does. Okay. So that's very unusual. It costs money. Your parents, whoever else is paying for your tuition and for your ability to not be working in sulfur mines, you got to be thankful. Okay. So the innovation of the rebel tradition was sometimes perceived, or the innovation of the as we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as antinomian. Word was the Greek original is nomos. You ever hear that word, nomos? Nomos means law. Antinomian means breaking the norms, like the leader of the state country, for example. breaking the norm. Not necessarily breaking the laws. So it's a thin line sometimes, right? So antinomian, the Messina were seen by the Messiah as being antinomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have a Shulchan Aruch, someone I'm supposed to govern it. You're governing later. And it's not what you did before. What you guys are doing, you're pressing here, all kinds of things like that. The greatest example of this extreme nostalgic approach was the Sam Sofer, I think, one fascinating exchange where he said in the late 19th century, so I'm borrowing a little bit later time, but riffing on a Gemara, speaking about when wheat is permissible to be consumed, he said, Kadash Asur Min HaTorah. He was the Kadash Asur Min HaTorah. But what does that mean? Sounds like it's Kadash Asur Min HaTorah. You think that's likely? So it's not the original context of the Gemara, not the original context, right, this little weed that's just been planted, you have to wait until after it's other skills. Before you can use that weed, it's called potash and cluster, and that weed. That's why we use bread called Yoshon, and we won't follow. But he said, take that as a cloud gadol. Kadash, Asur, and Torah, if it's new, it's also. And that's kind of like an extreme reaction. We will not trust any new things. That as a sort of rebellion of traditions under which. Okay, the last one here is the rebellion of the expansion. And where we see this, this is associated more with the skewing movement that we'll talk about probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been too small. There are lots of things outside the world in great distinctions. You know, Sam Sofer says it Kadash Asher and Torah and always. But if it's not Asher, it must be Mutter. And if it's not Asher, it must be Mutter, then we should be doing it too. So the Snardia, the Askelim, were interested in experimenting with the outside world. You know, adopting all kinds of new practices and behaviors. And although this is not really a fair comparison, I know we have people who would not be happy even suggesting, if you think about it, that their heroes are the Rambam. And they say, look at the Rambam. Again, the Mosquito here are unfair to using the Rambam as a poster child for their values. But you're saying, the Rambam was saying, he was a medical doctor. He wrote Arabic. He was like in the courts of the royalty. He was like completely involved in the outside world, the religions. And that's just the iconic image. There is actually an article that I saw in the store that says, you know, we don't know exactly where this came from. This is essentially a 21st century colorized version of the 19th century portrait that is very prominent in art homes. But we can't go back to the 12th century. We don't have to from that old. That's very good. I say, you look so good. What do you think? My words are all the words. This is the rebellion of expansion saying we have this too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes that's happening in the 18th century, the 18th century is also birth of modern France, the French Revolution, birth of America, right? 1776. These things are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different for Jews now. Maybe we can like engage. Okay, so those are our three rebellions. Let's go now to Shabtai Tzvi. Any last question before we do this? Okay, what's the story with Shabtai Tzvi? So there are the story of Shabtai Tzvi with narrowly is really the story of an individual who had significant talents and learning, and although there are historical accounts that tend to portray him as evil Russia and techniques of the Judaism, most of the modern studies of Sheldrake suggests that he was mentally ill. And he was in his early 20s when he began to experience, again, we have descriptions of his followers to tell us what he was going through, and it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder, manic depressive syndrome, or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated with young men in their early 20s. So, obviously, we can't really do psychoanalytic dissection from afar, especially over centuries. But what I can tell you is that he went through this period of what he called illumination, where he experienced tremendous jubilation, joy, and feelings of grandeur. During the worst of these periods that he described how he could levitate, that he could engage in ipso-sadera, meaning like transportation over wide spaces of territory, and with the encouragement of an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, he believed that he was in fact Mashiach. And not only that, you can imagine this guy, he's tall, he's good looking, he had several marriage offers, but he wanted to remain in these studies for a long time until he started getting bonus. Later, he would get married actually, I think, 4 times. And you can't count one of those because it was a Torah school he got married to at one point. Usually symbolic of marriage. So it's a very weird kind of story. But he not only convinced himself that he was Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was in fact Mashiach. And so that was this massive deal with that. And we know that the hands of explain short, Mr. Parental. Don't be so that they you're asking an amazing important question. I will repeat it for the people that how many people so well know how to advise them. Experience points to the fact that there was a wide-scale depression after the Calvinism, that was just on Monday, that ended in 1649. Violence that over the next half century, half dozen years, and that actually introduced the idea well, so this was the Mashiach must be around the corner, and tie it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from Tzfat, the idea of wow, it's always ways of understanding the world, thinking mystically, and here's a guy comes along, and he's so mystical. There's also the new technologies, printing, has really catch fire among Jews. Jews were circulating along the literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representations of Shabbat speed, and a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings, leaving Amsterdam in particular, and making their way to Israel, thinking it's going to actually work.
Would you say because you say that these things for all years, or even these horrible dictators who point to look at people follow the other trends,
First of all, I don't know if he was mentally ill. Looking at the descriptions of how he behaved, most historians believe that's probably the case. But even if we assume that, could I assume that other dictators like home leaders, narcissistic, self-serving, childish, occasionally nasty leaders, that doesn't stop them from, throwing nuclear weapons. We don't necessarily hope people who demonstrate insanity. But that's being recorded for everybody. I just got my citizenship. You're already messing up. Worst you have North America, something about it. I was about it. You were already. Here's Sean is the classic. He's a master of yeah. I think that a picture of your era, sort of like He did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make him look like a Nazi. Maybe at the suggestion of Nick Gaza was definitely not a good influence for him. You got to choose your Deborah. He married a woman who was an orphan for him. He was always named Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him. And he did this apparently. He wanted to imitate the Nazi. He also married one of the older people. And it's all not historically children. Okay, guys, I love the accents, so that's my first. So let's just a little bit because we talked about speed. We're going on 1490 to expose the use of thing. Couple of these are my part of the class we talked about this a lot. That is a major scheme of Jewish history. It is in fact one of those two structures that's almost a Holocaust size. Spain was without doubt for 200 years the most powerful center of the Jewish people at the time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities, and wealth, basically like America, like the Northeast, New York, New Jersey. That's what Spain was like. And then all of a sudden, just collapsed. The problems of Christianity, the conversions, the Inquisition, and then finally the expulsion. And all of the Jews find themselves scattered to the winds, everywhere across the Mediterranean basin, up into Europe, and any password, all trying to find a way to reconstruct themselves. And many Jews turn to mysticism, saying, how do we explain this in our experience here? It must be that something has changed dramatically, and we need to find it. In particular, the Jews who made their way to France, we founded the circle where you have, the main Kabbalist for Lamont, his student, Rothschild, hugely influential. Also, the most Carlin for the ladies still up there, the all shit, many others, the alphabets, the Kabbalah, all these people. Why do people always do that? Because it's a question. Why do people always do? Why would you always do what? Service of mysticism. Like they got COVID. Everybody's like, yeah, I'm not how to answer it out of the chest. I mean, this week or next week or the week after. Well, when we keep it there, these areas called the shawls. So, huge overgeneralizations here. Like, not all people do this. Not every people react. But I think this is, it can be a refuge, right? If you have difficulty understanding the world and reason does not give you the kind of emotional support you need, you may find it. You may find it in poetry, you may find it in whatever, but mysticism is a refuge. If you study my book on the possession of more of the discussion there, that's you wrote in the Holocaust. But let's go do this. There were also during this time, you'll recall, for those who have started that there's a brand new kind of possibility for Jews after the expulsion of Spain. And that is something that we have not seen before in Ashkenazi history. The possibility of identifying as a Jew while disaffiliated from the community. The idea that you could be kind of like ethnically Jewish, but you do not have to be under the authority of the religion. Some of the crucial figures involved in this, Julio Acosta, pictured here in this dark kind of brooding, the claw-like stuff like that. An individual who, if you'll permit me, I'm going to tell you the story because it's a really terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was born in Portugal country, living as a crypto Jew, meaning, like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish because there was always a concern that maybe they'll be playing and they'll have to mention that my mom That's Candles Friday nights, and the Inquisition would come and it would be disaster. He went to the University of Coimbra. He earned a degree in theology. He was actually a lay priest. He was a theologian. And then when he was in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Julio, actually, were actually Jewish and moving to Amsterdam, right, which was a free city where he could express himself. Julio says, I knew it. Oh my gosh. I've always wondered what Jews are really like. You know, I've always enjoyed reading the Old Testament or the New Testament. And I wanted to be like those forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. He's like so excited. He goes to Amsterdam. He's a smart guy, very intelligent. He's read several books. But what happens when he actually joins a live or real Jewish community is that he's too grown for that. And he starts saying things. Isn't that much like Allah? And I can't believe you guys are talking during talking. Don't you realize you're talking about that because you know, like, because you really rich. You know, I can't believe you guys are that. You guys are very nice. That's all. Like, you probably have some kind of mental illness as well. He becomes a gaslight and he's saying, I can't believe it. I'm so happy to become a Jew and trust myself as a Jew. But I know this guy and he told me she's on his taxes. How is that possible? How is a Jew possible? Commit a crime. He's like walking around, he's like speaking to many people, and he's like, I think Amsterdam, he does not, they don't want to rock the boat. Like, actually, I'm pretty good at Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called gedogen, which is basically, if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want to do. So they actually have synagogue because that open in Amsterdam. Some Jews are technically not allowed to live there, but they just get forward. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community very loudly. So they put him in a spare room 2 separate times. He actually tries to make it in Hamburg, he moves away, same kind of problem. But finally, he goes back and he begs the Jewish community, let me back home. I promise I won't do anything bad to you anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told you guys that to bring to Judaism, but they really shouldn't because the Jewish community is like full of liars. I'm sorry about that. And so they say to him, and I'm getting it over this, I really couldn't. It's a really sad story. They said, okay, fine, we've already done this once before. The third time, it's going to be the last time. We require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue, to recite our faith and a confession of all your sins in front of the entire community. Everyone's going to be there. We will flog you publicly in front of the entire community, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over this form on their way out. He does it because he really wants to be among the Jews. He writes later that if I have to, I will be an eighth among eights, but I must be among the Jews. He feels like that. He goes to the old man, walks home, takes out a notebook, and writes a 12-page suicide note, Latin, called Exemplar Mani Vitae, the example of human life, and then shoots himself. Nice. Yeah, terrible. But his problem was he was putting the wrong section, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish identity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the dichotomy of the difference between how we perceive Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic and how he sees actual Jews who, sometimes cheat on their taxes. That's what they do. Sometimes he couldn't handle that was a breaking point for him. And there's definitely more going on in this passage than we can talk about here, including probably a mental illness. He represented a great break in that validity of being within the community and under the philosophy system control that they did, or being completely outside. He did not want to convert the cults. He already was a Catholic. He did that. Doesn't want doing it. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirements of the Jewish community. So while this is an amazing portrait by Rothschild, he's portrayed as like this dark, brooding, aggressive type. He's pretty fair. The child on his lap, who was his younger contemporary, is none other than Spinoza, who has a lot of the same story, but Spinoza was one of the great philosophers of the 17th century who made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of Rothschild without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza is showing us language in the reaching out with hand, we play with flowers, curls, bright colors. That's showing you kind of the intellectual evolution of Christianity. Here's another example of this is Spinoza doing the same thing because the Amsterdam community was having difficulty controlling these Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in Pharaoh, a terrible, awful Pharaoh, and he basically just ignored it. He told him, okay, fine, you guys can say what you want, it doesn't change what I feel about the universe, the world. Here it is, swamp and lost in the forest. And the background has these things portrayed in a negative aspect. Powering the place that this guy looks like he's picking up a rock and throwing it. That's what's changing big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as experienced and expressed by Jews, is suddenly seen kind of like a different way of existing as radically changed from what it is there. And that builds on the horrible massacres of Norwesky that we talked about, and the crisis of Shanghai, which we'll talk about now. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions? What do you think? We have to do this, or really just like, how much more about the next year we started? I think actually, like, we're doing better, like, people trying to go back to people, trying to go about the daily life, and like, all the guys that we are. So I don't want to use the modern terms like ODOTs to characterize these people, but it was a legitimate thing in the sense that I think it was a form of legitimate thing. None of the people involved in it were like famous people who might make their words and face measures, but they're like big cities, and they did not find the right formula for how to control a God who is above such, and they also couldn't control Spinoza at all. Although it's interesting to mention that context a little while ago, I guess that where the Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous Time archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the basis of Spinoza. So they surprisingly, characteristically, they banned him as well. It's a story, there's a third one here coming into our library. You know some of those famous libraries that see it best in Europe. But because you don't have to think about us, we're going to follow a page from our ancestors before carrying on here. Intellectual. Chuck, thanks. So we talked a little bit, we started with the went off to unfortunately. This is one of dozens of portraits we have this next week. It's very clear about Christians as well. Christians were fascinated by this story of Chuck Dynasty. It's interesting. The Jews claim they're on the side of what's going to happen. So there's lots of projects for this one. So definitely this like, how do you know? There's an issue like right. This is like, I don't know what these looks like. There's some tumors down here that's fresh of it. So we don't know if that, maybe that's the picture of the Rabbi. It looks like this is from the Pascal maybe Muhammad Zayed, right? And go a little, okay, that maybe maybe you saw a little bit from here, but that's also that's not much of a font. like this is something. But it looks like Jewish market, like maybe we had some kind of a relationship with us, causing much more strong than actually, you wind back, take it back. I'm not sure if this is a good example. Okay, well, it's like, what happens trying to achieve by the end of the story, was made out with it is gets this huge movie. He essentially wanders around Eastern Mediterranean. He finds some very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many people who denounce him, he does find a lot of people who think he's the real deal. And so he ends up engaging in all kinds of bizarre economic activities, like he says Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on. It's now my birthday as Mashiach, and now it's on Tisha B'Av. He cancels reading from a statement of Torah. He says that Humashim are so modern, so cool, we should all be reading from Humashim, but then Humashim, all kinds of things like this. And then the other things. He ends up making a delegation to the Sultan, the Ottoman leader, controls the crowd, and he also says essentially, okay, I'm here, I'm the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now. And the Ottoman Sultan says that, very nice, Messiah, I have a counter offer. How about I let you stay alive? You convert to Islam. He accepts the counter offer. He becomes a Muslim. It's tens of thousands of followers, 40 crushed, and they go back home, penniless, as they sold their houses, spent it all, thinking they're going to be in Israel. Except for about 3,000 of them, we figure that maybe his conversion to Islam is part of the Messianic process. That we've got to go from Judaism to Islam in order to become Mashiach. And so they refer to well, they call it Dummet, and they're actually active in Turkish politics right in the 20th century. It's not a monitor for them. It's asserted, I'm not entirely clear on whether it's true, but definitely the Turkish Revolution has some roots to it. So they're really quite active in while they still have the best of chaos or lost in parts of Turkey and Syria. But after this ends in 1666, where the Suffolk mentioned really boosts he becomes a Christian, erratic, and eventually the Ottoman Turks puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request is for a young giver Maxwell. So he wants to govern, so maybe he kind of came full circle again. But definitely his movement lasted for a good century and a half afterwards. That there were still, this is the problem. If the movement lasted for a century and a half afterwards, there were a lot of these kinds of things, the mail that were commissioned. These are like amulets for a variety of things, Hadassah, Shavuot, Blue, things like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbatean meetings or being secret followers of Shabbat. Perhaps the most famous of those, Rothschild was the subject of a massive attack based on an argument that he was the Rabbi was 400 years sued New York War. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied prisons with Sharp, right? Yeah. Do you guys know about the secret of Sharp that was discovered in that?
What did you say? One more time, Mr. Arias. What's going on, Mr. Study that I made like 6 years ago. Correct. Sure. I'm just curious. Yes. Where'd you, where, how'd you get kicked out?